Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot.
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Centra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLB.
Narito na tayo para sa ating ikalawang linggo at ikaunang araw para dito sa CFS Masters Summer 2026. Kami ang inyong kasama dito on the panel at grabe no, it's just the second week pero hindi na agad mabilang ang mga kaganapan dito ngayon.
Hindi ko na rin mabilang, Mochi, no, yung emosyon ng mga nadadama ng ating mga viewers pati natin mga players just because that first week, Mochi, a lot to be unfold from teams getting outplayed, from teams getting up in the mix, and from everyone improving. Ang dami natin pag-usapan pero mamaya we can dive onto that later on, no? But it's been one hell of a ride and I feel like we can always let her ride dito sa ating week number 2.
Totoo, no? At wala rin silang choice kundi patuloy, no? Kung ano man yung nasimulan nila, no? From last week, ito nga pala ang ating standings, no? Kailangan nilang sikmurain ito, no? Kailangan nilang panindigan kung ano ang kanilang nasimulan. And unfortunately, some of our teams here were left at the bottom of the boards, pero tuloy po rin ang laban para dito sa first to 7th place natin kasi sobrang gitgitan to, bipolar.
I mean, just look at the arrows, Mochi. A lot of teams are going up, a lot of teams are going down. For Vid, going on number 1 though, is this a premonition? Is this a starting point para sa for Vid? Or will it just be a temporary spot mula sa kanila? Because of course, grabe naman yun. Of course, Team Staan sa Virtus.pro are still very much a threat pagdating sa laban natin, but they're on the 3rd and 4th spot. It's looking like they're the same naman dito sa ating 7 to 10 spot natin, no, from the past season before ng Masters, especially with our Rosea teams. But still, it's week number 2, kakatapos pa lang ng week number 1. So you can definitely see na pwede pa rin magbago itong standings.
Exactly, especially like for example with the likes of Execration that just gave such a show, no, nung first week natin, isang laban pa lang ang kanilang natatapos dito. So I can say na ang dae pang pwedeng magbago dito ngayon. And a bit makikita din natin kung ano ang ating top 5 place, no, from last week wherein talagang nagpikitang gila si ilan sa mga players natin dito, some of them even being hailed as some of our match MVPs. Pero simulan na muna natin, no, para sa ating unang clip at kanino kaya ito, no?
Tignan natin. It's Eden. I can remember the sabi pa dito ni Sneaky. Oh, it's just too fast. It's going in. The top 5 clip of the yeah, Eden is just dismantling the entirety of the BL side of the Rosea teams here, no? Eden, crispy aims, man. Honestly, nakita natin si Eden na talagang leading the charges now in terms of kills, in terms of headshots. Not really number 1, but still in that contention. Kasi Eden, once he's on form and once he has his team with him behind his back, asahan mo na Eden to always get his frags. Ito na yung epitome nun, Mochi. Eden just out-fragging everybody sa lobby.
Exactly, no? Dagdag na rin natin na parang quality over quantity. Kasi hindi naman siya rin nakalaro noong ating qualifiers. Pero right now, every single time na meron siyang chance ang magpakitang gilas, talagang ipapakita niya what he's made of. Pero let us see ang ating next clip, no? Kaya naman kaya ito galing, we are going to see a glimpse. Oh, yaba.
Okay. Yaba debuting that signature Vepr. I believe si Aldrin din last time yung pinakamaraming what do you call this ba? Vepr na usage. Pero kasi ang kakaiba dito, I believe this was the clutch na nakasaksak pa si Yaba sa may forklift. Papakasok siya ng window A tulad net. My brain is so good. That's why I'm here. So, ito yung parang nagulat tayo na sinaksak pa nga ni Yaba si Drones dito, despite
Yes.
was just basically digested papunta dito sa may CR natin. And yeah, one of the single highlights dito ni Yaba, especially one of the first knife kills din sa ating matches.
That is true. Tsaka pansin mo, yung mga plays natin so far, puro sa New Mexico nagaganap. I guess it's just that type of map na talagang encourage na maging magulo at maging mapambastos in a way, in a good way. No, itong ating ilang mga players no, na pinapakita dito sa ating highlights right now. Grabe din naman talaga kung paano nakapag-ensure tong si Yaba na dadagain niya itong kanilang mga katapat. Pero let's see what would be our next clip, no? Ikatlo na natin to. First from Aiden, second from Yaba, and this one is from D.
Ito na, no? I mean, these performance here with a 4K headshot pagdating sa port is a message para sa mga many age bracket natin pagdating sa Masters na parang the young kids in town are always gonna be online, and once gawin nyo to tulad dito ng Taring Bobby na they're just gonna be looking forward, hindi nila aasahan na there's always some kind of threat just like na pwedeng ibusin yung pinaka-push mo on the DL side. But yeah, easy spots, easy taps with HK.
And also props din kay Lance, no? Kasi parang naging first contact siya dito, no? Para silbing panggulo para dito, no? Sa kanilang mga katapat. Pero di just made and took advantage of the chance, no? Habang hindi nakatingin din yung mga kalaban nila dito. Pero let's see our fourth clip. And I guess this is also gonna be quite spicy kasi kay Lance din ito galing. Still in the half of court.
Ito na I mean, I hate to say it, but Rosé teams are eating up a lot of our highlights right now sa ating top number 5, no? Sa simula ng ng ating araw in the second week of Masters. But yeah, look at this. It just provides for Vid a spotlight din, no? Not just Lance, not just D, but for the entire team na parang once they're on the groove, once they know already what the scope of the match is, and nakita mo rin agad dito yung basically awareness ng ating teams. Just like Lance, I can instantly just go for a 1v5 swing here. Kasi kahit mamatay ako, I can always get 1 or 2 kills. Tignan mo kahit katabi niya si Dracifer dito, Dracifer actually didn't do anything. It was all a lunch show. And it's an ace. So, nonetheless, ito yung kakasayan ni Lance na parang once he gets back into the game, can he replicate his performance? Can he possibly get into ang contention na parang kaya niya ulit ng
That is true. Especially that we're already starting to see that flexibility from Lance, no? That he can become passive and become this aggressive at certain occasions and when the time calls for it. So let's see, no? Ano naman kaya ang ating last clip for this? Para sa ating Plays of the Week? Oh, this is from Ninkyu. Oh, this is so good.
Ito yung time na naubusan bala, so kukuha na lang siya ng gun kasi di masyado nakabaril dito yung actual players natin, no, sa may missile. And this is our second ace, I think, of the second Masters or of the season of Masters. Parang wala, matches just going in quite clearly, pero di na throw setting. It's a team acceptance na, no, na Ninkyu frying the whole server map 1, 2, 3 at to have an ace like this na parang I'm still just, I can keep on going kasi alam nila kontrolado yung buong mapa, and this was also the time na parang naging predictable na yung acceptance. And then you just having that kind of like na mindset, kaya ko naman I'm almost like a 20 bomb every map, diretso ko na lang to, easy sprays mula kay Ninkyu.
And those are like some of the games na talagang feel ni Ninkyu. No, parang ano lang, sabi na ni Vincent,
Unsolved
buksan
siya,
mo na
no?
yung kulungan, pakawalan mo na si Ninkyu, and then that's already it, basically, to sum up the round. And that is just so nice, no, na nakita natin ang ating mga highlights from last week. Pero tignan nga natin sino nga ba ang ating mga top fraggers so far. Kasi guys, shifting to Ngayon, CBN will be getting the top 1 spot, followed by D, Paul, JJ, and as well as Kano. And despite the loss that they suffered upon from Execration, 2 of their members are still here by Polar.
Oh, of course, Mochi. You know what? Looking at our top performance, parang yung average age nito, mga 20 flat eh. Kasi there's never a point in time sa group stage kapag kasamang Execration or kapag kasama si CBN specifically na kaya niya makaabot sa 1, 2, 3 spot natin. And with him almost hitting every headshot every time, kahit na nasa shutdown na siya ni Loy last time ng kalaban ng STS, he still outfrags everybody in terms of headshot per kill. But for D and Fall X, feeling ko naman, these are the Exe boys nonetheless, no? Pati, eto si D, nung lumipas siya ng Forbid, these two players, hindi nawawala yung performance nila, Mochi, na parang under pressure at a young age, you can see them still out-fragging everybody as well. Pero JJ and Kano, medyo shocking na nandito si JJ for me, but since Kano is still here, hindi naman nakakatakot na nandyan si So On Cold Coach Tanks, no? Yun kasi ginagamit ni JJ sa mga pubs ngayon eh. Na parang still very much a force to be reckoned with. Good thing lang though, a little bit of last thought sa akin, considering Fall X, di natin nakikita yung group stage Fall X na hindi kayang pumatan. And I'm so happy that these 5 performers right now are still doing what we expect them to do sa Bong Masters.
Feeling ko katas yun ng kakagaya niya sa Beyblade post ni Buku, no? Pero ito nga ang ating susunod na for players to watch out for. We're in. Revenge is actually our top 1 for the particular week. Followed by Shatra, KSA, Lance, and as well as Hick na nakapasok para sa ating top 5.
At Mochi, do you correct me if I'm wrong? Pagdating dito sa 5 to, lahat to 100 last time ang rating.
Yes.
And just looking at it, no, you have 4 players na puro sniper. Yes, puro sniper. So parang kung isipin mo, is it time na hindi na natin muna kailangan tignan yung mga HK and M14 users natin? Should we look forward to sa ating mga snipers right now? Because the snipers, tulad rin sinasabi dito ni Sticky, pati ni Salvatore, pagdating sa ating mga cast, na parang spoiled na spoiled tayo ngayon sa mga snipers because we have a plethora of snipers, not just these 4, but big shoutouts din kay KSA na nakasingit siya sa puro sniper na players to watch out natin.
Totoo, no? And kung yung first week natin is puno ng mga fragging IGLs, this time naman yung mga snipers naman yung nagpapakitang gilas, no? So I wonder if yung next week natin, would it be yung mga attackers natin, yung mga supporters natin, no? Really interested to see more of that din kung meron mga magbabago. Pero we are gonna see a post from
si
Attras.
Pitts!
No? May bago na
Nakita ko yan.
si Pitts TV.
Nakita ko yan, Mochi. Nagulat kami. Yan na daw. Ang sabi dito ni Coach Ang, okay na daw, pasok na daw agad sa Attras si Pitts, pero taga-abot lang ng tubig. Yun ako nagulat.
Yun pala rule.
Yun pala yung rule. 6 man, pero pero I feel like Pitts, no, we miss him a lot last time na nakasama natin sa Masters. At least he had like almost 3, I believe, na parang interview sessions natin, no, na parang sinamahan niya tayo dito. And I feel like with Pitts having this kind of opportunity with the trust, why not? Why not, diba? Pero big shoutouts to Pitts, sobrang solid. Kung ako sa inyo, kung di nyo kilala si Pitts, well, para kayong si Patrick nasa under the rock kayo.
Under the rock kayo. Kaya ako sa inyo, check nyo lang yung mga pages niya, no? I am already at that point, bipolar, na every single time nakikita ko yung mukha ni Pitts, natatawa na ako agad. Kasi yung mga highlights niya, tsaka yung mga reels niya, sobrang solido kahit pag nanonood ka sa live niya. So, yeah, I guess, yun din, na nakikiride din ng ating mga content creators, do, para sa mga pinaggagawa ng ating mga teams so far, which is Oh, so nice. And I can't wait kung ano nga din yung papakita din dito na nating mga teams later on. No? Pero bago yun guys, alam nyo ba na meron tayong ongoing na pamigay. And iba pa to para sa ating Casters Edition na this is the Play of the Week giveaway wherein you have the chance para manalo ng 100 e-coins. And all you have to do is to like and follow ang official CrossFIRE Facebook page and YouTube pages natin. Iscan nyo na lang yung QR link dyan down below sa ating lower left. And in your caption, pagka-share nyo, tell us why does it deserve nitong top na nito na makuha or maging top 1 play natin for the week. At huwag niyong kakalimutan ang ating hashtags dahil kasama yan syempre sa ating mga requirements, no? And always remember na ang iyong shared post should be public kasi paano mabavalidate yan ng ating mga moderators kung hindi public yan, di ba?
Tama ka dyan, Mochi. No? Again, this is a way for us to give back to you guys kasi napaka-solid kasi wala kami kung wala kayo, wala sila kung wala rin kayo. So, this is our way of like also highlighting kung may nagustuhan ba kayong mga plays, give it here kasi mapapansin agad yan ng CrossFIRE. And nakita mo naman, may resibo na tayo, Mochi, palagi. Kaka-post lang last time, no? Tapos sa kanya-kanya din tayo post na even not just here, pero sa mga caster editions natin na, uy, eto, may nanalo na. Yung kay Mochi, naalala ko sa kanya, pinakapaldo eh. Pati may 20 coin pa yung nakasama. Meanwhile, Meanwhile ako hanggang ang dami din pero hanggang 50. So sobrang solid ko sa inyo. Check nyo na yan and give us your play of the week kasi baka ma-feature din kayo. Might as well sa ating Facebook.
Yes, so grabe no, ang daing pamigay. Meron tayong per week na pamigay from the casters, tas meron pang play of the week wherein you have the chance to get 100 e-coins worth. No? So, guys, again no, maraming salamat sa suporta and oh my, kung ako sa inyo, sumali na kayo. If hindi kayo, sa kasamang palad, hindi kayo nanalo from our last week, okay lang yan kasi every week meron. Remember, it will run from last week until mid-July. Again, until mid-July. So ako sa inyo, entry lang kayo ng entry dyan.
Yeah, and more chances of winning, Mochi. Ang tagal niyan. So kung ako sa inyo, check nyo na every time. And I believe, Mochi, meron pa tayong mga susunod na iba pang giveaways. No? So abangan nyo lang every time sa ating pang page. Kung gusto nyo ng more chances of winning, well, there's more post up ahead. So hindi kayo talo dito, guys. Sinasabi namin sa'yo, this is a way for us to give back to the community. And the community, ilan po. Maraming.
And also, singit ko na rin, para rin aware kayo, ang posting natin every Thursday para sa ating yung simula nung for the week na caster giveaway. And then, ang ating announcements is every Wednesday ng susunod na week. Okay? So, keep in mind that para din na updated kayo. Meron din yan sa official website ng CrossFIRE as well. Okay? Okay.
Okay. Uy, Mochi, buti nga nasabi mo yun kasi, pag clinic mo yung post, may full list. Yung pangalan nyo, nasa page din mismo ng CrossFIRE. So, sobrang solid yun. Digital footprint nyo, guys, nasa CrossFIRE na. So, kung sa inyo, again, check everything out. So, yun nga Mochi, going back to our topics pagdating dito sa ating CMasters 2026 summer, there's a lot to behold, no? It's a battle of the minds. Pagdating dito sa ating mga IGLs, you have players to spot out. Pero syempre, meron pa tayong kailangan na-explain pagdating dito sa ating business.
Oh yes, I'm glad that you brought that up, Bipolar, no? Let us discuss itong competitive ruling for matches and team acceptance. Wherein last week sa kanilang laban, with our last map of Eagle Eye and the last round ng Eagle Eye, unfortunately, there were some, it raised some flags in accordance sa ating rulebook, no? Na kung saan kinlaro na it is important na nakita ang ating C4 while we are defusing. And because of the fact that it can be considered and will be considered as a bug exploit, nagkaroon tayo ng 0-10 competitive ruling na naging pabor sa team acceptance.
Yun ang Mochi. I mean, all of us here we're very much shocked, but nonetheless, we're looking at the competitive ruling kasi it is already in the rule book, and that's why nakakuha tayo ng big verdict mula kay CrossFIRE mismo na it should be a forfeit. 0-10. Very unfortunate for matches kasi they could have run it, they could have just won it entirely in the easiest way possible, no, pagdating dito sa Eagle Eye. Pero rules are rules, what can we say? And that's why we have this competitive ruling. But congratulations still for acceptance kasi nakako silang 2-1 in a match that was very very hard to digest kasi it was a lot of twists and turns, pero
True.
at the end of the day, yun na nga yung ating decision. But the last question there, nasa lang nga ba si Acceptance Ajax?
Nadami pa si Ajax. Pero alam nyo guys, singit ko lang, despite that ruling, no, I think everyone and majority will agree that that is still their favorite series talaga, no?
Yeah,
Because of
it
how
was still good.
it was so good. And by the way guys, I feel like that pupunta na rin tayo sa ating susunod na segment kung saan pag-uusapan na natin ang ating schedule, no? It is time
Uy.
para makabawi ang matches. They have the roughest start tier dito, no, sa ating league, and it's time for them to get their retribution, and this will be against ComebackFriends. That will also be followed by Acceptance versus Attras, and ito, bigating match din ito. It is Execration versus Virtus.pro.
Okay, this schedule is gonna be one of the most packed or jam-packed action na ating buong schedule. No? Week number 2 pa lang ganito na agad binibigay sa atin. We have a team that is very much at the edge, but they're very much angry. At ang makakatanggap ng Mochi from a 0-3 defeat is gonna be ComebackFriends. A band of misfits, a band of players na very much star capable pero still looking to get their full form to battle up against the best. And feeling ko this is a good testing point din for CBF. Across acceptance, tignan natin yan kung sino nga ba talaga ang pinakamagaling na team na below these like what we say top 5 teams sa buong Masters natin. And you have also Execution and VP, another high starred matchup kung saan can VP continue their no more experiments, answered playstyles, and can Execration take down a Titan again. Tignan natin yan. Ang dami natin pwede pag-usapan mamaya.
Yeah, ang dami natin pwedeng i-discuss, ang dami natin pwedeng i-predict, no? Pero sa ngayon, focus muna tayo in the present. Let us pivot our attention dito sa team ng ating matches. And pag-uusapan din natin yan, no? Kung ano nga ba ang naambag ng ating mga teams and rather ng ating mga members here, because so far, even just by judging sa kanilang laban ng Team Acceptance, hindi talaga naging biro yung kanilang performance, especially nung si Ninkyu talaga tumaba ako dito, no? And of course, I feel like fan favorite na rin itong si Zach, and as well as their IGL, si Vincent, si Jason, painit lang ng painit, no? Even si Yetcha has some stuff to work with, unfortunately, bipolar.
Yeah, Yetcha still a question mark, but we know kasi na Yetcha has this like star power na pag talagang nabanat na si Yetcha, he can easily outfrag Ninkyu and his own team. But yeah, I love na na-incorporate nga dito ni Vincent yung buong playstyle nila, that the trust, the bond of these 5 players are getting better at the second. Yes, their performance are met with defeats, but those defeats can only become a fuel para dito sa matches na mas gumaling pa. Kasi kung di nyo napapansin, Ninkyu is very much topping the rankings right now in terms of KDs and in terms of multi-kills. You have Jason na na-let loose na from the IGL role now, just a pure attacker na pwedeng gamitin ng IGL nila si Vincent, na si Zach, na very underrated player, na still not just a sniper na kailangan nating tignan, but also a player that's looking for redemption. Kasi MATTJESS, that's always gonna be their storyline now pagdating dito sa Masters Summer. And let's see, Mochi, kung ano nga bang timpla ng MATTJESS ngayon. Are they very much angry, or is this a MATTJESS na very much how do you say this ba? Parang na-defeat na rin yung emotions nila, no? Kasi this is not a good start. I have to be honest, Mochi, week 1, sila yung pinakamaraming games, and looking at it, they haven't have the best wins yet.
Yeah, that is true, no? They have to work like a dog day and night, no? If you know, you know. Pero dito, no, for matches, talagang yun ang kailangan nilang gawin. With 3 losses already from last week. They better win this one na upcoming, no? I mean, kahit naman last time, kita natin na nakasabit sila, no? Kahit paano sa ating spring, meron pa rin namang pag-asa dito ang matches, and all you have to do is to win majority of the remaining matches that they have para kahit paano makasabit muli sila dito sa ating standings. Hindi pa naman huli ang lahat, bipolar.
Yeah, very much so. Mochi, meron nga tayo, di ba, last time na sinasabi na ang matches ay very much, still, kahit napapagod, kaya bumawi yan every time. But looks like we do have a quote coming from Ninkyu of matches. Last, walang hype. Ngayon, pwede na mag-hype. Unti-unting nakuha yung chemistry namin. And yes, tama dito si Ninkyu, no? Kasi siya mismo yung naaapektuhan ng Vincent effect, Mooch. Na, at I believe magkatabi pa nga sila mostly dito sa ating mga, sa ating mga games na parang, uy, nakikita natin kapag G si Vincent, susunod na dun si Ninkyu. And he feels it, and that's why he's getting a lot of kills every time. So, tama naman dun, the chemistry, the bond is becoming better para dito sa matches.
Yes, and I remember him answering that during our interview with him, no, na naging match MVP siya, and it is definitely evident, no, kailangan lang nilang tatagan yung mental natin dito despite of the happenings from last week. And also, we will be discussing, of course, etong CBF, because for Comeback Friends, it seems like they're starting us off pretty nice here, especially with the leadership of Tetsu, wherein kung saan for Eden and Yaba, it seems like they secured a couple of the highlights of the week from last week, no, na kung saan talagang pinapakita nila kung sino sila.
Mochi, looking at it, let's address the elephant in the room. This is Aldrin's, Aldrin was in MATTJESS last time. Ano nga bang alam ni Aldrin dito para para mabigay sa utak ni Tetsu, no? But yes, this is a team that can always get some heavy frags, some impactful kills. Pero I feel like we should also look this matchup in a way na parang ano nga ba ang pinag-aaiba ng utak ni Tetsu at ano nga bang ipapadala dito sa laban ng utak ni Vincent. Because this is the battle of the minds, Mochi. And I feel like Comeback Friends, they have a very, very tough opponent dito sa matches.
Couldn't agree more with what you said, no. And especially that both of them will be coming from very different match histories. Na kung saan here for Comeback Friends, they already won a couple already. In contrast to MATTJESS, no, we can definitely say that they have quite of a stable ground to work on, no. Wala sila masyadong iisipin, hindi sila mapipressure na meron silang kailangan bawiin. In contrast na anong meron dito for MATTJESS. And in line with this, no, they'll be fighting up against for very different reasons. And especially, naidagdag na rin natin that when it comes to some of the players to look out for, no, other than sila Eden, parang pati si Aldrin, no, meron tayong mga nakikitang sparks and glimpses. Pero sabi ni Tetsu, expect niyong mas magiging disiplinado kami at aayusin namin rounds namin in the future. Ito ata yung last time na ini-interview natin siya, and hindi daw nila sure kung ano yung particular direction for CBF, but ang focus nila is just improvement, bipolar.
Yeah, I feel like the name of the game here for the first 5 or 6 matches ng buong group stage para kay Tetsu and sa Comeback Friends is to really find that niche na meron sa Comeback Friends. Kasi nga, yes, they know they're capable. Yes, meron silang galing at lakas pagdating dito sa early rounds natin, or at least in form or in physical form pagdating dito sa individual players natin. But of course, kailangan nilang lalo gumaling, and that is from those mid-roundings and as well as sa calls mula kay Tetsu. Because if that doesn't happen, well, anong magagawa ng mga individual players natin? Masisira.
At tignan naman natin, no, ang ating head-to-head na kung saan talagang yung mga IGL pa ang pinagtapat, no. Paano nga ba makokontras itong dalawang IGLs natin, bipolar?
Ito yung parang you have a Vincent that can give you a different taste every time, but that different taste is always going to be calculated because he has intent with his plans. Meanwhile, kay Tetsu, he has plans within the fight itself. And nakausap nga natin siya sa last na mga questions and answers natin, no, na parang yung isang sagot niya na nga dito is they always need to trust each other kapag executing calls mid-rounding kasi lahat yun manggagaling sa kanya. So you have this kind of like approach mula kay Vincent na very forward pero sa simula pa lang mangyari. Meanwhile, kay Tetsu, hayaan niya munang magluto yung mga plays niya saka siya gagawa ng mga mid-calls. And that kind of contrast kailangan natin tignan, no? Kasi it's gonna be very different pagdating dito sa ating mga.
Yes, and I feel like yung unhingedness ng mga calls ni Tetsu might also be a recurring theme, no? Na kailangan
Yeah.
pagkaingatan ni Matches dito. Kasi I know, yung ibang mga calls sila quite bonkers when you hear it. Pero if it works, it
Push
works,
LA.
no? Hindi natin talaga masisisi. And I do think na mapapakita na natin ano nga ba ang ating mga predictiones dito, no? Maya-maya. Pero eto na nga ang ating map veto. Kasi
Okay.
ito ang magdidikta ng ating pacing and if there will be some sort of comfort or discomfort sa ating mga teams. Ankara, Eagle Eye, and Port Bipolar.
I feel like it's gonna be 50-50 from map 1, 2, 3 here. Pero mamaya if manalo man Comeback Friends, I would like to ask them bakit Eagle Eye 2.0 specifically, no? Yes, alam natin na individually these players know how to play Eagle Eye to a point. Pero is this a message na kaya nila matalo to wherein matches lost in this map before, no? Kasi minsan kasi may mga ganong may mga ganong iniisip tong buong Comeback Friends. So yeah, still though, Mochi, feeling ko naman, it's all up to the IGLs itself. Kung paano nga ba nila ilalaban to sa tatlong mapa that I would like to say very much 50-50. Yes, MATTJESS has a great BL side pagdating sa Ankara. GR side, I would say na parang delikado pa na onte. But they do have a great Ankara here. Comeback friends as well. Ito yung pinaka-komportableng mapa para kay Tetsu because he knows lineups. Ito yung isang mapa na alam ni Tetsu yung lineups para sa mapa. So I feel like we have a very, very fair matchup here. It all ends up to the plans and mid-roundings palagi ng ating IGL.
And there could have been already a lot of information kung paano nagpa-process itong MATTJESS, no, sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Might also add to the addition kung bakit nga ba ito pinili ng Comeback Friends as well, no? Since grabe, nitty-gritty talaga yung mga ginawang mga strategiya doon ng MATTJESS from last week. Pero ito nga ang ating mga predictions. Ipakita na natin yan direct. It is gonna be 2-1 for me in favor for MATTJESS, while you guys will be more on for Comeback Friends. Really interesting.
Okay, tara Sneaky Frag Salvatore, after na tayo. Mochi, mag-baction ka na ulit, walang
Ito na
problema. Pero no, Mochi, I don't doubt you here, no. I feel like MATTJESS, kapag last time kasi na nakita natin sila, even in Kerdas form, even in MATTJESS form, kapag natatalo sila ng marami, history says na manalo sila at the very third or fourth match. Kasi nagagana yung buong players natin, and Vincent doesn't, siya yung isa sa mga players na you can definitely see na he doesn't like losing in a singular round. At isipin ng matchup pa yun, no? So feeling ko kaya to ng MATTJESS, pero kailangan ng very, very long effort para lang makuha ng wins even this matchup, because if they don't, well, mahirapan lang sila. Meanwhile, Comeback Friends just has a little bit of oomph kasi. So, yun ang feeling ko we're just banking on that. Kaya 2-1 kami dito sa Comeback Friends.
Yeah, that's true, no? Pero wait, tignan mo yung ranking. Kita mo yan, yung nasa gilid mo. Top 6, 7 versus
Wala si
Ramon.
Sneaky
And as well as asan si Sneaky Frog? Ba't nawawala yan? We have top 3 and top 4 for you. And as well as Dadum, no? 3 to 5 tayong lahat. Ako, wag niyo na ako isama dyan. Okay na ako dito sa aking estado bilang host. Pero for everyone, it seems like grabe. So, ultimo sa rankings na mga prediction natin, sobrang dikit para sa ating mga talents. Which is insane.
I mean, it's pretty insane din, Momochi, na parang may kita natin dito yung ating community polls na still favoring Comeback Friends a little bit, no? Are we really banking on sa aim and sheer power ng Comeback Friends? Or nakikita nga ba tayo lahat na parang kaya to ng Comeback Friends ng kahit na very calculated yung mga teams na makakalaban nila?
Yeah, that is true, no? So, all up to you, MATTJESS. Prove them wrong. But here for Comeback Friends, chill-chill lang sila at stable ang kanilang mindset dito, and I hope na nakapag-reset kayo after such a gruesome week last week. No, pero I feel like it's time for us na magtaon ng backup para mas lalo pa na ma-dissect itong ating teams. Let us call on our casters para sa ating unang series, Salvi and Sneaky Frog. Yo. Hi guys! Hello!
No po.
Welcome dito sa ating desk. Parang mga bago lang dito, no? Anong hello po? Pero welcome dito, no, sa ating desk, Sneaky Frog. It seems like a lot just transpired last week, and it seems like yung schedule natin today sobrang tindi din. Ano ang ating pakiramdam so far?
Yun nga, I'm actually feeling excited para sa week na to considering na yun nga, no, week number 2 pa lang or actually it was the last week na ang dami na nangyari agad dito sa ating start ng season. Obviously, storylines already unfolding no para sa atin dito sa group stage. A lot of teams still in contention para dito sa playoffs, and especially these two. No, napaka-excited ako for this one, Mochi, kasi just like a certain bank robber in the Ballad of Buster Scruggs, yung CBF sasabi nila dito sa matches when they have the noose around their neck. First time yung mag-come back from a very hard deficit like this. This has already been done in the Swiss stage para dito sa CBF. So it's basically the same road pero different circumstances para sa dalawa.
That is true, no? All about the timing. Parang papunta ka pa lang, pabalik na ako ang ating naging atake dito, no? Ni CBF. But how about you, Salvatore? Any thoughts about everything that's happened right now? Kasi all over the place, eh.
Oo, Mochi, sinabi mo nga napapunta pa sila pero nakakasiguro ka na hindi pagagarahe yung ngayon basta-basta yun. O, tulad na lang din dito ng matches na di man ganun kaganda na kanilang simula pero ilang beses na natin sila binigyan ng storyline talaga na from the depths of hell, aangat talaga sila para makapasok ng playoffs, at nakaka-excite naman talaga makita yun na mag-glow up ang standing ng matches considering na mas lalo pang magiging intense yung competition nila. And for a team na gusto nga talagang mag-comeback, syempre aabangan talaga natin yung growth na itong matches na to para makatungtong sila ng playoffs.
Speaking of excitement, excited din ako na makita ano nga ba ang ating mga watch points or pointers to look out for para dito sa ating mga teams. Out for revenge nga ang ating matches ngayon kasi dito ay Polar.
Yun na nga, Out for Revenge is gonna be the name of the game, not just for the entire team, but specifically for Yaba and Aldrin, no? Because if you think of it in a way, these two players, ito yung talagang heavy fragging pagdating sa last time, and since they do know a lot of these players coming from Comeback Friends, it's gonna be personal na parang, uy, sige, baka iniisip nyo na dahil 0-3 lang sa first week, madali lang kaming kalaban. Well, if you think about it, that cannot happen this time. Kasi if tuloy-tuloy dito yung lose streak ng ating matches, I hate to say it, my doubts of matches from the previous season, feeling ko madadagdagan lang yung todo, no? Kasi it's really a tough time. So I feel like, yes, revenge is the name of the game. Kaya wala dito si revenge. Pero if you think about it in a way, kaya ni Yabe, kaya ni Ad, kaya ni Vincent, lahat ng buong matches, kaya nila. As long as hindi lang mabot map number 3. If mabot na map number 3, I feel like hindi na sila makakuha ng big matchup win.
Yeah, baka tayo, no, makamabusan tayo ng gasolina kung sakali. Pero let us check ang ating next, ang kapalit ni Nayaba at Aldrin, Sneaky Frog.
Yeah, I feel like hindi na maging sikreto no na nag-dip yung statistics dito ni Vincent at ni Etcha as soon as they entered itong matches. I think they were expecting, siguro we were all expecting no na yung synergy dito ni Etcha and ni Ninkyu would be the same with him and Yobes at the same time. But I feel like there is a bit of nuance dito sa plus-minus natin considering na since itong si Etcha and si Vincent is starting to take yung mga harder roles natin para dito sa matches, having to go in first, especially in maps like itong port, you are gonna definitely suffer no pagdating nga dito statistics. Pero yung hindi naman nag-suffer dito is yung big three nila. The Jason, Zach, Ninkyu probably having his best statistical season so far. Jason as well. Para naman kay Zach, I feel like this is his best season so far. And it is tragic na 0-3 sila ngayon kasi sobrang ganda ng kanilang laruan. Pero, maybe against Comeback and Friends, they can show, slightly better shots siguro. And at the same time, I am of the belief na Yetcha is massively unlucky half the time. Kasi the timings na pinapasen sa kanya na matches dito is madness sometimes for sure.
It's true. Okay, so depende talaga sa mga factors na hindi makokontrol. Pero agree more, no, na sometimes yun nga mga bagay na kahit yung iba merong mga matataas dyan, yung iba kailangan magbigay. But here, the prodigal headshot machine is back, Salvatore.
Grabe, no? Buti sa akin ka napatapat, Aiden, eh, no? Kasi syempre maraming gusto makarinig na ito, no? Na Aiden, after a year of absence, akalain mo nga naman, Mochi, ang isang diamante na tulad ni Aiden, hindi nga nangalawang, eh, no? And he is as flawless as he can be, considering na 4 na games ang nilaro niya sa Swiss. It still looked very impressive on paper at hindi yun nawala pagkapasok nga ng Masters, eh, no? 2 wins in his column na lahat ng yun, very impressive outings from his HK performance, even sa mga mapa na tulad ng Eagle Eye port na I argue no na hindi naman talaga pinaprior ni Aiden ng last year, pero parang ang seamless lang talaga na pagkakapasok niya dito sa taong 2026. And I feel like ito na yung pinakamalaking challenge na matches heading into the series, no? Kung paano nga nila isa-shutdown tong headshot machine na to, kung ipantatapat nga ba nila si Ninkyu o talagang si Zac dito ang mamumuno para sa matchup na to. But either way talaga, kung ganito ka consistent ang pinapamalas ni Aiden, nakakita talaga ako ng palipad papuntang Paris para sa CBF, man.
Diba, no? And I feel like I've already brought up this question last week. I feel like meron tayong mga question marks na ilalagay dyan. Ano ang mangyayari if Aiden would not be able to perform? At ano kaya ang mangyayari kung hindi talaga siya or wala siyang mintis na mag-perform, no? It's just one of two scenarios. And with that being said, nailatag na natin lahat ng mga pros, cons, and things na kailangan nating antabayanan para dito for both of our teams. And it's time for us to head into the action. Sneaky Frog and Salvatore, rakrakan na!
Maraming salamat sa ating munting panel, no? Very great points para sa series nga na to, Sneaky, no? Na pareho naman talaga may pinaglalaban ng CBF at matches. Pero kung ako tatanungin mo, Sneaky, malaki yung pinaglalaban talaga ng matches considering na grabe, pang-apat na talo potentially. Pero kasi very impressive din up against CBF, would most likely start the rally, no, Sneaky?
Oh, for sure. I feel like CBF yun nga, no, was in that position na nandito ngayon yung matches natin, being 0-2 down after taking the hardest road para lang maka-qualify dito sa ating C-Masters, pare. And I feel like it is the similar vein as well, no? Actually, I would go out of my way to kind of assign itong matches to probably be the QRD of the season, pare. They're gonna have not so good of a start dito sa simula. Maybe, magluluto sila dito sa mga ibang games that they still lost, but then they're gonna have that comeback going into yung playoffs. So that's always a factor, especially knowing na napaghalo pa yung matches na Magic dito, no, Salvatore, that somehow this team always qualifies para dito sa ating playoffs. So I am still of full belief na makakaabot pa rin dito yung matches, but I feel like this would be one of their harder games, that's for sure. Kasi yun nga, CBF is a team that is known to is capable, no, of taking out teams na similar nga dito sa matches, where I wouldn't say na 1-to-1 yung style nila na Stallions, but there is some Stallions-esque na tendencies, no, para nga dito sa matches. And I feel like CBF has done a great job of countering that dun sa kanilang mga games dito despite the losses as well. So, nga, in terms of level at the moment, malalagay ko yung CBF slightly above itong matches, pero matches pagdating sa potential win, sila yung nangunguna dito, kumbaga, pare.
Mahirap pa rin talaga sabihin, no? Mahirap pa rin tanggapin na parang lunokin ng mga tao na nakikita nga nila ang form ng matches and they're thinking na, okay, matches, baka hindi na nga sila magpang-abot sa playoffs. Pero wag nating kalimutan, they still have Zac, no? The proprietary sniper dito ng matches na talagang inihahambing pa rin natin sa mga katulad nila Cetra at nila Revenge, no? So, I feel like that is the ace in the hole dito ng matches na hanggat meron pang Zac, they are still winnable matches. Pero kasi no, Sticky, the first 3 matches ng matches, it is not a very impressive outing para nga kay Zac. Heading into week 2.91 ang kanyang KD, pero nasanay talaga tayo sa mga puro 1.3, 1.4 na outing talaga ni Aiden. Pag alam mong araw na talaga ni Zac, there's something that could be really good para nga sa matches. And results wise, para nagmumukha talagang pag hindi nagpop up si Zac, wala tayong makikita ang panalo. And hopefully that will change para nga sa series na to up against CBF. Kasi wala nang mas alam pa si Zac sa matchup na to kundi si Zac talaga mismo. Kasi nga dating kakampi niya yung mga kalaban niya at being Yaba and Aldrin. And speaking of Yaba and Aldrin, what a rally it has been para sa dalawang players nga din, returning into their form na talagang kinasanayan nga natin from Madrid in the Pacific MATTJESS and the original Yaba way back in Amelio as well as nung matches nung nagsisimula pa lang siya. And you have to be proud, you have to be happy, no, na meron pa ring Aldrin at meron Yaba na gutom malasa ka ng kampyonato, no. So yeah, CBF also has hungry players, same gear for matches, pero ang tanong kasi, Sneaky, sino ba yung mas makakarami ng kain dito, Will it be CBF or matches? That kind of debate na ang hirap talaga pagunan ng pansin kung sino yung ganto, sino yung ganyan. Kasi parehong dikit talaga yung pinaglalaban nila,
Yun nga, ang taas ng variance pa naman ng series na to, man. And especially going to this season, Aldrin, compared to his stint dito sa matches natin, he's really good statistically, pero pasok na tayo sa laruan natin. Com, sir.
Ito na Aldrin na. Kana na, bosi ipito na.
Okay, nasa hotel na ako.
Yung C4, pre.
Pre, dito ako, pre. Wait lang, pre.
May mid sure, Piso ako,
Okay,
Jas.
mo C4 Woods.
Sige, ikaw piso
Paunahin
ako,
ko.
Jas.
Well, parang ano eh. Narinig mo kagad sa bukang bibig ng matches na hinahanap kagad nila si Aldrin dito. No? Kasi CBF ang nangunang dugo dito. Laban nga ni Ninkyu as the Riflers now down for matches. Pero napakalalim kagad no to start things off para sa Ankara.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good objective to have, no? Para dito sa matches, especially taking out Aldrin so early really takes out yung mga offensive options dito ng CBF. Pero speaking of offense, pare, Tetsu from the backside of Vince. Hindi niya napansin na nandun na pala si Tetsu. Jesus spotted as well. Na nasa pin ng spawn, meron na bang papuntang second mid para dito sa CBF pero hindi pa nila malalapag yung C4, pare.
Teka, nakakalman mo muna nga ng CBF. Ayun, what a pick shot by Yetcha. At hindi pa nga siya tapos. Welcome to week number 2 with intentions para kay Yetcha. Ito na nga si Prodigal Headshot Machine who gets a double para sa CBF to close it out. Papangalawa si Yetcha. Meron din si Aiden. Mas matimbang nga lang yung ginawa ng CBF.
Grabe, hindi kailangan ibas yung kukri dito ni Aiden just yet. But at the same time, napakaganda ng ginawa dito ng CBF. No? I think the original intention was to go for a straight-up TB push. No? Pero na-recognize nila na medyo ma-presence dito yung matches natin on the mid. So they did stagger a few players para lang makita nila kung meron sila makuha kills during the rotation. And of course, Tetsu getting the nastiest timing dito sa B-side, pare. Forcing that side wide open.
Simula pa lang matches showing some cracks sa pagkulang nga ng tingin doon lang sa mga mahalagang angle eh. No? Akalain mo nga naman wala nakatingin ng B-slope or even just yet. No? Hindi taga-balance yung pagkatingin nga nila ng HM. At naging madali para nga sa CBF no? Na considering na GR is their preferred side. Laban nga sa series up against Virtus.pro and Swiss. Doon nga nila nakuha yung karamihan ng success nga nila. Pero this time, they're showing a very good foundation para sa ating first half. At napakahalaga nga nun eh. No? Zach, hindi natin masyadong maramdaman nung first round pa lang pero sana nga makabawi siya because in this era, Sneaky, na nagiging maaga yung executions ng mga team, kailangan alisto talaga yung mga Arctic player mo. Tulad na lang din talaga ni Zach na he can go as far as 2 to 3 kills. Kailangan na andun taga si Zach. No? Masyado maingay para ka sa CBF, namamatahan na nga ng matches na meron TB players. Tetsu masyado maaga. Wala pang kasama sa double swing. Wala silang respeto kay Ninkyu. Triple para kay Ninkyu at ubos ang CBF sa kanilang entry. Umapat pa si Ninkyu. Huwag nung minamaliit ang player na to. Bigyan tuloy kayo na 4 na bomba.
And CBF trying to rock back now dito sa next round in classic CBF fashion, pare. Pero MJ is now a bit wiser to their tricks, especially itong si Ninkyu. Hindi na nila masyado nilabanan ng malala itong mid-side natin. Instead, just meeting them where they're at. Kagaya na ginagawa ni Vincent dito sa second mid. Kailangan niya na to all the way back into the B-side. Pero grabe na yung daming nagawa niya. 1 HP si Tetsu. Aiden down to 38.
Nga sniper dito nga si Tetsu. No? Siguro kung naka-TRG, pwede pa nga. Matches now elevating their defense, stacking up as huge as dito nga sa loob nga ng B-side to set up the crossfire sa second win as well as to set up the high-low. Papunta ang B-slope no? Nakapalit na nga sila ng nga dito no, ni Tetsu, who's now on the attacker role. Baka sakali lang naman talaga Tetsu trying to be the counter-rotator para nga sa CBF. Box na bukas yung HM dito no, Sticks. It's a very dangerous shot. Pag nagawang time ng to ni Tetsu na makalampas ng LA heading into exit, pwedeng masandwich ng matches at pwedeng ikadelay nga yun. Pero aga na nga ni Aldrin with a very good trade para nga kay Vincent. Huge 4v4 action, 1 minute and 16 on the clock. Sneaky Yaba now entering palabas nga ng hotel. He needs the second one. Zach sumala pero tumama pala doon ni Woos. Bang intentions ang gusto dito ng matches pero ito nga 3v3 purong dugaan na CBF, Sneaky.
Yeah, Zach on half HE pero meron pa siyang HE dito that can take out any player that is alive para dito sa CBF. A-side is not looking open, more like an exit play galing dito kay Yetcha trying to check out what is up dito sa A-side. I think gusto lang CBF dito pahiwalayin yung mga defenders natin, making sure that one side of the map has more players than the other. Pero tama ba yung kanilang sugal dito? Tetsu, cross peak, Jason barely missed the cross. It's Aiden. Nasa uluhan ito ng second mid. Jason has a decision to make kung ano uunahin niya dito. CA is wide open. So pwede din dumaan si Tetsu and also the rest of CBF pero nawawalan na sila ng oras dito pare. Red time na.
Kailangan na. Ngayon pa lang umataka na nga CBF no pero good rotation para kay Yetcha. Nasuspetsahan na nga itong LA nga na to. Di na nga siya umaalis at si Yetcha gets the low HP Tetsu. Madaling target practice na nga lang to kay Yecha. Kailangan niya lang talaga mauna dito. Gets the second. Pero nablakan siya nga ni Yaba ng dati niyang kakampi. There is still a lot of time. Pero nakalabas na nga ng exit dito ang dalawang members na MATTJESS. Can Yaba do it? Pag-angat, sabog kagad ang katawan ni Yaba. MATTJESS punishing the slow start of CBF. At ayun, naisira na nga ng MATTJESS dito ang matihan. Very, very aggressive start para sa GR ng MJ.
Yun nga pare, and Yaba DC mid-plant. Think that would have been an attempt, but at the same time, nandun na sa exit kasi layer natin. So, yun nga, what can you do about that situation? Pero of course, it's just gonna be a third round, of course, para ayusin yung kung ano man problema dito ni Yaba sa kanyang PC. But at the same time, what a game so far, no? Dito sa dalawang teams natin, we can see the strengths of what MATTJESS do dito sa kanilang GR side. Of course, Ninu popping off early, no? Dito sa ating GR, which is a good sign para sa MATTJESS, no? A team that is a bit reliant pagdating sa kanilang mga good starts, especially sa mga ibang games nila up against itong acceptance and up against itong yung previous teams na na-face nila, but not so much dun sa Virtus.pro, no? I feel like the way that Virtus.pro beat itong MATTJESS is really just removing yung confidence nila entirely pagdating sa kanilang game, you know, and kind of forcing them to play a crossfire or a type of crossfire na ayaw nilang laruin. So, CBF, I don't think they're gonna be doing that, pare, kasi yun nga, yung style nila is fighting tooth and nail, no, fist fighting in towards that mid side, but at the same time, no, may naging intent na rin itong CBF pagdating sa kanilang mga pushes. May objective sila pagdating sa ganito. They want to take CA control. They want to take early B control para may opening dito si Aldrin. So, we are seeing a lot more 2-man, 3-man moves, no? Galing dito sa CBF na papatin ko.
Yeah, definitely, no. Kailangan talaga maista ka ng maayos to ng MATTJESS, no. Good read doon nga sa loob nga ng B site na kailangan may tao sa RS para makita kagad yung HM. Yung pagiging matyaga talaga nila Zach at nila Jason na gawing split yung defense nila is very, very nice of MATTJESS, no. Na natuto kagad sila early as round 1. After nga nun, pre, hindi natin kailangan mag-stop ng CA, hindi na kailangan tumingin ng B. Let's play the strong side of the map, which is our very own RS. Good mentality para nga sa MATTJESS, no. BF isang maganda pang diskarte siguro para puteryahin yung mga early actions ni Zach and as well as nila Yab, no? At yung collective aggression talaga ng CBF minsan nagkakaroon nga talaga ng pagkapalya dito, no? Pag walang nakukuha si Aiden, pag walang nakukuha si Aldrin, it is going to be the start destruction ng CBF kasi yung mga reliable na attackers nakakailanganin mo talaga makakuha ng space, no? So gumana yung round number 1, gawa ng nandoon si Tetsu creating that kind of action. Nanugat nga sila, nakapasok na dito ng Beastlo, pre, pas na hindi na nag-alam. So kung ganun, kung kaya nilang gawin ng round number 1, I do expect na magkakaroon ng major adjustment ang MATTJESS kaya nila nagawa ng round number 2. And CF is a team that wants to play reactionary, pero si pre, limited lang ang resources dito ng CBF. And by limited, I mean bilang lang talaga dito kung anong pwedeng magawa ni Tetsu. Pagdating talaga sa pag-shot call, mali kayo na pinasukan nga na site ito, no, CBF at purong tao ng MATTJESS ang laman ng LA Ninkyu. Wala naman kayong binatong util para sa nagbabantay na Ninkyu at anong naging resulta, kamatayan para sa CBF.
Gusto nilang gawin men yung Stallions Foran swing, no, dito sa long, kaso dalawa lang sila na dun, so I think the effectivity is kinda up in the air para dito sa MATTJESS. And this is now the version of MATTJESS na ayaw mo. Kaya yung CBF confident, laughing and chuckling all throughout. And at the same time, you know, Ninkyu starting to mount that confidence once again. Kakagaling nila ng 4Ks now into a 2K. And antayin na lang natin na mag-pop off dito si Zach. Zach, not gonna lie, his map presence could be a lot better, no? Especially pagdating nga dito sa B-side. Pero pag mainit itong sniper men, the continuous denial will begin. Galing sa kanya men.
Oh, what a nice shot by Aldrin. Defying the physics dito habang nagraratol sa kanyang HK. Sa EBR ka lang nakakita ng ganun. Pero syempre si Aldrin na yan, the greatest experienced player dito sa loob nga ng labing na to. Kailangan may unting ounce na respeto madlan dito ang MATTJESS, no? CBF gapang nagapang ang TV. Napaka-aggressive ng pwesto ni Zach. Still yet to make an impact. As early as nabuti na nga lang nare-recover nga ni Ninkyu and Jason now getting sprayed down. Gumagawa na milagro dito si Vincent sa kanyang lurk pa hotel. Pero si Yetja na nga lang natitira. Walang gawa ang kanyang USP. Round win ng Comeback Friends na puro duels, Nikki. Who would have thought na yun ang pakay dito ng CBF?
But at the same time, man, like, you have to expect this, no, galing dito sa CBF. I think most of their, or almost all of their plays pagdating dito sa mapa ng Ankara will be from that mid side. So they will be fighting tooth and nail pagdating nga sa ganitong sitwasyon. Pero 3-man push naman. Ninkyu might be in trouble. Right to the corner, pero meron sa kasama na sniper dito. Zach, nakita si Aiden. Woods getting one as well. Pero Zach makakabawi ng dalawa. Woods getting 2 in return. At nagkakagulo na dito sa mid sa Albi. There's 6 bodies in mid.
Yan, nagkakatotoo nga yung sinabi dito ni Tenso, kung di madadaan pag-goal, babawi tayo sa barilan, Easy 2v2 action para nga sa MATTJESS. And pinapatunayan lang talaga ng CBF, that they can be prepared, but they can also be prepared for a different aspect, So, what I mean is, kaya nga nila magtawag, pero at the same time, kung kailangan makaglaban talaga at makipagdikdigan, doon nga talaga sila mas handa. Nakikita natin for the past 2 rounds, CBF has been forcing these duels sa may TB at CA para talaga masira ang tempo ng matches, question mark? O talaga nga bang i-force lang ang matches palabas nga ng mga site at maging kampante ang matches na lumaban na lang at lumaban sa mga susunod pa rounds. Tetsu nakalampas sa pagbabatay ni Vincent. Nasaan ang mga mata sneaky? Nakakalampas sa mga magnanakaw na to. CBF slice by sa round yun.
Grabe talaga ang CBF, men, no? Sila yung definition, kumbaga, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. And CBF just fist fighting in the beginning, and dito lumalabas yung kanilang strength dito sa Albi, that mid-rounding. Galing dito kay Ted, so he knows what to do in those types of disadvantageous or advantageous situations, pare. Wala nang hesitation masyado from the side of CBF. They look a lot more confident pagdating sa kanilang mga moves dito. And the timings is just correct para sa mapa ng Ankara. 3-3. MATTJESS, kailangan pa nila bumawi dito, parang kailangan pa nilang kontrolin yung laro, but at the same time, hindi na pwedeng i-greet itong CBF pagdating sa baka fights,
Sabi mo ba, mid-round, tas Tetsu, in the same sentence, nang di mo man lang naiisip na may mid-round ba talagang ginawa si Tetsu doon? Siguro, sinugal niya, HM, baka pwede pa, pero kalahin mo nga naman talaga gumana yun, for Tetsu. Let's see kung may iaabot pa nga talaga dito, yung mid-round ni Tetsu, which is considered as one of the most respected things na meron dito, ang CBF. Other than the fact na meron nga silang mga pure aimer sa roster nga na to. Ninkyu, grabe ang likot ng paa. Tinesting sa uluhan si Aiden. Na whiffing na ko nga naman, Zach. What has happened to this player with a higher president in the same wavelength as sa Revenge? Kailangan niya na nga makabawi nga after that first shot mula sa HM. Makakuha nga siya ng isa, pero Aiden nakalapas nga din. Hindi niya alam na palabas nga ng RS. Good clear. And Aiden gets the flick of his life to get the headshot. Pas pa rin ng comeback, friends. Makuha man ng MG ang lamang, pero CBF na firing all cylinders.
Alam ko na yung ginagawa dito CBF, Salvi. They are looking for those very small timings na lilipat dito yung mga players from angle to angle. And once they do spot the player in a very bad spot, doon na sila papasok dito, similar to what happened in Zach in that last round, and similar to what happened to Ninkyu sa round na to, pare. And alam nila medyo magalaw yung matches where they throw anything or everything dito sa mapa natin, like an odd smoke or an odd nade dito sa mid or sa site. Hinahanap nila yung reaction and the in-between timings dito na matches, pare.
Napakaganda na actually, that slight bit of detail ng CBF na hindi mo alam kung forced nga ba talaga yun o nagkataon lang talaga. And CBF just calculating these amazing rounds. What a lineup, Province! Tetsu, akala mo sip ka. Grabe ka na doon, Vincent. What an angle. Sa malupit na lineup na magagamit talaga namin ni Sneaky pag nag-pub game kami. Thank you so much, Boss Vincent. Pero tuloy pa rin ang pagka-stack ito ng CBF sa may LB. Good shot for Aldin to force the 4v4. Still winnable round para sa matches habang sila nasa kanila ang depensa ngayon.
Ayun nga, man. And this is gonna be CBF trying to find that odd timing na sinasabi last round, no? Kung sino yung gagalaw dito. Maybe Ninkyu wants to go from the ramp side into hotel. Gusto niya i-check. Or into TB. And kailangan lang talaga maging careful, no? Kasi yung matches naman yung magpipeak pa loob dito ng CBF. And that's what CBF wants, pare.
Trying to check. Pwede na nga lang magmasid dito nga si Yaba. No, madiskarte siya tumingin na HM pati na nga rin ng TB. Yaba. Very good possible play. Si Ninkyu pang nanalo. Yaba, what has happened? Nagkabalian ng leg doon sa loob ng CA6. Pero kailangan na ipagpatuloy ng CBF dito. No compromise na nga dito ang kanilang pwesto. At alam na nga ni Zach, purely based on instinct. Who's good timing sa tating na Zach. At naisumbong na nga dito, no, Aldrin, ikaw ang pwedeng maging tagapagligtas dito, no, as he gets the plan. Aldrin swinging, wala pa nga smooth, medyo matagal. And there goes MATTJESS with an amazing 3v2 retake.
Grabe, man. I feel like that was all on the CA play working, no? Dito sa Alvi, pag hindi gumana dito si Yaba, dito sa CA, that entire game plan would have been cancelled. Napakasayang noon from the side of CBF. At the same time, really good shots galing dito kay Ninkyu and Zach hitting his as well. So 4-4 matches. It's a neck-and-neck game actually dito sa Ankara map natin sa Alvi.
Alam natin na CBF was able to get a huge amount of momentum nung nakuha nila yung dalawang rounds ngayon from very impressive entries from Aiden and Woos. Pero clearly, no, matches. Ginagamit sa CBF ang sarili nga nilang playbook which was siguro laban ng laban, no? Pero CBF trying to take a very dangerous A-site, no? Habang nakahayo sila Yetja at Jason. Wala atang karikon-rikon dito ang CBF para ma-check man lang kung may tao. Kaso may nagparamdam sa top A. At ayaw nga matahan nga ito ni Tetsu. Good decision. Pero possible na pwedeng maiwan ng isa. Hindi nga pre. Kinukomit na nga nila lahat ng mga angle ng site. Nang sama-sama sila nila. May, usually may counter lurker ka sneaks. But right now, CBF wants a systematic approach na lahat talaga ng players na available papaganahin nila pagkapasok na site. Very good touch para sa CBF.
Yeah, I think that they're trying to catch the opening player as well, no? In the on-timing. Kaya dito sa matches, maybe may gusto sumala dito sa EA considering tatlo sila nasa A-site. Pero Vincent, huwag ka magkakamali ng tapak dito para smokes are gonna go down. And he is aware na meron ng B-push na nangyayari dito. Pero double jump galing kay Vincent. Just jump checking actually. 3 players spotted na nandito sa rampa. Meron sa hawak na flash. And mamamatay na siya dito. El Capitan Violence dito sa ating bean site. And Jason inside of RA. Nakalabas pa dito ang MATTJESS. Wala pang tao na nasa hotel. Someone has to send it there. Yaba. Tabi na nga ng kalaban. And that's easy. 2 tap para sa kanya. Ninkyu with the trade. How does he got that? 3 versus 2. Woos. Nakuha na si Yetja. Ninkyu na lang natitira unless you get the most insane pick behind you pare. Hindi na mangyayari yun. CBF taking advantage of the weakness dito sa B-side natin pare. MATTJESS not even attempting to get TB and or hotel control, men.
What a post plant by CBF as impressive as ginawa doon ni Yaba no? The right timing para pangawakan ng B-slope kasi nga umiikot si Aldrin pre. That is a very nice touch para nga mautusan Tetsu na si Aldrin na pre libreng-libre, bingguhin mo na lang, kukunin mo na lang taga. And everyone was so distracted na pangunahan kagad ang batteries, nakalimutan nga nila na post plant to ng CBF. Pwede pa rin makaikot, no? Multiple duels forced ng MATTJESS. Pero syempre, no, only limited vision ang nakita nga nila, especially from the smokes na binabato nga nila Tetsu at nila Woos. Very well played para sa CBF, pero mas maganda pa talaga yung naging effort ni Yetja at nila Ninkyu. No, they were able to go as far as forcing that 2v3 scenario. No, umunti-unti nga talagang makapag-scale ang matches. Right now, that is the least of their concern dun sa mga nangyari ng first half. Ngayon, alam na nga nila na Aldrin and Aiden can fight. Si Woos, medyo shaky pa. Hindi ka nakakasiguro sa isang coin flip na player na si Woos na pwede niya ngang idomina yung GR dito, no? Pero MATTJESS with a bit of a hint na kaya naman talaga ni Ninkyu, kaya naman nila Jason at least show up early, no? Habang CBF medyo maligam-gam pa, kailangan ngang painitan na nga ngayon ng MATTJESS ang laban because this is a momentum-based set number 1, no, Sneaky. Kita nga naman talaga maraming nakuha ang CBF dun sa post-plant nila.
And it doesn't help na statistically, no, mas magaling talaga yung MATTJESS pagdating dito sa BL side. And to compare, no, CBF's GR sides have been, quite questionable para sa mga ibang mapa natin. A lot of teams have already came back from the offense, especially when CBF is defending, and parang may exploit na mga ibang teams kumbaga how CBF likes to go forward, how CBF likes to, have the opening move dito sa mapa, whether it is GR or BL side. So, MATTJESS may be having to practice a bit of patience dito sa mapa ng Ankara natin, trying to find that opener maybe galing dito kay Aldrin or kay Aiden, maybe even kay Tetsu from time to time. Ang tanong, CBF is the type of team to stop doing that entirely pare, at maaaning ka talaga.
Di mo talaga alam eh. Same time, on off ang CBF na parang yun yung nagiging dahilan ng pagiging inconsistent talaga yun nila eh, no? Like, grabe. I could not understand the thing, pero ang alam ko lang, habang nangyayari yun lahat, sneak si Aldrin. Talagang may ginagawa ng pagnanakaw dun sa loob ng HM eh, pre. Like, napaka-diabolical ng ginawa ni Aldrin. Pre, when was the last time you saw Aldrin play like that eh? Na si Aldrin yung uutusan mo, hindi si Yaba na pangawakan yung Kuya Will, di ba? Grabe nga naman talaga. Kaya CBF with just Aldrin and Yaba inside. Napaka-poetic nga naman talaga nito, no? Sneaky yung dalawang dating MATTJESS members ang nakabantay sa gustong lusubin ng MATTJESS, and they get the first pick.
Yaba going to have to do some extra elbow work dito sa mapa natin. I think CBF was anticipating na dediretso sa mid itong MATTJESS. That's why they 3-stacked itong second mid. But the benefit of 3-stacking second mid is, of course, Tetsu will have a way to go for a full flank. Di niya kailangan dumaan ng mid. Pwede siyang dumaan ng arco. At dati hinahanap dito ng MATTJESS. MATTJESS was also fully well aware na pag namatay yung isang player dito ng CBF, one player likes to go fishing dito sa mapa natin. Pero MATTJESS trying to pull the trigger early. Di papasok na lang sila dito sa A side. Aiden tapping away on the top of A. Pero wala na kasi dito kay Yaba na nasa room A. Zach finally getting the kill. Oh, pero Aiden, mamamatay rin dito kay Zach. Ang ganda ng USP. Pero speaking of USP, meron din yan si Woos. Zach, good crouch shot. Pero Tetsu from the behind. Alam mo naman yan, Zach restab, and he knew immediately where to look in that situation. 40 seconds left, Tetsu. With all the time in the world dito sa map natin. Pwede siyang umikot papuntang RS. Pwede siyang umikot pabalik nga dito ng CA. Pero si Zach, papapalapit na lang dito sa may room A side natin. Probably the safest bet that he has in this entire top A angle. Zach, tinapansin actually. Turns around just in time. And MATTJESS will be getting the round.
Parang wala silang pinagalaban na losing streak eh, no? MATTJESS is calm and composed dun sa post plat nga na yun eh. And definitely yun pa lang sa entry na ginawa nga nila para mapigilan nila si Yaba at sila Aiden. May kita mo no Sneaky, punong-puno ng USP ang ating kill feed. Just goes to show meron nga talagang inflation ng mga USP users dito sa loob nga ng tournament na to. Na ginagamit nga nila pang entry yun. Pero the one detail, the one minor detail talaga is yung pagiging late ni Tetsu by a second para makapasok nga lang talaga sila. And Yaba does not read boxes perfectly. Magiging 1-for-1 nga lang to. Ninkyu parang ina-assume niya ata na sa ingay niya nagbubukang 4-man entry na naman para nga sa MATTJESS. Pero CF, buti na nga lang, minapaydala nga sila CA to scout this out. Huge smoke para nga sa MJ. Same time, nakaaning tong MJ na to nung nararamdaman mo, Sneaky, oh.
Ito ang delikado dun naman pag wala kang early EA peak galing di sa pang A players like itong si Aiden, like yung si Andre, and you just have to send it galing dito si EA if you don't want any information, especially on the field on yellow. Pero Woos! Oh, na-flex ka na! Mids galing sa kanya, pare! That is not ideal para dito sa CBF. Zach, nakabantay pa rin dito sa LB, but they already know that the CBF team is already moving dito sa mapa natin, pero ina-expect pa nila na lalabas itong si Tetsu. Si A mukhang hindi para kay Jason, but Zach, fast actions, no hesitation, and headshot na naman para dito kay Ninkyu. Aiden na lang natitira, but it is 3 targets right on his screen. Hindi siya nakita na andito sa gilid. Ninkyu, first one down. Aiden looking left, right, and center. Sakto alone at sakto ang distraction. And it will be a 6-5 Ninkyu showing us a third eye, pare.
Grabe, the all-seeing eye dito ni Ninkyu eh. No? Good cam siya. Alam niya pwede niya pang maispatan si Aiden kung magagaling pa siya ng bench eh. At yun na yung sapat na sumbong para nga kay Ninkyu for MATTJESS to take the lead. Woos now, napakahigpit ng angle pero nakita niya nga nag-cross ang MATTJESS. Makatakas nga ba siya ang MATTJESS? Very hesitant na sulusubing nga tong TV na to. Pero lang kay Yetcha na sumubok. Parehong nag-crouch pick. Pareho ng brain cell. Zach now re-engage in Zach. Taking it into Woos. 4v4 na nga lang tayo, Sneaky. Grabe nga naman. MATTJESS. Huge trade. Pero men, huge reward din para nga sa MJ yun.
Yun nga. And I assume gagawin dito ng MJ, no? They're probably gonna let Yetcha send it dito sa B side habang may gagawin sila dito sa A. Pero hindi, men. Papaback dito yung MATTJESS. Recognizing na meron silang 3-4 opportunities sa mapa na to. So most likely one of these sites is either stacked very lightly or very heavy dito. And they're willing to take the risk dito sa A side. Kailangan lang nilang patayin itong si Tetsu, who is so far just playing the top room A angle. And going pure vents from this position, pare, for sure, masasagasaan kayo dito. So MJ needs another player to send it sa EA, pare.
Sinong sentrero? Sinong magiging alay? Sinong magiging pataba sa lupa para masagana ang pasok dito ng MATTJESS? Hindi sila nagbigyan ni Aldrin and Tetsu despite yet just heroics sa pangunang ka talaga sa pagpasok ng site. Zack nakalampas nga ng HM, nasa arrest na ng sarili niyang mga kalaban. Walang nade damage para masyado dito kay Aiden, pero kino-contest niya rin yung pwesto ni Zack. Very dangerous antics para sa CBF. Hindi nila naiisip yung magiging consequences pag nilaban nila yung 7-1 na Zack dito.
Aiden, he was looking at the wall, pare. So, yeah, maybe not the best idea to do that. 30 seconds left para dito kay Zack na gumawa ng miraculo dito sa mapa natin. And it is definitely possible, no? Especially knowing that he is the last one left alive. He is one of the faster snipers. He is a premier clutcher dito sa mapa natin. 15 seconds maybe. The plan is para sa CBF is to just allow Zack to plant the C4. As soon as the C4 is picked up, merong lalabas bigla dito sa EA. That's gonna be Aldrin. Chasing, 2 seconds. Wala nang oras para maibaba ang C4. Whoa! Actually gets the buzzer beater right on the money. Nakalimutan ko counted pala yung 1 dun sa 2-second plan. Pero, defuse pa rin yan para dito sa CBF. Really good job galing sa kanila. To be fair, no, Sally? That A-take was so obvious. Kasi dahil nga meron na action na nangyari dito sa B-site at biglang nanahimik. So, Tetsu already knew na may palipad na flash punta sa kanya. So, that was an easy dodge and an easy read para sa CBF.
Reset para ka sa CBF, and my God, si Zack pa talaga yung nawala, pre. One player needs to step up at hindi ko napapangalanan pa nga talaga si Mr. Actually, dalawa nga silang 0 kills dito, no? So high pressure situation para kay Jason at Yetja na maramdaman ng kanilang presensya heading into the second half. So far, match has been very much of a 50-50 team heading into this kind of scenario. Na kahit na CBF, they gotten the momentum para wala ata sila nako-convert. Huge trade para kay Yetja. He gets the crouch peak sa baba ng vents. 4v3, still huge man advantage para nga sa CBF. MATTJESS, parang nahihirapan pa rin silang kapain itong CA nga na to kung tao nga ba o wala. At si Alvin, isang nakaharangan sa loob nga lang talaga ng smoke. They can begin this trade. Sneaky. But Jason na nakawan ng buhay dito, no? Yaba gets taken down. And they force the 3v3. Kaso piso na nga lang dito si Jason. At sa sobrang tagal nga nila ng pag-setup sa loob nga ng LA Sneak, si Aiden nakalampas sa likod ng mga CCTV. 2v3 now. CBF still has the advantage.
Yeah, CBF trying to play the sit and wait position, no? Kaso sobrang dami na nilang resource na na-spend para lang sila kumuha ng control. And of course, Tetsu fully knowing that, he just risked it all, knowing na pwede maging 4 vs 3 ang sitwasyon natin. And Aiden still on the bypass side, looking right behind him. Yetja, medyo tumapak yata, medyo sumala ang kanyang tapo. Pero Aiden, is he looking at the right direction? Tamang ikot lang dito kay Yetja. Vincent will be getting the trade. Uy, nakaltukan pa nga dito sa CA. So, a clutch is still definitely within the conversation. Pero CBF, careful pare. An EBR can shred through that box like it's paper. Pero Vincent, mapapabalik ng mid. Tama ba ang kanyang peak? Tama ba ang kanyang posisyon? Woods! Still alive. Nakaltukan na nga siya kanina. 1 HP. Aldrin's down. Woods trying to be ahead of the curve. Pero Vincent, alam mo ba to? Who's on the CA side? Decisions to make. If he can catch him before he crosses dito sa battery. Maganda sanang peak yun. And Vincent with all the advantage dito sa 1 vs 1.
Definitely, no? Ewan ko na rin talaga ako magparamdam si Vincent and Woos with the discipline. Hindi mo na siya magpapabaril nga dito. Pero he has 30 seconds para ispatan tong B-slope na to, Sneak. Kung magpapahotel nga ba si Woos, that would be a very good decision. Pero bahala na nga si Woos sa kanyang diskarte dito. Yes, now switches to 2F. Woos, huwag ka lang talaga mapatid. Nakita ka na nga nag-swing. Vincent playing the time perfectly. Hindi ito ma-flashed. Vincent gets the spray. Nagawa nga ni Zack kanina pero di mauulit Woos para sa mga kanyang kakampi. MATTJESS takes the lead.
Yamen, CBF na sobrahan yata sa sugal dito sa mapa natin. But at the same time, there wasn't realistically anything wrong sa ginawa nila dun sa kanilang 1 vs 2. No? Kasi obviously, 1 vs 2 na. Vincent is on his own. You're gonna try to peek him, especially knowing na napaganda ng position Aiden dito sa dong. Pero hindi lang nila naagapan dito si Vincent. It was looking so good dun sa round na yun para sa CBF until dumating si Vincent. Man, I still do not get paano niya nakaltukan dito si Woos habang tumatakbo dito sa right side and even creating a situation for him. And ayun nga, this is the Vincent effect, that might say. And ngayon, MATTJESS will be getting the huge confidence boost yan para sa kanila, knowing na parang breakpoint na rin yung dos na yun, pare.
Wala pa rin ka-breakthrough ang CBF. All their matches, napakadikit nga na talaga ng mga nagiging resulta. At nga nung kalaban nila yung STS at VP, gantong garin talaga yung scoreline na yun no? And pang nakikita ko na nga talaga ang dalawang letra na ayoko na bagay, hayaan na lang nating laro nila mismo ang makapagdikta. And if these are constant mistakes ng CBF, na sabi mo kanina, sneaky, they do have a very good round. Hindi nga nila nakapamalas dito sa kanilang GR no? Very questionable movements na masasabi dito no, for CBF after taking that bypass to. Bakit nila nasa loob ng miniter? Bakit nila kino-contest kung nasaan si Vincent? Why can't they just not play together? Antayin na lang yung pagbaba talaga ng C4 and play to the utmost of their skill talaga. Kasi yun naman yung naging kalakasan nga nila, Sneaky. In the first half, they had like 3 rounds na nakuha nga nila yung panalo just by playing the amazing post plan. Kung makakapag-lurk si Aldrin, very good. Kung makakapwesto nga si Yaba, mas okay din talaga yun. But right now, no, CBF is showing some slowness and some weakness talaga na hanggang ngayon pinapakita ng MATTJESS na kung ganyan yung pakita nyo, mas magiging madali yung buhay ni Vincent at ni Zach dito. No? So they're stacking up the kill and at the same time, pag ganun talagang nakikita talaga ng MATTJESS, very locked out as well. Ang laban na to, size lang talaga.
For sure. Pare, para dito teams natin this season, very similar to 1 September 22, 2024, pare. Vanguard versus MATTJESS. Aray mo. Yun talaga yung masakit, man. Yeah, remind them of their past. Itong si Tetsu and si Aiden, pare, to know future can hold, no? Kung hindi lang matalo tong MATTJESS, they are gonna be permanently having a losing record at this organization, pare. And yun yung ayaw na ayaw mo kung kayo yung CBF, especially knowing you are carrying some legacies on your team na expands beyond the means dito ng ating local scene, pare. So, CBF, tatulakin, kumbaga.
Alala ko lang din no? Last year lang din sa region ng Sneaky. Pagkatapos, durugi ng matches dito ang Vanguard, which really was the turning point. Vanguard will no longer be seen dito sa ating Masters. Pero telang Bedround really gave them some wonders, no? The Sneaky, no? Double para kay Yaba, triple para kay Yaba, and he's not on. Quad kills for Yaba, and now Aldin gets the finisher. Grabe, parang nabuhayan ng dugo ang CBF after that BR. And what a way para tumabla tong laban natin.
Yun nga, could be Yaba finally not lagging dito sa laruan natin, no? Pero yun nga, it's probably enjoying around like that, no? He has all the information in the world. And alam naman natin yung role dito ni Yaba para sa CBF to be the cleanup duty dito sa ating team as well as itong si Woos. And he is doing exactly that. Doesn't even need the help of his attackers dun sa round na yun, pare. Pero, yun nga, CBF obviously catching MATTJESS by surprise. Pero MATTJESS, interesting default galing kanila, men. They did go for the Stallions route dito, men. Pero si Woos na-catch dito si Zach. Naku, bakit si Zach wala na-pick dun, men?
Bakit hindi si Jason? Bakit hindi yung attacker mismo? Pero handa nga ba si Woos? Nagulat na lang siya na pinaulan siya ng USP ni Jason. Parang nagiging malaking tema talaga, no, Sneaky, na palagi na lang nagiging 4v4 biglaan. CBF does not want the multi-kill route para makuha ang pagdomina talaga ng mapa, no? They want the threat na pumasok ang MATTJESS sa loob nga ng site at saka sila makipaglaban at si Woos ang kanilang inaalay. Very dangerous tactics, no? Para sa CBF. Pero ngayon, B-Hotel. Parating na nga ang MATTJESS and ang tanging depensa lang talaga nila si Aiden na pwede pang malang si Yetja.
Oh! Well, the opposite happened dito, Salvatore. Nalason dito si Yetja ni Aiden. So, B-site is looking prime and ready for a take para dito sa MATTJESS. Bawas agad dito si Ninkyu at the start of the round and it's already not looking good para sa kanila, Aiden. Mapapataas dito sa tower. Meron ng tao na paparating dito ng hotel. Vincent even spotted right above the smoke and the cloud para dito kay Aiden. Yaba looking to enter and they will just dispatch the rest of MATTJESS na nasa loob ng site. And ito yung sinasabi ko kanina, no, Salvatore. That round, right before the half turn, MATTJESS, nung nag-retake sila, pare, it was all RS galing sa pero para sa CBF. Insta takes a hotel, insta takes a TP, creating additional entrances para sa kanilang retake, pare.
And one major detail, no, na dapat talaga mapagana ni Yetja yung position niya sa CA. Got compromised dito ni Aiden. And MATTJESS, their whole strength sa pagkuha nga ng sandwich play got cancelled out. At yun, wala silang binatbat doon sa retake nga na yun. CBF with a potential to go straight towards the finish line is here, no? Sa gawa pa lang ng position dito no, ng dalawang players ng CBF sa may events to establish that strength doon lang sa loob na LA. Pero pre, sa kabilang dako nga naman ng mapa, puro kahil lang nakikita mo dito sa may hotel, just signalizing na MJ does want to have this attack habang di pa alam at di pa kamuwang-muwang para sa CBF na gumawa ng lurk no? Very dangerous for CBF. Kailangan handa sila dito, no? Huge stack for MATTJESS for this possible entry.
Yeah, I was gonna realize na walang tao dito sa mid. So meron na silang onting clue na kung saan paparating itong MATTJESS natin. Obviously, stack on the hotel happened. Itong si Zach sa uluhan natin ng second mid to try and cut off any rotations happening from the high mid side. Pero Aiden, kailangan mo mag-shape ng mga onting numbers dito. Maybe even take the head off Zach. Pero Tetsu, alam na agad kung anong gagawin dito na MATTJESS. Yaba, nakaakyat pa ng tower somehow, some way. At mali yung ikot dito ni Zach, but it's actually right. Tetsu taken down. Nagkagulo na dito yung retake ng CBF pero still possible. A lot of players still out of their position. Aiden gusto pumasok dito kay Will, pero yun lang. He will be instantly taken down. Nitke with the good angle hold. Yet and Jason 2. An instant clear para sa CBF. And it seems like even if you have the right play, if you cannot hit the right shots, matatalo ka talaga dun.
Grabe nun pre, we saw the potential ng CBF na lumalib na nga dun sa may CA pati na nga rin sa bypass no? But failed shot from Tetsu. You know, the inconsistent attack talaga ni Aiden, expose ka talaga sila. At naging malaking adjustment na ka, no, para sa CBF na iset up yung double sniper sneaky. This is one of the, if not the most reliable playbook na pwedeng ilabas talaga ng CBF is yung bigyan ng double anchoring. Itong angkara nga na to para wala ng JJ Boreche, no? Kung may mag-LB, sige itapat nyo kay Tetsu. Kung may mag-LA, ibigay nyo kay Woos. But still, no? Still very questionable, Sneaky, kung makakalampas pa rin nga ba ang MATTJESS sa ganitong klaseng setup ng CBF. Good efforts for MATTJESS, no, na maintain yung pressure point dun sa loob ng postplat na yun. And I want to see that from MATTJESS, pre. Na ipagpatuloy lang talaga nila yun to destroy the hopes of CBF sa loob nga ng mapa na to. Considering the MATTJESS, this is your map pick. Pero parang kinukuha to na CBF mula sa makapalad nyo. Kailangan din pag-igihan ngayon ng MATTJESS that very slight hit of, you know, just exposing themselves in broad daylight, no, pre. Puro sila tingin ng TV, puro sila tingin ng EA. They have to be careful, pre. And the timing is very, very essential para sa MATTJESS na either kunin yung vents, get that rotation, at cancelaan lahat ng ginagawa ng CBF. Look at this diabolical movement ng MATTJESS, no? Baka sakaling makuha nga nila yung exit o kaya yung B-site mismo.
Yun nga, I think MATTJESS were also anticipating, judging from their default na mag-1, 2, 3 play itong CBF dito sa may mid-side, maybe peak at the same time dito sa CATB at sa HM. And unfortunately, para dito sa MATTJESS, it is CBF as far back as possible dito sa mapa natin. Aldrin on the top of room A, flash incoming para sa kanya, pan-distract sa mga players natin, and they are panicking slightly. Sana walang tumigil mag-tapok dito, but EA will be the way to go. Good headshot galing kay Aldrin, pero namatay agad dito si Booz. Vincent will have to look for the rifler in time. Jason bawas pa nga to full! How he got in yet as well! Aldrin, you are doing some madness dito sa A-side, pero si Yaba gusto na pumasok, bulag na bulag si Vincent, nakaharap sa baba. Yaba, opportunity to defuse as well. Napakalayo ni Zach. Zach, kakarating pa lang ng fence. Pulang si Yaba. Tetsu getting the USP in time. Grabe, what a roller coaster of a round. But at the same time, what a freaking hold from Aldrin. Nakaltukan niya pa si Jason. And he even got Yetja on the right airs, pare. What was that?
Oh my God, man. Walang nagde-defuse. Holy CBF. Maraming nahinaan ng loob. Ang lahat na nanonood, nakaswero na. And at the same time, kung hindi lang minadali ni Zach, pre, there was a lot of time para makawelo pa ng EA to get 2 players. Kaso pre, naisip talaga ni Zach, pre, i-dedipis niya na yung 3v1, oh, pre. Wala nang nasa top A, pre. Everyone was playing cut A, everyone was playing floor A. Grabe, men. CBF, slappiest of rounds, pero buti na lang nandun si Adin, pre. Had na Aldrin hit a shot doon kay Yetja, 4v3 yun sneaky, and they would have gotten that power position para makatao kagad nila yung exit, to, pre. So, kung masasabi mo bang Chamba, parang ganun na nga. Kasi, men, Aldrin, the fate of the round was in his hands talaga. At magiging tulong sana yun para sa CBF na mai-establish yung rotation nila Aiden at nila Tetsu, no? And the next value na meron doon ng matches was yung position din talaga ni Yetja at ni Jason. Then nahuli. Nakuha si Vincent din. Hindi niya na malayang pupasok na nga si Yaba. Everyone from CBF was just going blind in the site. At yung matches, porsigido sila na maset up yung crossfire ng exit. Everyone just, parang lahat sila nag-collapse dun. Sneaks, parang lahat talaga sila nakaranas nito ng pagsira talaga ng mental, eh. No? At it just show happens na parang mas napatatag ng CBF yung sarili nga nila because they clearly played around the numbers, pero parang di naman siya ganun ka-efficient, man. I'm in shock. Paano na itawid yung post plant na yun? One of the few rounds na hindi ko mawari, Sneaky, paano nanalo ang CBF doon, man.
For sure. But at the same time, it's a good call galing dito kay Tetsu. No? Feeling ko na-anticipate niya yung matches na ma-anticipate ng matches that there will be a mid-push that is happening at that very time. And CBF is the type of team to do exactly that, no? Especially in the 9 and 8 moment, yung bigla kayo lalabas ng CA, TB, and HM at the same time. Pero, hindi yun yung nangyari, pare. So, I feel like matches kinda had their, hands tied dun sa round na yun. And nung nakuha nila yung CA and still did not see a single speck of information dito sa mapa, they were kinda forced to just make the play that is obvious na nasa harap nila, pare. And to be fair, no, gumana temporarily up until Aldrin arrived, pare.
Pre, look at this replay, no? Like, grabe, si Zach, nakuha niya na nga yung kill na yun. Had he gotten Tetsu, piso na lang si Tetsu. And Zach could have played time para maging 1v1 pa yun. At ngayon pa lang, nagbumukhang payaso na yung mga CBF pag sakaling di nga nila nakuha, no? Yung round na yun. But right now, Sticky, let us just rejoice na match point na nga ngayon ng CBF. They got one of the craziest rounds of the series so far. MATTJESS. Ano na ang panghuling bara nyo? Baka sakali lang naman makita natin yung dalawang letra na to, Sneaky. Teka lang. We're trying to do the same play na ginawa nga nila sa pag-entry nga na A-site. Klaruhin muna kung may tao nga ba sa HM. Kunin nga ba ang exit. May iwan na tao pababa pa lang ng lower mid. Aiden and Woos setting up all of their posts. Pero it's not really a crossfire na ganun kalakasan. So kung makikita mo, Sneaky, depende to kay Aiden at kay Woos kung mamamatahan nga ba nila tong angle na to na kinukuha ng matches, that being TB.
Yun nga, sinusureball na dito ng matches, no? They're not even nap walking at this point. They are shift walking at this very moment. We're gonna wait and see. B-side.
Rotation pa rin, no?
Looking prime and ready. Walang naririnig, walang information tong CBF. That's the double-edged sword of playing this kind of defense. You are paying for the contact at this point. Woos nasa loob ng RS pero may nagtatapon sa kanila smoke. Bit of a clue na meron ng matches na nasa loob ng B-site pero nandito naman si Yaba para kumuha ng flank into DB. A very quick flank, a very quick reaction. Jason nakaltukan na sa start ng round. USP sa kamay ni Yaba. Nakita na si Zach. Wala na sniper ang matches pero si Ninkyu. Lalaban pa dito sa Kuya Will na patalon pataas. TB triple kill para kay Ninkyu. And the fourth para sa kanya. Single-handedly stopping the retake ng CBF. Grabe ka na, Ninkyu. It was supposed to be a retake working. Nakuha na nila yung TV control, nakuha na nila yung hotel control. Meron ng space na papasok itong CBF from RS pero Ninkyu with a cheeky double jump. Nakuha niya ang lahat ng players dito sa ating side, pare. Jesus.
Grabe, man. Indeed, man, speechless talaga. The one round na hindi nila dinuwal yung RS, pre. Unang pumasok sa isip nila, smoke na lang natin si Woos, pre. Walang magagawa yan pag may malaking harang yan. First kill ni Ninkyu, very, very good, no? Pero the moment na sinumbong ni Zach at ni Jason, pre, ang ingay ng TB, of course, si Ninkyu, na may pinakamalakas na pwesto dun sa retake na yon, siya pa talaga ang nanadyan at tumingin na ng TB at wasakin ang pangarap ng CBF, no? And As in CBF fashion na naman, Sneaky, we're seeing another overtime nga naman talaga. At Tetsu, pinakita mo nung Swiss na kaya mo. Kaya mong ipanalo ang OT. Pero Masters na nga tayo ngayon. Nagawa mo sa acceptance pero ibang klaseng aso na tong MATTJESS na to. And MATTJESS, if that kind of Ninkyu shows up in overtime, I am just afraid para sa comeback friends na to na baka maging comeback enemies na nga sila sa isa't isa. Kasi no one is trying to make an effort para i-shut down si Ninkyu. And it has been the first half ng Sneaky na kanina pa natin nakikita na they just don't have any ounce of respect na kaya nga talagang iwibaw ni Ninkyu yung buong roster na CBF. And I'm just in shock na nagawa yon ni Ninkyu at the same time nakawakan niya pa yung EA yung RS pagkatapos men. Grabe men, what we have a series na nakakaaning to.
Yeah, for sure. At that moment, no, pakiramdam ko Ninkyu wasn't really listening to any calls at this point. Like, yun nga, it was pure instinct galing sa kanya as soon as he double jump dito sa may ledge natin papuntang TV. I feel like it's just the mouse talking to him at this point. Wala na siya naririnig dito na Vincent, wala na siya naririnig dito na Jason. He was just fragging whoever is in front of him, pare. So, ayun nga, it's big props para dito kay Ninkyu, no? But I feel like the other players as well, galing dito sa MATTJESS needs to step up kasi ayun nga, it's like Ninkyu is performing out of his mind and obviously Zach was hitting some shots in the early game, pare, but we're still having yet to see anything or most things galing dito kay Jason at dito kay Vincent. So I really would want to see more galing sa kanila, pare, kasi as much as they are contributing with the flashes, we need to see the frags as well galing sa kanila, pare. So ayun nga, MATTJESS, obviously, hell of a round para sa kanila, men. I would say that was more individual more than anything para sa kanila. But, ayun nga, on the side of CBF naman, sometimes you send it and nagkakataon lang talaga na may isang factor na hindi nyo talaga mako-consider, which is, yun nga, si Ninkyu at that very moment. So, ayun nga, I feel like it's still definitely winnable from the side of CBF, pero mag-change yung objective nila na onti dito, men. They may try to actively hunt for this Ninkyu guy kasi ito yung pinakamalaking problema para sa kanila, men.
Definitely, no? Parang, despite, no, Yaba and Adrian being teammates with Ninkyu, no? For sure naman, sana, dun sa stint na yun, sa isang taon na kasama ni Yaba si Ninkyu, alam niya naman siguro kung gaano ka-egoistic talaga tong player ga na to, and he will do anything talaga, no? Parang binigyan na natin ng paratang talaga si Yaba, no? Grabe, entry, no? Nakuha niya na talaga yung mga kills dito, no? But take a look at this one, pre. Wala talaga, nung namatay si Aldrin, walang nag-info, walang naibigay si Aldrin na may tao sa Kuya Will talaga, men. And that's a crucial mistake para ka sa CBF. At ngayon, seeing sa mga Hydra Pro Team strats para ka dito kay Tetsu. No, Aldrin! 360 no scope. Grabe nga naman talaga dito kay Jason na parang dinakdakan niya sa pagbubuka. Ninkyu now inside. At ito na nag-iinit ang Ninyo Abeha, pre. Ninkyu now USP. Now back to the HK. Sinong makakapigil sa higanting to? Isang tao lang yun. Woos now with the double. Si Zach na lang for the GR side of MATTJESS. Post plant. Sino nga ba mahuwa? Woos! Binoga na si Zach. Despite the heroics, comeback friends still on top.
Grabe, what a 3K from Woos. You can see Aldrin holding the mic, though. He's probably reporting for every single player na nasa loob side as he has the premier death cam para nga dito sa mga players natin. But at the same time, CBF, really good shots going in their way. Would like to compliment itong si Ninkyu, no? But at the same time, I feel like the post plant was already a bit too strong para dito sa CBF. But it is madness, no? Na nakaabot siya all the way to floor A with only 2 players or only another player right behind him. So, yun nga, it's getting a bit erratic para dito sa MATTJESS, no? Hindi naman natin matadoubt na malakas mag-frag dito si Ninkyu, pero, how do they play around it? Kumbaga.
Man, very intense field na round yun, no? Para sa MJ na nagmukha naman talaga silang compose dun sa retake na yun. Especially para sa kung ano ginawa ni Ninkyu talaga, pre, na parang I just cannot imagine na Ninkyu is a kind of player na emotional. Pero was there really comms na pinapakinggan dito si Ninkyu, no? Feeling ko nakikinig naman siya sa call out kung nasan yung kalaban, pero I don't think that's enough, eh. Parang nahuli pa rin talaga siya in the midst of it all. That should be the element dito for MATTJESS. CBF once again. LA attack. Si Ninkyu umiikot. He's not on defense. He wants the kills. He wants the body. Sneaky. Yetja. Nakabantay na nga. Gets the headshot. Pero wala pa rin gustong umangat ng top A nga ngayon. Pero na lang kay Aldrin. Na minsan naging piso na kalang. Aiden gets the clear. At si Ninkyu medyo natatagalan. Pero magpapag-EA na ka siya. Aiden gets the headshot. At nakalikod na ka sila. Aldrin takes him down. 3 piso sa loob ng top A, pero si Aiden makakuha ng panalo para sa CBF. Another A-side take ng CBF na nauwi sa duguang paraan.
Yun lang pre, not even a C4 plant down para sa CBF. It was just pure fist fighting on the A side. May lalabas ng EA, may lalabas dito ng exit. MATTJESS forcing their way in the site, no, para hindi makaset up dito ng CBF na kanilang post plant, which was one of the main reasons why they did lose in that last round. Pero so far, so good para sa CBF, para sa kanilang BL side. Maganda ang kanilang takes, nakukuha nila yung mga angulo na gusto nila dito, and the shots are definitely hitting para kay Aldrin, Aiden, and especially para kay Woos. And dahil nga 11-9 na ang ating mapa, MATTJESS desperate to get a point back, and I like this adjustment, no? Yung kagaya nga ng sinabi natin, or kaya na sinabi mo kanina, Salvi, no? Ninkyu was more on the rotational role, similar sa ginagawa ni Kono in Stallions on their old default. And pakiramdam ko yun yung best use case para sa kanya dito, man, para spread out yung kanyang firepower dito.
Definitely, no? Na minsan si Loy, minsan si JJ. Pero mahuhul ka na lang talaga pag ginawa ni Kano, no? And as huge of a material si Ninkyu, no, para sa depensa, kailangan pa rin nila ng isang tutok ni Ninkyu, no? To get those guaranteed 2 kills at least. Still, scaling up ngayon. CBF. This is very far from what we saw from them, eh. No, alam mo talagang nag-e-evolve yung galaw ng CBF habang tumatagal. Oh my God, Vincent! May dahilan para paluhin mo yung mesa mo ngayon because that is one of the most finessed ways para mawala ka talaga sa mapa, Ninkyu. Wow, what a discipline play! Walang magre-report at nagsiset up pala sila ng pansabog, pre! Si Woos buhay pa rin! Pero eventually mamamatay din siya. Ito na nga, pagbantay nga nila sa Magic Box, pre. Tetsu now with the lurk. Yetja with an amazing double kill. Yaban na sa loob pa rin ng Vince. Hindi sila makapag-commit ng A-side. Sneaky. Ninkyu gets taken down. Huge blow from MATTJESS. Tetsu, ikaw na lang. Kita sa usok. Pero si Yetja may lamang. Nakaltungan na nga. And Yetja saves MATTJESS. Para sa CBF, match point na sana, 11-10. Hihinga pa ng malalim ang MATTJESS pagkatapos nun. Oh my God, Sneaky.
Yun nga, man. It's another case of timing para kay Tetsu, no? He was already in the site a bit too late. Kung mas may angle pa siya sana dito sa last player natin, that would have been nice. Kasi, to be fair, Yapa was doing absolute magic dito sa Vince natin, man. How the hell did he get Ninkyu dun sa sitwasyon na yun? Pero, buti na lang talaga may last player itong MATTJESS, to be fair, no? That was, you know, one of the probably more shoddier executions na nagawa nga dito ng ating CBF. They did not get the top A control immediately. No, it was more like, you know, it was more of a back and forth. Nakuha nila yung right side stairs, but at the same time, there's also a flank incoming para dito sa MATTJESS. So, and yeah, MATTJESS actually kind of using a bit of CBF's moves from this last round. As soon as merong onting presence dito sa A side, they start sending it on the backside. So, made it very uncomfortable. Pero, man, that could have easily been 2 dito sa LA para if Ninkyu did not panic on his shots.
Tetsu, pre, Tetsu, saka talagang banal na IGL, no, pre. Nautusan mong 3 beses mag-LA yung mga kakampi mo at talaga sila nakinig sa'yo. That is the most impressive part, pre. Siguro 1, okay lang. Twice, shame on you. 3 beses talaga. Tas nagawa niyang maging dikit lahat ng rounds na yun, Sneaky. Kasi syempre, you cannot do the same trick twice kasi syempre mababasa talaga ng MATTJESS yan, eh, no? At to the point na nakasabit sa balance, eh. Lahat ng 3 LA na yun, Sneaky. My God, Tetsu. Grabe nga naman talaga. And CBF, 2 rounds away. Pero kasi pre, hindi na sila aatake dito, no? So you can now really be sure kung ano ang magiging produkto ng pagtatawag nga ni Tetsu, knowing kanina, Sneaky, heading into the GR side, napakalat ng ng CBF.
I'm taking this bet right now. Pag nakuha ng CBF yung round na to, they're gonna push mid next. Pero, before that happens, more of a passive way dito ng CBF And by passive, I mean, Yaba is the only one kind of poking and prodding dito sa loob ng smoke. No? Alam naman nila na medyo matambay itong MJ, especially near that EA, near that vent side. Pero Aldrin, in a great position sa loob ng site, pero kailangan maganda yung cover dito ni Yaba. Aldrin on the overseer. Ninkyu down to 1 HP. Patalon-talon gamit ang kanyang USP. Pero Aldrin prepared for this one room. A player dead. Yetcha will be down. Aldrin still hitting kahit bulag na bulag. Vincent could not see where the captain was or could not see where the veteran was, pare. And it will be CBF. A 12-10 para sa kanila, men. They're gonna push mid.
Baka naman, no? CBF, let's lock in.
Discipline na daw, pare. Discipline na daw.
Discipline na. Okay, pala. Kaya naman pala, no?
Baka sa 12-11
Tapos na yung panahon, ay, tingin... Ay, nako, pre. Talagang nilabas nyo sa OT pa talaga. Na parang kalkulado ni Tetsu. Mag-OT sila. Kaya dito lang nila ilalabas. Can they get the shutdown finally? No? The killing blow. The knockout punch, Ninkyu! Oh my God! Dinala sa basura dito si Yaba as he take him down. 4v5 ngayon at hindi pa talaga siya tapos, pre. Sa namang round na sumasabog na naman dito ang mouse 1 ni Ninkyu. 5v3. Sneaky. Another play ng MATTJESS na kinuha nga nila sa pahina ng CBF. Laban ng laban. Palag ng palag. Woos. Pwedeng-pwede to. Nakita ko na to sa isang palabas. He gets the flick and forces a 4v3. Wala pa ring atake ang MATTJESS.
Oh, that's an A-take though. Aldrin. Hinarapan na lang dito yung EA, but Vincent will be getting him for that position. Aiden, di makakapatay, di makakabawas. 56 dito kay Ninkyu. Zach and Vincent still very well alive and Woos outside of his own A site. Possibilities of clutching, medyo mababa. Pero, kung makuha niya si Zach, bigla yan tataas. Pero Woos immediately sending it on the site. Pero kitang-kita na siya sa gitna ng kawalan, pare. 12-11 MATTJESS with a very good pivot. Galing sa kanila dito, man. I think inantay nila na mag-push dito si Woos on the hotel side or anything to happen on the B side of the map and they insta-execute today, pare.
Very impressive, no? Para nga sa MJ, but was it really an execute? Parang feeling ko lang talaga, pre, pinadala nila si Ninkyu and said, Ninkyu, do something, no? And he released like, what, 4 bullets? No? Ninkyu, do your thing talaga. Ipakita mo kung bakit naging 9-9 yung score kanina. Ayun, Ninkyu with an amazing 3K to start things off para sa ating 12-11 scoreline. Wala nang maugulat, Sneaky. Wala nang maugulat. Eto na naman tayo. Na parang nasa week 1 tayo. CBF in another series na alam mo talaga, no, na nakakapanghina ng mental yung ganyan. Siyempre, gatas na gatas, pigang-piga eh. And CBF still not backing down. They're still playing discipline. O baka hindi na lang kailangang maging disiplinado, Sneaky. Kasi kanina nanggulo sila pero nakuha nila yung round.
This is cheesy.
Teka lang, ha?
Cheesy. Medyo cheesy galing kay Aiden. I think medyo reliant kung makita si Tetsu ng isa dito, Ben. Huwag ka talagang mag-try. Huwag ka magpakita ng paa, Zach. Aiden's praying, man. Kaso pag nag-second dito si Jason, that's where the trouble lies. Pero,
yeah,
narinig na kaya yung tumatapak dito, palabas?
Bro, not sure, man. But
Kala nila play for picks yata.
wala eh. Di nila narinig. So, wala pa rin kasing gumagalaw sa kanila eh. So, I'd suppose na MATTJESS is going to force this attack na assuming na dalawa na lang sila nandun.
Flashes on the A side. Jason, spray agad dito kay Aldrin. Pero Yaba kailangan mag-hold. Yaba with the spray down ng dalawa. Ninkyu down to 1 HP. Pero mamamatay lang rin sa Ninkyu. Possibilities of a retake. Time pressure's already here. At naandito na yung CBF. Kumakatok na sa exit. Tetsu pumasok na ng site. Vincent spotting him going down, but good cover being made. Galing dito kay MATTJESS, but the nade will be killing Ninkyu. And CBF and Aiden will be getting the last two. And that will be overtime 1 dito ng CBF. We do not need to go golden. As comeback and friends, capable pala sila mag-finish para 13-11.
Oh, no kayo. Kaya ba yan tuloy, pre? No tuloy kayo, pre. And buti na nga lang Yaba and Aldrin, we have to give them their crowns, pre. Grabe yung pag-hold talaga nila, tumagal. And then yung frag grenade talaga ni Woos, which is the funniest bit dun sa loob nga ng retake na yun. Napakaganda for CBF, man. And you have to commend every single bit of player talaga na nag-contribute heading into that second half. No? Medyo naging patibong talaga yung first half din kung ano yung ine-expect talaga natin sa series na to, Sneaky. Pero then again, it was just that kind of day para talaga kay Aiden, kay Alden, and especially from someone like Yaba, no, na nag-activate nga dito sa ating second half. So, props CBF, they kept it calm, inantay talaga nila yung pagkagat ng matches dun sa kanilang BL with their tendencies na baka hindi nga laliman or baka hindi sila mag-commit dun sa magiging atake nga nila on the first half of the round itself. Pero man, MATTJESS, you still gotta give it to Ninkyu and Zach, man. Kung ganun kalakas, man, yung pinapamalas ang dalawang players nga na yon, and they still can get winning results, I'm just afraid of Eagle Eye, no, Sneaky. Grabe, man. Ang laki ng ginawa ni Zach at nila Ninkyu, all for it to just be in shambles kasi nga they just cannot execute an entry or even a post plan.
Ayun nga, no, I have a feeling that MATTJESS unfortunately is still stuck with the same problems no, dito sa mapa natin. Obviously, you know, you still have really good individuals dito in the name of Ninkyu dito at kay Zach, no? But the rest of the players also now not really, I wouldn't say not really helping too much pare, but they're more like fodder para dito sa mga dalawang players natin, especially knowing what the kill feed was kind of reading no, dito sa mapa natin. But at the same time,
Sure.
it's very jarring to see. Hindi naman jarring. It's very amazing, kumbaga, to see yung dalawa pang former MATTJESS players on the side of CBF performing the best 8 defense that we have seen in a while, pare. Most of the time, dalawa lang sila naraan dun. Yaba and Alden were the ones defending top end. Multiple times that they have stopped them single-handedly. And ayun nga, I feel like that kind of anchoring will definitely lead you into brighter places. And if nagde-defend dito si Aldrin sa top A, pare, you might as well call it a day.
Ganun, pre, may iwan natin ang Ankara with a bit of a W para ka dito sa CBF. No? Medyo maalat sa panlasa ng matches. Pero malalaman naman natin kung madadaan pa natin sa ating third set as they want Eagle Eye for themselves. Nanakaw na nga na CBF ating set number 1. Pero anong masasabi ng ating munting pal ng ready na para ibigay ang ating kaalaman para sa oras nga na to? Moji and Bipolar, kayo naman.
Sim, kami na to. Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters. And dude, I feel like this is very sad and nerve-wracking para dito kay MATTJESS because sinimulan nila ang laban na to ng parang just by basing on their povcams, no? Wala sa kondisyon, binuhos nila lahat, pinaabot ng overtime para lang sila ay matalo at nakawin ito ng CBF.
Yeah, Mochi, never kasi naging territory ng MATTJESS or even ni Vincent yung overtime eh. History tells itself na parang CBF has that in the bag. It's their own kind of prowess or it's may powers ang CBF pagdating ng overtime. But yeah, looking at it, no, this is pretty insane to see that I can bank on a team na only CBF can win a retake or a post plant na hiwa-hiwalay sila, Mochi. Because most of these teams sa matches natin ngayon, they are calculated even at the very end. But it requires an individual power every time mula dito sa ating CBF na kahit hiwa-hiwalay sila, kahit may sarili silang mundo dito sa ating mga 5v5 fights, they can always win that still. Yes, it was close mula dito sa matches, and yes, for me, masakit din para rin sa matches kasi I'm also rooting for them a little bit here kahit na nakapanig ako dito sa prediction ko towards CBF kasi MATTJESS needs a win. And if they didn't win here sa Ankara, Mochi in their own map pick, there seemed to be some sort of battles. But it was a very good half. First half natin dito for Zach and as well as dito kay Vincent, good. But pagdating natin dito sa ating second half, it was basically only Ninkyu opening up for them, and that is why we are seeing him with a 27 and 18 scoreline, Mochi. 100% despite them losing in 24 rounds. Comeback friends though, grabe din dito, Mochi. Look at these 3 people sa gitna. Yaba, Aldrin, and Aiden, gumana yan kahit may sarili silang mundo.
Totoo, do. Sometimes, parang dun ka lang sa best comfort mo, no? Minsan, structure comes second, especially if ganito katindi mag-perform ang iyong mga players, specifically here for Comeback Friends. And yun nga lang nga, no? Ang sakit tignan nito na kahit binus ni Ninja lahat, wala, hindi ito sumapal. Like, kala mo, lumalove like lang. Pero, again, here in the map of Ankara, not just a challenge, there seems to be problems. Pero ang hindi problemado, si Aiden. 1.44 KD with 95.9% of a rating at almost certain. Parang isang round lang siya, hindi nakakuha ng kill.
Yun na nga Mochi, grabe dito yung ginagawa ni Eden. Honestly, from their BL side to the GR side, specifically, I think it was round number 17, na nakalampas pa dito si Eden, papunta sa mid, papunta sa may bypass, and he instantly cut off rotations. Na gusto sana mag-execute dito ng A-site ng players natin for matches, pero hindi nila magawa yun. Kasi si Aiden nasa likuran. There's always gonna be a point in time na meron palaging nasa likuran, and it's Aiden getting these like highlight plays every time. And congrats, MVP natin for this first set.
Congrats, and let's see kung makabawi nga ba ang matches, no? Because they have to work with quite a lot here, no? They need to work on paano nila sisimulan at paano nila tatapusin. Pero hanggang dyan na lang muna ang ating unang mapa kasi mamaya magkikita-kita tayo uli sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the wrist na kukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. LB nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Nakaya pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action action! Eh, masusundan pa! We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
Tayo ay nagbabalik dito sa ating unyang serye for today at hopefully ingat-ingat kayo dyan kasi dito sa amin umuulan. Hopefully kayo ay hindi naabutan sa labas. Pero again, back dito sa ating laro, Matches versus CBF where CBF has been able to snatch away the victory dito no sa kanilang unang mapa ng Angkara na partida. Si Matches ba ang pumili nito? Pero dito naman si Eagle Eye, ganun pa rin kaya ang tema o babawi na kaya ang Matches dito?
This is a matchup where this is a map for this matchup na very interesting, no? Because Comeback Friends, they have a double TRG setup dito. Yes, may kita natin na hindi masyado ginamit yun last time ni Tetsu. It's mostly just HKs and M14 sa kanya dito for their recent matchup sa Eagle Eye. Pero I would like to see it, lalo itong matches doesn't really have that kind of image na kailangan meron silang double sniper setup sa Eagle Eye. Kasi most of the teams na nagpa-prioritize ng Eagle Eye, Mochi, alam mo naman yun, gumagamit ng double TRG. You have Stallions with KLB, you have Yobib on VP, you have Execration as well, sometimes. Or even for Vid actually, no? Kasi sa A7G, nag-TRG din. So, if may ganun man ang players natin for, kung may problema man na matches dito, I feel like it's not really the previous map. It's this kind of like setting point na paano tayo atake kapag BL side. Do we have that kind of power na hindi na mabibigay ng CBF? Or do we really just go for like a regular place for setup? But let's see. Map 2 will be interesting.
That is true. It's all about flexibility and the structure and as well as a sprinkle of timing. Yan ang aantabayan na natin dito sa mapa ng Eagle. Kaya naman tawagan na natin ang ating mga casters, Salvatore and Sneaky Frog.
Salamat ng balang Mochi and Bipolar para sa pagpasa nga dito sa ating casters test na tayo yung ipabiyay sa loob nga ng mata ng Agila. Eagle Eye, akalain mo nga naman no, Sneaky. Nagbumuka na tong compound and Angkara of old na eto na ang pinaprayo ng mga teams na Pelian and even Tetsu, no? A team talaga na talagang hindi mo talaga kaya i-associate ang Eagle Eye sa kanila. Kakalabanin nila isa sa mga pinakamalupit na Eagle Eye, that being Matches.
Yeah, especially with the recent revelations they had, no, dito sa mga ibang mapa nila, of course, going neck and neck with the best of the best dito sa ating C Masters in the name of Stallions and I think some parts of the Virtus.pro game. Pero, ayun nga, I feel like CBF definitely is not a team that you would point at and say, yep, this is a team that, regularly runs Eagle Eye dito sa mga labanan natin. But actually, the statistics do say otherwise, no? Most of the time, Eagle Eye is picked into them dito sa mga moments na ganito and they're gonna try to see if they can get that going. But I feel like they have learned a lot dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye and especially yung minention dito ni Polar, no? The double sniper setup as well has been very effective para dito sa CBF, especially to thwart kung sino man yung papunta dito sa early side ng ating baba ng bridge towards hotel or maybe some pickoffs on the A side as well. And the fact that Woos performed really well last time dito sa Eagle Eye is not really adding to yung case nga dito ng ating Matches team. So yun nga, it really does point once again to Zach whether or not he can hit dito sa mapa na to kasi magiging medyo reliant sa kanya na magkakaroon ng openings dito sa mapa. If not, then we even might see Nintyu on the TRG, pare. There is that option, but it's not an option often used for good reason, pare.
Sabi no, pre, we live in a kind of scenario in this specific kind of matchup. Now, Woos was able to out-sniper at least in some occasions itong si Zach, no? Na despite no Zach finishing with a better KD, you would argue na some of the shots na binabato dito ni Zach is, okay, it's kind of nice. Parang pwede na. Masasabi natin okay na to, naipanalo mo yung round na yun. Pero ganun din naman para kay Woos, no? When in fact na mas maraming naipanalong rounds mula doon sa kills dito, no, si Woos. And hopefully that will not be the case. Kasi gugustuhin talaga ng Matches makuha ang isang magandang resulta para nga dito kay Zach.
Sige lang. Pa-flash lang, pre. Dito ako mid, pre.
Bunker sa akin,
Smoking ako.
Safe smoke. Safe smoke.
Safe smoke.
Ay, Betos! Bunker!
Ay.
Feeling ko may nasa bunker. Feeling ko lang.
There could be a guy bunker. And he could be right. He might just be. Pero si Aiden, may tao na nasa long. At hindi napapansin dito ng matches na meron na palang tao na halos sagad na nga dito sa may long side natin. An instant headshot galing kay Aiden. Di man lang nakapikit dun si Yetcha.
Wow!
Jason getting taken down dito ni Tetsu. Tetsu nagwawala na medyo magaga gamit ang kanyang EBR. And he's gonna go for more. He's gonna get 3. And Tetsu out of nowhere. Nakahawak lang ng EBR pa rin ng baliw na dito sa mapa natin. And Yaba will be getting into. And what a way to start yung Eagle Eye natin, pare.
These are some amazing micromanages talaga kay Tetsu, you know? Nagawa niyang kunin kagad ang top A, relinquish all of his position para lang mapalitan din kagad ni Aldrin. He might get traded in the end, pero it was all a setup, do. Isang malaking Houdini lang yun, isang magic trick para makalampas si Yaba papuntang HM, pre. Talagang naging crucial yung round na yun kasi nga walang napatama nga si Zack. And what a huge trade para kay Aldrin. Inalay nila si Ninkyo dito. Laban nga kay Android. 4v4. This is very, very tough, no? Para ka sa matches, knowing na Ninkyo is now down. They have to rely on this 3-man setup sa loob nga ng top A. Ayaw nang maulit ng matches ang nangyari.
Yeah, no? Hirap kasi mabigyan ng A-side control ang CBF especially. And Aiden na kanina pang actually even on the last maps dito ng Eagle Eye para sa CBF, he always likes to take that early position near the box dito sa may long side natin to kind of close the gap early, no, between him and itong depensa natin on the side of MATTJESS. Pero hindi pa rin gumagalaw dito yung MJ. They really are intent na dito nga mag-end itong take natin on the side of CBF. Meanwhile, on the side of CBF, no, they're still foraying around yung mapa natin, realizing na, teka lang, wala masyado maingay sa hotel. So, baka nasa loob lang sila ng site and that's easier to line up in my opinion.
Definitely. Wait, just teka lang. Not sure. CBF, di ko alam anong niluluto nyo dito, pero baka masyado na ata yung overconfident na mga kalibre nga kayo sa pagpasok dito. Aiden, ang layo ni Yaba. Pero buti na nga lang nakuha ni Yaba, pre. Huy! Buti na nga lang. Aldrin na on the rotation, pupunta second mid. Zack, di nga makuha yung adjustment, pero nagulat na lang si Aldrin paglingon niya ng kaliwa. Merong mga tao. At nandito na nga si Woos to clear the house down. Yetja na nga lang pumik. Anong nangyayari? Nawala ng buhay si Yetja. Woos, gumagana ang tactics ng pag-8-bait mo, kaibigan. CBF 2-0 start.
Grabe men, kahit nasa kaliwa sa kanan yung depensa dito, wala pa rin makakapigil sa CBF. And Wu, so far, we have been asking from him especially, no, to get a bit of frags going dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye as it is more of a sniper incentive map, no? Pero grabe naman yung openings na ganito. You can see all the attacks working at the same time. Ganda sana kung makabalik sila dito sa loob ng site, no, and get something going. Pero Aiden, para-parapan na dito sa house A, will be sprayed down by Yetza. Good shot galing sa kanya. Jason, ang ganda ng tago. Nandito sa bunker, pero Aiden bumawi ng dalawa. Woos getting Zack. 2 versus 2. Ninkyu spotted sa likod. Meron ng information, pero anong gagawin dito ni Yaba, men? Kailangan niya ng tulungan si Woos.
Definitely. Pero parang power position na rin yung hawak niya sa exit, pre. Pwede nga siyang umikot ng HM. Magpabahay na lang. Literal na sinabi nila ni Yaba, pre, tatagal mo lang loob mo. Idaan mo lang sa dasal, Woos. Maubuhay ka ng matagal dyan. Kailangan matimingan nga ito ni Yaba, no? But now, Vincent ordering Ninkyu. Baka pwede na natin kuhin itong top A nga na to. Pag naging malikot si Woos, golden headshot gamit ang TRG. Dinidiskarte pa nga ni Woos ngayon. Ninkyu na posibleng umangat ng bunker. Pero Woos hawak naman ng C4. Yaba still playing the threat position. At eto na nga siya, nakahawak na nga ng lane. Ninkyu now throwing the flash, signaling na baka magpa-atake na nga siya ng LA. Woos, top A pa rin. Yaba, di mo kailangan magparamdam, pre. Hayaan mong si Ninkyu ang mag-push. And there it is. The timing is good. CBF, men. Cannot be touched. Cannot be moved. 3-0. Grabe, MJ. Wala pa ring rebuttal.
And yun nga, maybe CBF is also, or rather MJ is realizing that this map is actually slightly hard to defend, especially knowing na meron ang paparating na 5-man force or just a 2-man force on the A side. Zack, nakita na si Aldrin. Nakita rin si Woos. Pero si Tetsu nagtatago sa loob ng bunker. Aiden namatay na. Si Tetsu namatay na, nakatayo lang dito sa house A. And finally we do see a CBF fail dito sa mapa natin, pero MATTJESS, gandang salo lang yun in all honesty.
Honestly, no, CBF, talagang pinakita nyo lang na hindi sa lahat ng oras magiging gulayat lang talaga kayo. No? Pinakita ng Manchester, kaya din nalang maging gulayat sa laban ng mga David sa round na yon. CBF can clearly read whether it would be a good play or just a good play na pero mamamatay talaga kami ng maramihan. Akala ata ni Tetsu magiging maganda nga yun. Punishment was so huge for MATTJESS na nirespeto na nga ng CBF. Let's just not attack, man. Huwag na lang tayo maging magulo. Hayaan na lang natin na umatake na lang mismo ang CBF dito, no, and let MATTJESS do their own thing. Another LB attack, no, sneaky. Pero alam na nga ni Zach. There are some bodies here, flashed out. Pero teka lang, no overwhelm si Tetsu kasi pwede nga siyang makrossan ni Vincent. Dito lang sa ating VR, Vincent trying to get the attack. Tetsu taps him to the head. At talagang CBF pang nananalo. Sa bakbakan nga na to. Zach now forces the 3v3. At tumatagal lang CBF na paparotate ang MATTJESS. Nakahuli ng isda si Woos. And there goes the follow-up kill from Yaba. 2v2. Magiging 2v1 nga ba? Yaba hindi pa rin makapatay. At na-corner na nga si Yaba.
Aiden. Uy, nanggaling pa sa RS! And of course!
Aiden!
Of course!
Whoa!
You never expect the flank ongoing na pa-no-no-no si Tetsu. Grabe naman yun.
Ang kapal! Si Aiden gumawa! Si Tetsu yun ang trash talk!
Siyempre, pre, galawan niya yun eh. Galawan niya na umikot ng ganyan nakalayo pare and evade until the very end. Pero Ninkyu sumobra yata sa pag-peek dito sa hotel. Napa-check out na siya dito. Vincent with a very good angle. Sabay bridge box, Tetsu, mapapacheck pa ba? Never mind, hindi siya nag-check dito, man. Dire-diretso lang ang ating kapitan dito and he will get punished.
What?
Or actually, Woos will get punished for his captain's mistakes. Tetsu trying to gain some space. Dayson di pa rin nakakahanap and finally does take him down, but all the chaos dito sa mapa, nasa na dito yung CBF. What?
Nga ba, umatake na nga kayo ng umatake, pre, di pa rin makapag-antay. Aldrin, I don't know how. Yes. No, yung mga ganun, nagugulat talaga tayo pero ayoko nang humingi na explanation. Basta napatama niya na lang talaga eh. Yaba. Secondary sniper activated o kaya baka tertiary na nga to, pre. Lang Zach now, napakadaling angulo. Yaba, di man lang inimbahan yung paghawak. Aiden with the lurk gets the kill. Mahuhuli nga din to kagad ni Yetcha, pre. Siyempre si Aiden yun eh. Nasa dugo niya yun. Makipaglaban lang na makipaglaban. And ngayon 2v1 na nga to, Aldrin. Baka eto na nga. This might be it. Still a huge position para ka sa MATTJESS. 1 minute remaining. Walang nagmamasid. Kung merong HM o kaya exit, so nakakalibre nga si Aldrin.
Ganda ng gapang.
Ba't kaya hindi naka-HK? Kasi mas mabilis lumakad. Baka sakaling mas malakas yung diskarte niya. 43 seconds, Niggy. Alanganin na ito.
Nag-iba ng baril. Zach, timing. Timing is it.
Uy! Narinig!
Spotted si Zach! Nako po! Tatalon ba?
Narinig ka!
O lalaban? Yan ang problema. I think Zach just trying to play delay.
Hindi niya
Para
kailangan
mapunta
lumaban.
na dito si
Hindi niya
Hetcha,
kailangan.
pare.
Makinig ka sa amin, pre.
Deep
Hindi
breath
mo
muna.
kailangan gawin.
Deep breath muna, Aldrin. Pwedeng maging highlight play. Put this on the top 5. Pero Aldrin, di nakita si Zach. Nalag ka pa doon, pare. MJ gave you all the chances dun sa round na yun, man. Pero wala talaga. There's destiny for them to lose that.
Grabe, man. I just don't think na nakita ni Aldrin yon because of 800, 600, pre, no? Kasi ako nakita ako eh. Like, talagang palabas na nga nasikip doon si Zach. And it was just very crucial. Na kung ano yung naging timing nga ni Zach pagbaba nga ng top A, doon na lang talaga na overwhelmed, eh, no? Very good indirect crossfire. Ginawa nga talaga ng MATTJESS pero CBF hindi pa rin matinag-tinag. Masyadong mahirap daw yung LB. Pero syempre, mas mahirap ang LA at gusto nga nilang atakihin yun. They're now backing off. They might now go in for the retreat. Baka sa ibang site na nga sila umatake.
Yun nga. MATTJESS, more of a standard hold galing sa kanila dito. CBF obviously taking interest dito sa may hotel area natin. Kanina namatay dito si Ninkyu and Ninkyu learning his lesson. Di masyadong ganyan kaharap ang kanyang hold. Instead, playing on the stairs side. Bit suspicious na nandito si Tetsu. Tetsu will be the first one down. NP control. Not as much as they want, pero meron din paparating ng bridge. Good pre-fire galing kay Yaba para makuha si Ninkyo. Vincent's already down, and Aldrin, what a headshot on Jason! Not even time to react! Zach at Yetcha na lang natitira. Definitely possible, pero si Yaba din drive-by no long. Yetcha and Zach is taken down as well. It's just one of those rounds para sa CBF. Nasasagasaan at sasagasaan lang talaga nila itong matches. Matches obviously not prepared for that one. More of a default hold para sa kanila. Pero Ninkyu, hotel side once again was caught here. Or did catch itong si Tetsu earlier. Pero si ano naman nasa sala dito. Tetsu now with the rifle. Still the same result. Pero Aldrin with a quicker trade this time. 4 versus 4. And they can kind of pull off a VP sa ganitong sitwasyon in all honesty. No? Pwede nilang kunin yung hotel control at pwede lang sila mag-hold temporarily, and that is where the rest of the players kind of investigate yung mapa natin. Similar nga sa ginagawa dito ng VP on the B side to try and see if they can take the pressure off of the B players dito, man.
Definitely. Right on the money, no, yung pagkuha talaga ng hotel control. Pero arguable, it's one of the most hardest things to take. Kasi nga, crossfire sa may second mid, crossfire sa may BR. Di ka rin nakakasiguro na pag tumingin ka nga, may naka-head glitch naman na nag-a-artex sa may EB. So, lot of things is mainly a concern to get a huge of a reward. Nakita naman natin, no, CBF is not willing to take that risk. Gusto nga nila na, okay, mag-LB kami pero hindi pa hotel. The weirdest thing that happened for CBF is sila pa talaga yung nakakuha nga ng kalamakan ng trades na yun. And I just don't know how they make it happen. Aba? Nag-i-scream. May line up, Sticky. Pero teka lang, flash nga incoming. Pwede maapektuhan sila Zach at sila Vincent. Pero wala man lang nagawa si Zach. Walang tumama. Aiden now, double kill. Gets the headshot. 4v2 na lang tayo.
Chances of a retake. Looking really low dito, Salvatore. Jason, Yetcha, nahirapan na kang pumasok ng high mid at sa loob ng sarili nilang spawn. Yetcha spotting Aldrin na nasa loob ng cable car, pero merong bulletproof glass pa rin. Nagkatinginan sila ni Jason! And Aldrin hitting him with the El Clasico Black Widow peak para kita mo dun sa bintana. Just pre-fire, man.
Like, you should have seen it coming, no, Sneaky, na ang Eagle Eye na dumikit ang CBF laban sa Stallions, we should have seen it coming. And this is that whole representation kung bakit nga merong Eagle Eye si Tetsu.
May GR side pa.
Bagay, no? Kitang-kita ko na ka talaga, no? CBF now. Oh my God, Aldrin! No way! Di mo dapat ginagawa nga yun, pre. Pero nandun pa kasi Aiden pakakat na ka. Here comes the retaliation ngayon na matches para si Aiden bumabawi na ka. 3v2. Despite the heroics of Ninkyu. Basta makareact na ka lang talaga, Jason, kabuntikan pa. CBF, destructive first half. Akalain mo nga naman, Sneaky. Weak side of the map, they got 7 rounds.
It's very frustrating CrossFIRE to play kung kayo yung matches, pare, kasi pakiramdam ko talaga CBF was in full control dito sa mapa na to. The defaults are too good, the openings are too good, and the pacing is all over the place. At mahirap talaga i-predict yan. Tingnan mo si Tetsu, nagsasalita na sa camera, pare. He is already telling us what's gonna happen dito sa second half. And I like to believe the opposite, pare, kasi yun nga ang GR side ng CBF ay may curse, pare.
Oh my God, pre, na... Remember, Dakano incident, pre. Dakano incident.
No.
Grabe. Hilaw na hilaw pa. Masyado pang presko sa utak yun nila Tetsu, pre. And I'm just telling you right now, na 7-2 is make it happen. No? Matches, kung maalala mo, with that series up against Acceptance, they were down 6-3. Pero nahabol pa nga nila, they made it even. And there is a potential here. Yung sinasabi ko dito para sa side nga ng matches na if ComebackFriends just loses every single bit of the momentum that they had, mula pa lang sa init ni Aldrin at Aiden, I'm afraid, no, na Zach pwedeng ang gumana at pwedeng tumama na nga yung mga shots niya dito, pero si Tetsu, nakikita ko na hahatakan niya tayo sa server, pre. Kwento niya lahat ng mga nangyari. Ay sasabihin niya, wala pre, laro lang namin yun. Lagang malang talaga si Aldrin. Parang yung sasabihin niya. But I can assure you, pre, that is like one of the most impressive first halves na pinakita talaga ng CBF so far in this tournament. Just mainly because of how calm they were para unahan talaga kagad si Zach nang hindi siya makakuha ng maraming kills, man.
Yun nga, it was a fact na yung last B-side round pa, they kinda saw it coming from a mile away kasi matches, I feel like they kinda gave up a bit nung 6-2 na score kasi nakikita ko silang tumatakbo-takbo lang dito sa loob ng RS at magre-react na lang sila kung saan site papunta yung mga players natin, but at the same time that's not how pro CROSSFIRE works dito. And it just seems like it is a full clear. Madness nga galing kay CBF, they called 2 B-sites in a row dito sa mapa natin, which in my opinion, B-side is a lot harder to take, especially knowing yung initial fights na kailangan mong gawin, which is yun nga, hotel, etong second mid, and kung hindi mo makuha yung cable car player, you might as well send it goodbye, no? Pero itong comeback and friends, they got all the moves dito sa mapa natin, and they seem to be making the right ones, pare.
Every decision has been very, very nice, no? At ngayon, magiging palaisipan na nga para nga sa matches na sapat nga ba yung naging timeout nga nila at yung pag-adjust nga nila ng lobby, that they have the clear-cut mental. Kasi nga, man, it very pains me to see this, no? Na Zach is no longer the Zach that we know and love, pre, na kayang lumapag ng 30, kumukuha ng triple kill. Zach is the king of the quickscopes talaga, pre, and I just don't think that he's him right now, no? Na we put Zach in a higher precedent, pre, na pag nandoon siya sa laro, kailangan nire-respeto siya ng mga teams. Pero kanina pa natin nakikita, niraratulan lang siya ni Aiden, ni Aldrin, nilalabanan nga ni Wus na walang katakot-takot, nauhuli sa sarili niyang RS, and his movement just feels lackluster, no? Na may makukuha nga siyang kill, pero hindi naman ako convert. Kung ano yung naging sakit ni Cetra during Swiss, parang napunta ata kay Zach because he's literally just good for 1. Nasanay tayo kay Zach na 2-3 kills yung nakukuha niya nga, and despite being given the opportunity, kasi nga ang strong side ng Eagle Eye is definitely GR, wala tayong nakukonvert. Para ka dito sa matches, and tulad na lang din siguro ng veteran at Tarim Bobby, whoever the coach is for matches, kailangan ng conditioning talaga para ka sa matches. And grabe, sana di tayo ma-restrict. Sana di tayo ma-restrict.
Chill out, Zach. That's for later, gang. Pero grabe talaga. In all honesty, kaya-kaya pa to ng matches eh. To be keeping it 100 with you, Salvatore. Kasi yun nga, GR side is definitely vulnerable para dito sa CBF, and na-expose yan ng mga mas malalakas na teams natin on Eagle Eye, like the Stallions, like itong Virtus.pro. Pero ayun nga, no, it's kind of a different, it's a different
Mag-isip
feeling
ka, Tetsu.
going into
Mag-isip
this
ka.
one. He's not thinking, para he doesn't have to. Pero ayun nga, man, I feel like CBF, if they're put in a very bad position early game, no, especially dito sa second half natin, there is a possibility of a comeback. And para sa matches, no, yung mga sitwasyon na ganito, pare, responsibilidad na to ni Vincent. It's up to him to fully reset yung emotions dito na matches, especially going into the second half. Sasabihin mo sa team mo, hey, I know we're down 2-7. Alam ko medyo heartbreaking kung paano tayo natalo dito sa map number 1, but the game is still on, pare. So ayun nga, hindi pwedeng, you can't let your emotions eat your gameplay, kumbaga, dito sa mapa natin. And yun yung kind of nangyari nung 6-2, and I really do not want to see that galing sa matches, pare.
I just feel like at this point, no, we're supposed to see the subtle rise ni Vincent, no, as one of the primary IGLs na meron nga talagang bitaw pagdating talaga sa fragging, eh. No? Maalala mo, Tino, not really on the fragging department during the 2023 season, pero na-elevate niya yung position niya bilang leader ng laro, na despite being, a main Arctic player na si Keller mismo yung nagtatawag, trinato natin na parang IGL kasi yun yung dating talaga ni Tino, no? Pero he elevated that, tas dinoble down niya pa, now becoming an IGL for SGJ, and is really making an impact. No pun intended, para talaga sa roster nga na yun. So definitely maaasahan mo talaga si Tino sa ganong klaseng usapan. Pero kasi pre, right now, Vincent, despite showing some signs na kaya niya nga tumagal dito, na can be a household name heading into the next years of CrossFire C, parang nagkaroon nga ng onting dip heading into matches. Bakit pre? Di ko rin alam, because these are very familiar names. Sa feeling ko naman, kadikit at kadugo niya naman to pagdating talaga sa pagpapagwip at sa pag-uusap talaga. Kasi wala nang mas maliit pa na mundo kundi yung mga taga Cebu, no? Kasi talagang nagpapalitan lang yan ng mga teams, and definitely the chemistry is still there. The original Amelion Gaming roster, mga naging matches din talaga yan. And yung mga ibang members naman ng Amelion napunta sa Execration at naging moment na nga din. So, you can never be so sure about chemistry pag ang usapan talaga is definitely Cebuanos, no? Kasi pag habang nandiyan ang mga Cebuano, they have the most utmost 100% of chemistries and connections talaga. Pero di ko talaga lang alam, pre. Parang feeling ko may iba pang factor pa kung paano hindi na-integrate ni Vincent yung sarili niya dito sa roster nga na to. Kasi akalain mo nga ng pandari, they only drop one game inside of Swiss. Pero naipanalo nila lahat ng mga pinakamagandang matches heading into Masters. Pero nothing is being replicated right now, no, Sneaky, na iba yung reflection sa loob nga ng Swiss dito sa loob ng Masters.
Yeah, it's entirely different, no? Para sa dalawang teams na to, pare. I think we did low-key expect this, especially knowing how CBF went dito sa Swiss stage and of course at the beginning of the season, no? Pero yung matches talaga, I was really hoping that this would be, the start of the season where we don't have to see yung matches going 0-4 dito sa, bracket natin and potentially, going on to lose papunta dito sa playoffs. But, ayun nga, matches, there's a lot in the air para sa kanila dito, man. I have a gut feeling as well na Yaba is also having a bit of side comment dito sa CBF na kasi si Ninko usually kumaganito. Si Jason dito yan nag-hold. Tapos, it could be that bit of information that also could be helping itong CBF natin, pare. And of course, being the backup player, no, you do kind of know yung tendencies of your former attackers dito, pare. So, there could be a lot of reads happening para dito sa MJ. And I feel like MJ, hindi nila masolusyonan dito yung pinanggagawa ng ComebackFriends. So, yung opening move into passive or kunyari dito sa next round, mag-force sila ng sitwasyon dito sa hotel and then papatagalin nila malala dito yung 3 versus 4 and it kind of ends up matches just overpeaking into yung mga angles na kinukuha nga dito ng CBF or they usually win. So, ayun nga, if you are on the side of matches, you really do not want CBF to force your hand to do anything sa mapa na to. Dapat talaga na kayo yung may control ng sitwasyon na to, pare. And if you cannot do that, yun nga, matches is might as well jump off the cliff dun sa A side, pare, with the way that they're playing.
Gaya nga, pre, no? Like, it's a huge influence, no? Na minsan, Yaba up against, like, let's say, Attras. Hindi mo mapapansin talaga si Yaba. Kasi nga, he's doing his thing, doing backup things, kaya nga mag-lurk, may mga ibang impact kills. Pero, this specific series, up against matches, may malaking bearing talaga yung nagiging bosses nga ni Yaba, no? At it's a very good touch, no? Na kahit sa baka nga talaga siya, he can still communicate clearly dun sa mga kanyang mga kakampi na may ganto, may ganyan, and he knows every single bit of the movement. Na parang siya nga siguro pwede nating pasalamatan heading into Ankara kung bakit nga nila nakuha yung panalong yun. But right now, it's still being felt talaga sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Pero bago ko ipagpatuloy ng aking mga sinasabi, no, mga bossing, pasensya na nga po sa nakakaranas po ng mga delay dyan. Rest assured na pagkatapos nga po itong pag-aayos ng both parties ng CBF at ng MATTJESS, makikita nyo na nga po ang laban nga nila sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. 7-2, papasok na nga po tayo ng second half. Maraming salamat po sa inyong pag-intindi. Shoutout ka pala dyan sa ating mga viewers dyan. At ayun na nga, pre, di ko na pinatagal. Eto na sila.
Wala akong nakikita ng ano.
Sa akin nga mid pre. Kita ko mid pre.
Okay, sa'yo.
I think nasa kanya yung mid.
Sa'yo.
Sa'yo daw.
Sa'yo.
Tetsu, chill out, game!
Uy, Tetsu.
It's around.
Hindi ka siya maingay. Pero literal na pinakita niya lang yung puyo niya eh. Tsaka yung bunbunan niya eh. Aba, hindi pa siya natigil. Pumesto pa siya ng sabon, pre. Oh my God. Tetsu.
Oh, chill out, Tetsu. Oh my goodness me, you're playing at a knife's edge dito sa may hotel natin, pare. Pero gusto niyo talagang patayin dito si Jason. Maybe just serving as a distraction, pero ayun nga, siguro yun yung extent ng aggression dito ng CBF, pare. Tignan mo naman yung mga ibang players natin, nakaupo lang.
Wow. So, talagang palagi mo makikita si Kellar eh, no? Diyan banda. Pero parang tinatawag na nga natin Tetsu. Oh my God! Tetsu, calm down, bro! Di mo kailangan palagan eh. Ayan, nagalit na si Jason. Napakaigay mo ka. Tinutoktokan ka na, Jason! Nagmala Jason Borges eh, no? Talagang tinulak ang pinto. At ayan, pira-piraso na nga si Tetsu. 4v5 heading into the 1 minute and 8 mark.
Yeah. Tetsu seeing a 5-point lead, no? Immediately, gin-greenlight niya na yung sarili niya para makapush doon. Pero tignan mo naman yung information na nakukuha ni Aiden from that second mid-jump box. Smokes on the A site. It's not looking too Chinese, pare, pero it's fine. Aiden, mid-side, getting a good headshot, pero isa lang makukuha na dun sa sitwasyon na yun. Ninkyu with a good shot. Gamit ang kanya USP, Ninkyu keeping on going on the site. Nasagasaan si Wooz at si Yaba and si Aldrin na batukan bago siya makapasok ng ating site. MATTJESS with a resounding round back para sa kanilang laruan, pare.
You know, like The funniest rounds. The CBF can give you 7-2. Pero ito yung pinakamalupit na transition heading into 7-3 talaga. Oh my God! Who's... Oh! Wow! Anong angle yun? Zach, I cannot even blame you.
Yeah.
It was not your fault.
Oh, okay, that's
Nakala
definitely
may bawi
your
dito
fault.
si Ninkyu.
Ako po.
Yes.
Manzo's right in front of you, pare.
Aiden hindi handa si Aiden dun no? Kaya Chay Ninkyu. This could be a really good play. Alam na nga nilang may tao sa second mid. So they have to back off, right? They just have to play for retakes, Niggy.
Whoa, what is going on in Q? Nakita na si Tetsu. Aldrin spotting him in return. Bro, what's going on sa minimap natin, Salvatore? Everybody is right behind everybody dito sa mapa natin. And what I thought was an MJB push, yung pala nandun yung CBF, katabi na pala nila. Aldrin with the peek, Aldrin with the headshot. Can you get another one, pare? Here's a flash, here's a headshot.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Opera ng HK itong si Aldrin kung ano-anong headshot pinapamigay, pare.
Okay, pre. Aldrin doing the same trick twice. Holy angle para kay Woos! No way, pre!
Kaya pala lumapit sa monitor.
Vietnam? Chinese TikTok? Ano?
Yes.
What?
Hey, if the red name pops out, pare, that's a shot.
Pre, has to be a millisecond na lumabas yung pangalan ni Zach dun, pre. No shot. Akala ko yung kill, yung patay kay Zach kasi lumipad siya papuntang doghouse. Akala ko sa doghouse siya nahuli. Kasi napaka-logical nun kung nasa top A siya, kita yun, galing doghouse. Palabas pa lang siya ng metal? What? Okay, gotta move on, pre. Next round na kasi. Yaman akong defense, makakaranas nga ng onting pagsabog sa kanyang pangalan. Pero teka lang, huge stack ng MJ dito lang sa LA.
Kaso CBF also has reactionary na defense para sa ganitong sitwasyon, pare. Look at how close Woos is dito sa site natin. He's actually all the way holding dito sa may spawn, and I feel like that's a angle na definitely ine-expect dito na matches. Man, ang laki kasi ng buhuli dito sa A site, so all you have to do is hold mid. Yetcha gusto nang pumasok. Jason wanting to follow suit. Good spray. Si Jason pa inadamp. May Vincent getting Tetsu in return. Zach spotting itong si Yaba. And it will be a full clear galing kay Yetcha spotting Woos. Pero meron pa yatang tao na nasa loob ng site. Pangalan niya Aiden na nasa ilalim. But he will be taken care of. Aldrin tap walking. Aldrin running on the site. Getting one. Pero hindi na naman kuha yung mga ibang miyembro natin on the side of MATTJESS for the second time. Nabukas na naman yung mid-men.
Okay, CBF, you can really have that, like the best of answers pag may LA at LB. Ano naman pag mid? I'm just in shock na wala nakahawat ng lane or even HM, man. Aiden, hindi na nakapag-react na kagad kahit nakapasok pa nga sila. Couldn't use a reposition to even get sikip o kaya sa paglipat man lang na exit. Yeah, the very questionable antics na naman na parang nga sa CBF at MJ now slowly closing out itong margin nga natin. Talagang nilaliman na ng MJ no? Kasi nga makulit si Tetsu! Wow! How did he win that? Posible pa nga makatakas pa pero hindi na nga, pre. How did Tetsu win that? Forcing the 4v4.
Gotta ask yourself playing that, no half the time playing with him. Pero si Aiden, I think it's pretty obvious how he got that headshot. Ninkyu will be taken down. Zach spotted sa long and he was trying to go for a jump peek. MATTJESS na ubos bigla. Ang buong kampo nila, pare, and Vincent cannot salsa his way out of those HK shots. 9-4 CBF. Ay na ba? Can y'all finish a game in regulation finally?
Pwede na ba? Palag na? Nakalock in na ba?
Oh.
Nakalock in na sila, pre! Zach gets taken down. We live in a scenario, pre. Woos is just out-sniping Zach. Yaba nakalampas. Oh my God, gets the headshot. Pero mapapatahimik siya din ni Ninkyu, who's now in the TRG. Jason, nakakita ng sangkaterbang tao sa loob nga ng tower. Pero kailangan nila pa rin nila mag-ingat ngayon. Si Aiden nasa hukay. Pero hawak ka ba nila ang C4? Nasa loob pa rin ang arko. And there goes another kill here for Ninkyu. 2v2 yet. Diyan nakikipagsayawan kay Aiden kahit wala naman sa disco. 1v2 na lang.
Grabe naman si Boosman, di man lang gumalaw. Sa hotel, he was intent on holding that spawn side, pero Hell of a task para dito sa sniper ng CBF who's having to find not one but two players. So that is a quick scope and a USP spray right after, no pare. So definitely a possibility para kay Woos, pero kailangan niya makuha isang player na nakaupo lang, pero hindi niya namalayan si Yetcha, nasa likod niya na pala. CBF trying to end it early with a bit of mid-aggression after yung makuha ni Yaba itong long natin, pero MATTJESS na salon naman na maayos.
Nabati yata pre, early celebration para nga sa CBF. Akala na ata natin passing of the torch na yung ginawang kill doon ni Zach ay ni Woos rather. Pero grabe men, puro pangraraton yung ginawa ng MATTJESS dun sa round na yun pre oh.
CBF
Look at these kinds of duels. Parang expose lang yung pwesto nga nila.
5 versus 3.
Okay. Kakalabanin ko yung kalaban ko nang nakatalikod ako. Yes, CBF. Yes, Tetsu.
Yes.
Napakalupit nun.
Sometimes you have to lose brain cells to gain brain cells, pare. Yun ang mindset dito ni Tetsu. You gotta make
Anong
room.
madadagdagan kung walang nawawala?
Sim. Wait. Who's? Yun lang si Zach pa yung unang na-pick, pare. Nintyo could be stuck.
naman.
Nintyo could be stuck, pare.
That's the thing, pre. Na naman. And Ninkyo is indeed hindi na makawala. Na super glue siya sa metal. Latiman lang siya makalis.
Sobrang galing mo, Wus. Napanood si Kuya sa likod mo. Whoa, Tetsu. Mid-doors. A bit frisky galing sa MATTJESS. Sensation will be falling. Si Aiden pati kakampi namin nadadamay sa one-tap niya. Pero Vincent will be getting Tetsu. Pero Aiden, right side, right play para sa kanya. At si Yetcha na lang natitira. The sacrificial lamb turned into the clutcher. Dito ng MATTJESS. Spotted sa cable car. And down to 0 HP, a 10-5 CBF finally finishing a series in regulation, and the celebrations are aplenty, pare. MATTJESS, they just look distraught.
Grabe pre, parang nilagyan mo lang na alcohol yung sugat dito ng mga players ng MATTJESS nung nag-post pa dito si Tetsu. But that just marks the 4th loss ng MATTJESS in this tournament pre, and they're still yet to face Execration and Stallions. Men, oh men, ala ata ng MATTJESS magiging madali nga ang lahat, but you know, I am just speechless kung paano nga nangyari yung Eagle Eye. We've been putting MATTJESS in that kind of place na pre, meron silang Eagle Eye, meron silang palag, pero wala pre, pinalakpakan lang talaga sila dito ng CBF, and it wasn't even a macro na okay, let's say na randomly nakapasok nga sila sa isang side. It was very methodical para nga sa side ng CBF. Paano nila nakuha yung panalong yun? And we've been clowning the methods of CBF, pero ngayon pre, ito sa matchup na to, parang lahat ng yun talaga naging paldo.
Ayun nga, man, it's also sweet revenge, no? Para dito kay Tetsu, you know, finally beating the team that took him out dito sa regionals back in 2025, pare. And I feel like, you know, this could be, you know, a step towards the journey dito ng CBF, possibly, you know, becoming a fully fulfilled team. I mean, they have a coach. They have a fully fledged coach para sa kanila dito, pare, you know, to much surprise nga dito. And I feel like CBF really is the type of team na, you know, maybe some international orgs would see and say, parang pwede. I kinda like this Tetsu guy. He either goes 4-19 or 19-4, pare. So, ayun nga, I would want to see that para sa CBF. And honestly, I feel like this is only the first step to their success, pare. Kasi, ayun nga, if they're looking this good up against MATTJESS, a team that has been long touted to be yung tagaharang natin going into playoffs, I wonder what the future holds para sa kanila, pare. Pero para sa MATTJESS, no? I don't think this team has done this yet. I'll say that statement now. Hindi pa tapos yung team na to. I will still say MATTJESS will be qualifying into playoffs. Kahit 0-4 sila ngayon, they will be qualifying into 5-4, and it's gonna be happening in a very good fashion. Kung hindi, yeah, this is what it is, man. It's a new era siguro.
A 4-5 can still you get into playoffs, no? Pero syempre mas maganda nga talaga 5-4. Pero gaya nga nasabi ko, Sneaky, nandun pa rin na Execration at Stallion sa kanilang schedule, and that might be the water that will break the camel's back, no? Pero yun na talaga, guys, yun na lang ang ating series para sa unang araw nga na to, no? And grabe nga naman, CBF destroying MATTJESS 2-0 fashion. Ibabato na nga na sa ating panel para sa karagdagang kaalaman. Mochi and Bipolar, kamusta kayo dyan?
Ito, malungkot, no? Kasi sira ang predictions, sira ang moral nila, at maraming nagtataka anong nangyayari sa matches ngayon, no? Kasi, biro mo, Bipolar, we started off thinking that this might be a very close one. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, sabi ni CBF, gaganunin lang namin yan with the 2-0 sweep.
Yeah, yun nga, Mochi. I mean, this Eagle Eye, I mean, we said it before naman, no, na parang it's a proving ground for CBF. Pero for matches kasi it's a testing point kung kaya nga ba nila mag-bounce back from the defeat mula sa acceptance, no, na parang, uy, ang hirap, naging close fight yun. And I would like to say, mas angat pa nga acceptance up against CBF, pero mas nahirapan sila against CBF. The difference in playstyle, I feel like really played well here for CBF. Kasi, nakita mo nun, una nating narrative, is the battle of the IGLs. And yes, it did work out for Tetsu, pero why did it work? Bakit hindi gumana kay Vincent? Ang nag-iisang strat lang na gumana sa Eagle Eye is push mid doors, pasok high mid, diretso lane. If hindi gagana yon, pag 3v3 situation, punta tayo ng B. Pero after that, nothing happens. LB push denied, LA push denied. And sa GR side dito ng CBF, they don't even have that double TRG na nakikita natin na mostly naging meta na kuno para sa ating mga top teams. So, what is happening for matches? Is it because nawamatay agad si Zack, napipick off siya ni Woos, na nagagawa ng paraan dito ng 2-1-2 setup ng CBF kasi si Tetsu nasa mid? Like what? This is so depressing and feeling ko naman, no, even lalo na para sa matches. Kasi nakita natin player cams after the match. Wala. Face palms
They're
here.
so defeated, man.
Defeated. Sad violin gumaganon na may banda na sa likod na parang may lamay sa kampo ng matches kasi hindi sila nakahinga dito sa Eagle Eye, Mochi. It's very, very difficult to point kung ano nga ba yung naging mali doon or naging tama mula sa CBF and matches.
I was about to say, it seems like every single time that they're trying to set up in a round, walang nangyayari. Kasi laging one step ahead itong si CBF. It seems like napag-aralan nila ng maigi yung last week na laban natin with them anticipating kung ano ang kanilang mga magiging galaw dito, which is, again, super sad to see, no? Kasi we're still waiting for that chapter na babawi ang mga ape. That is ㍍MatTJESS, no, dito sa ating second week. But unfortunately, hindi natin nakuha iyon. And I also stand by sa sinabi ni Sneaky Frog, no? Gusto ko din na makita na bumawi itong si ㍍MatTJESS na makatapak ito sa ating playoffs. Pero for now, parang wala pa tayong senyales na nakikita natin yon happening in the future. Especially after seeing, no, na kahit na may mga rounds na nakakatid sila, unfortunately, everything is so gulo, no? Naging konyo pa ako. So gulo. And it's just sad to look at it, no? Oh my gosh.
It's masyado siyang messy, Mochi. Yung nangyari dito is I think what they're looking for, no. Pero I would love to be the contrast sa mga gusto niyo mangyari ni Sneaky. I feel like it's another team going in and I feel like matches will lose 6 rounds straight dito sa ating just because of their form right now. Pero yeah, I'm open naman na makapasok pa rin sila sa playoffs. Why not, diba? Big comeback. But look at these highlights. It's only, it requires Ninkyu to get into high mid, diretso in ulit, pasok ng A, triple kill dapat, or double kill para lang makaplata ng bomba. And this is also another crazy thing that I've noticed, no? Palaging bumabawi ang ComebackFriends pagdating sa mid-rounding kasi dun lalabas ang mismong IGL na si Tetsu. Pero hindi umabot sa mid-rounds, Mochi. Instantly, right off the bat, 2 kills para agad sa ComebackFriends and they don't even need to mid-round. They just have to play amongst themselves. Play at those like individual prowess, no? But hindi talaga umabot dun and I feel like match really didn't have a plan. Plan lang is to go high mid and take something out of it, no? Pero 15 rounds totally here in Eagle Eye, one of the most dominating maps here and performance mula sa ComebackFriends. 15 kills on Aldrin, 16 kills on Aiden, 100% again. But for Tetsu, kahit di siya gumawa dito, well, it picked out the plan na simpleng-simple lang gumana kasi everyone shined for ComebackFriends. So sad though for matches na look at Minkyu,
Yeah.
look at Zach working. Yes, na-shutdown early, pero gumagana pa din kasi sila talaga bumubuhay dito. The fragging IGL is down. 5-13 Mochi. Grabe yun. Pero, let's see. I said
Grabe.
MVP na tayo.
Yep, let us see. Sino yan? Eden po din. No, di ka naman ba nagsasawa na kada isang laban nyo, ikaw ang nandito, no, sa ating mga map and match MVP. And I feel like it's already certain, no, na pagdating sa ating match MVP na pangkalahatan para sa ating serye overall, parang siya at siya pa din talaga. 100% lang naman ang dinrop niyang rating, no, for this map of Eagle Eye.
Amazing.
And it seems like the narrative isn't gonna change anytime soon para dito kay CBF, no. This is already a win streak, if we may call it, no, para sa kanilang schedule so far. It's been stable, it's been good, and tama yung sinabi ni Tetsu dito, no, disiplina. Nanggaling pa yun sa kanya, oo, no, na disiplina yung kanilang pinapaigtingan dito, and as much as possible, the creativity is definitely present din, no, sa kanilang mga proseso. Pero match MVP, Aiden pa rin talaga.
I mean, Aiden, such a one hell of a player, Mochi. Sinabi nga natin, no, he is a core pagdating dito sa Comeback Friends. That 60%, yes, it's still there. But I feel like every time that you give each and everyone individual plays, they will work out. At palagi nangunguna dun si Aiden. Imagine a 1v2 scenario, tapos si Aiden yung natira dun sa isang player. You bank on Aiden to win those fights. Because he can always get these headshots with the HK. And kahit na even here no Ankara marami tayong nakita when they were on the GR side, dehado na nakapasok na ng B yung matches habang apat na lang sila or napalampas nila kasi pumasok ng PB yung matches. Palaging makakuha si Aiden ng 2 kills bago pa makapag-planta dito ang matches. And that is just insane because what happens there is na nahihirapan na yung matches na makahinga because Aiden, despite him dying, he already made pressure on the sa mapang niya.
And it's crazy na from start to finish, no, consistency is definitely the key na pinamalas dito ni Aiden from both of our maps regardless kung saan man siya manggagaling, saan siya papunta, kung ano ang sitwasyon, bound to actually get someone in the process and make it a bit more easier and palatable para sa kanyang team na magawa ang kailangan nilang gawin kundi ang manalo dito sa ating serye ngayon against MATTJESS. And kahit dito lang na binabalikan natin tong mga highlights, no, from him, it just definitely shows na kahit pagdating sa internal comms nila siguro sobrang linaw, no? All calculated, all on point, and I can't wait to hear from our match MVP kasi i-interviewin na natin siya right now. Please welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between, Aiden dito sa ating
Hello
desk. Hello, congratulations. Grabe,
Thank you po.
solid yung performance. You can ask your questions na, bipolar.
Ayun. Aiden, first and foremost, congratulations sa one of your best performances, no, not just for you, Aiden, as a whole, pero for Comeback Friends. Isipin mo yun, hindi kayo umabot ng map 3, hindi kayo nag-overtime sa map 2. Dun sa una, sa Ankara, okay na ngayon, kasi ganun talaga, pero umabot kayo ng 15 rounds lang sa Eagle Eye 2.0. First question ko kasi sa'yo, Aiden, multiple MVPs na, multiple carries para sa team. May pressure ba na nagbe-build kay Aiden na parang kailangan yung core ng CBF na si Aiden palaging maka-double or kailangan gumawa ng impact?
Wala naman po siguro kasi kahit mag-bad game naman po
Hello,
ako may...
mic test? Wait lang, di natin siya narinig.
Wait lang. Mic
Check
test,
natin,
mic
double
Hello
check
po?
natin,
Hello?
double check na. Yun! Okay
yan.
na.
Okay. Again.
Wala naman pong pressure kasi kahit mag-bad game naman po may pumapalit naman na fragger din.
Okay, that's good, no? Parang literal na merong tagasalo, kumbaga, no, sa ating team. So, Aiden, question lang, no? Ano yung nakita yung weakness ni MATTJESS ngayon sa serye natin? Kasi, biro no, hindi nyo na pinaabot ng decider map.
Di ko po alam. Sila po yung nanood ng laro, nakikinig lang po ako.
Feeling ko play safe si Aiden sumagot.
Sinin ko daw po.
Bipolar.
Again,
Daw!
ano ulit yun, Aiden? Sorry, nag-choppic ka saglit. Ano sorry? May hinabol
Si
ka eh.
Ninkyu na po yung nakitang kainaan. Based sa sinabi
see.
ni Yaba.
Oh, I see. Meron ba tayo Sorry. Bakit may coach tayo sasagot? Pero Aiden, ano yung nakita nyo kay Ninkyu na weakness specifically? Para naman, baka makatulong din ako kay MATTJESS, no?
Ayun daw yung purgain kung nasan si Ninkyu.
I
Kailangan
see.
Ay, lang
targeted,
pasukin.
no? Okay.
Kumbaga, parang yun yung nag-online ka talaga sa kanila, no, bipolar, which is definitely valid din naman for
That's
us.
true.
Ikaw, baka may mga questions ka pa.
Ito, isa question for the whole team, no, Aiden. I would like you to give the answer. Kasi syempre, nakikita natin, no, you have STS, VP, Fervid, a lot of teams right now. Pag Eagle ay ginagamit, may double TRG setup. Kayo naman meron din, di ba? Nandyan si Tetsu, pwede mag-TRG sometimes, naka-AD mostly. Nandyan si Wooz. Bakit ngayon, parang iba yung approach ng comeback friends sa gantong style of meta pagdating ng Eagle Eye 2.0? Sapat ba na ganun? Or ano yung thought process ng buong team? Bakit ganun yung setup niyo pag GR side?
Stick lang po kami sa like sa normal na meta ganun. Like hindi naman kami sumasabay sa mga double Arctic. Parang lang, yung mga casual lang na play ganun.
Sa komportable ng buong team, no? Kung saan komportable yung team, din mas maayos yung laro.
Yes po.
Okay. Okay, Aiden.
I
No
see.
problem. Thank you, Aiden.
Pare ikaw, Aiden, singit ko lang tong question. Kung papapiliin ka, comfort or meta, anong pipiliin mo?
Comfort pa din.
Comfort
Ikoy.
all the way. Ikoy. Pwede din. Pero no, Aiden, congratulations once again, no. Pwede ka nang mag-shoutout at magbanggit mga gusto mong batiin dito.
Shoutout kay Salvatore tsaka sa mga nanonood. Sana nabigyan ulit namin kayo magandang laban kahit puro OT. Ayun lang po.
He's good. Baka meron
Shoutout
pa
sa
pahabol.
Beyblader kay Buko.
Yun
That's our Beyblader. Nabati pa. Maraming salamat, Aiden.
Thank you, Aiden.
And good luck sa inyong mga susunod na
Congrats,
laban.
brother.
Tuloy-tuloy mo lang yung paghakot ng mga MVP title natin.
Thank you po.
Yon.
Good.
Goods.
Congrats. And thank you din, no, kay Aiden. Good luck sa mga matches nila, Mochi. I'm feeling like, hot take siguro, I feel like the matches na palagi nakakapag-playoffs ngayon, mapapalitan na ng comeback friends. It might be possible na with this recent performances.
Yeah, honestly, no. And as much as parang masakit siyang sabihin, unfortunately, yun yung
Hindi
nakikita natin based sa mga resulta natin. So, grabe naman sa hindi sa akin, no? Pero feeling ko yung nasasaktan dyan talagang lubusan, si Dadong.
Si Dadong.
No, na nag-aaral ngayon. Pero yun, maya sa susunod na serya natin, makikita natin ang laban ng Team Acceptance and as well as Attras. This is really interesting and I'm really looking forward with the rest of us. Kaya sa ngayon, tayo ay mamapahinga muna at magbabalik tayo para sa ating second series. Maya.
Paghigas sa shot,
Uy, grabe!
Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one and also two huge.
Kaya pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rate here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade. PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP.
Dalawang A ang magtatapat para dito sa ating ikalawang serye for today. Attras versus Team Acceptance. Sino kaya ang magpapakita ng kanilang A game for this time? Welcome everyone dito pa rin sa ating CFS SEA Masters 2026 Summer. Kayo pa rin ang iyong kasama dito sa ating panel bipolar. Any expectations para sa kanila?
We expect a map number 3 for these two teams and we expect some improvements from their recent matches. Ang nakita natin dito sa Acceptance was that they were struggling to also close out rounds even for Attras, no? But let's see. There's a lot of things to talk about, but given that this matchup can have already, have their own kind of predictions. Parang kasi ngayon Acceptance has a very very good start pagdating dito sa ating Masters. Meanwhile Attras medyo kind of easy pa in my POV, no. So gusto makita kung ano nga bang may hahalantad nila sa ating series na ito.
That's true. Kaya naman talakayan na natin kung anong meron para sa ating unang team, which is Team Acceptance. We're in from last week. Sila lang naman ang tumalo dito, no, against MATTJESS na kung saan it became a bit controversial, but we all know it's hard-earned. Especially after the performance na pinakita dito ng ating reunion trio, and as well as Dre's consistency, and as well as yung mga assisted din dito ni Ting, that is definitely an abominable force.
And of course, no, kailangan dito palagi bigyan ng spotlight Sek because nasa gitna na siya ngayon. Kasi maglalaro si X3D, wala muna ngayon si Dre. He'll be subbing out for now. X3D will play. Alright. So rare occurrence, nakasama na ulit natin sa X3D. Welcome back to the Masters. But yeah, Heck is also been getting the spotlight. I believe he got like 25 plus kills last time, no? So ngayon, tatagalan natin onte. Heck, kung naririnig mo kami, isang flex naman dyan, Heck. Tanggalin mo na rin damit nyo lahat. Sama nyo na si X3D.
Hoy! Nasa broadcast tayo, girl!
Girl? Bawal pala.
Chill.
Hindi, flex lang.
Yeah!
Ayun! Narinig tayo. Again,
Girl, kalmahan mo!
maraming salamat, Heck. May interconnection parehas kaming Kurt yung pangalan. Pero yun na nga, no. Maraming salamat, Acceptance, sa ating player camps na sobrang tagal. But 2-1 yung kanilang scoreline ngayon pagdating sa buong torneo. They lost a lot sa Comeback Friends, pero Mochia, lahat ng matches na to, except na sa Taring Babi, lahat yan pantay na pantay. Hindi yan madaling laban dun sa mga nakalaban nila last time.
Yeah, that is true. And even yung kanilang laban ng CBF, no, sobrang close din nun. Parang every single time that there is quite of a gamble that they have to take here, parang imposible na magiging one-sided ang ating mga laban. And sorry guys, medyo nawala ako sa train of thought ko kasi kinakabahan ako sa kasama ko. Pero other than that, no, grabe naman talaga yung nagiging performance natin here for Team Acceptance so far. And it seems like they've already found their footing some sort of way, no? Parang kailangan na lang dito is a bit more creativity sa kanilang mga ginagawang mga set plays. Pero pag-usapan naman natin ngayon ang team ng Attras. Because ano ba ang meron dito, Bipolar?
Ito na nga, J. Kim is in town and K has been trying to get into Masters. Now he has a shot. But looking at Attras, no, I would like to put a lot of eyes dito kay RTA, pati kay Kid. Kasi they are fraggers nonetheless na kailangan natin abangan, no. And with RTA's IGLing, can he battle up against the IGLing dito ng ating Acceptance na sinabi nga last time na kailangan daw marunong na sila maging passive and aggressive. Meanwhile, Attras, they have their own playstyle na very almost the same but has a different taste kasi nga nandito na si J. Kim. And with J. Kim's last time na bumubuhay ng team, can he do that as well pagdating sa Attras? But let's see, Mochi, maraming binubuga rin to ang Attras mga kapag nasa second half na tayo So yun yung kailangan natin na pangalan.
Yes, parang they're the type of team that they need a bit of download time bago mag-fully activate. And here for Acceptance, ang kanila na mga basis is yung simula, no? So I can't wait kung paano mapapakita ang mga contrasts between both of our teams as well, no? Which, again, no, ang only similarity na pwede nating sabihin sa kanila is the fact that they qualified dito sa ating league so far. Pero again guys, clean slate tayo dito for Attras Esports. Wala pa silang history. This is their very first, this is their debut match dito sa ating group stage so far for summer. It is against Team Acceptance. And they might use this as a leverage already because they already have that familiarity and just need a few hours or a few minutes para ma-review kung ano yung pinagdaanan ng AT last week.
Ito na nga, Mochi, no? This is basically a fresh start for Attras, very, very fresh. But for some of the players here, no, you have JKM, RTA, and K na that's almost has that veteran status na rin, no, na nakapaglaro naman sila sa ganitong kind of setting.
Yes.
But what can they do sa very first matchup nila? Because last time nakita natin, no, first week, Mochi, may first matchup tayo na nakakagulat, may first matchup na tayo na nakaka-disappoint. What is the taste for Attras? But now, looking at our head-to-head, Mochi, mukhang ito na ang kailangan natin. Tignan kung magpapapaf nga ba sila mama.
Ooh.
Or hindi pa na. Last
Is
time
this like a battle of consistency? Dre as well as JKM and how they were able to support their teammates in the sidelines? Tingin mo, Bipolar?
I mean, this head-to-head, no, is regarding sa mga recent matches ng ating dalawang teams. JKM is consistent nandun, sinasabi mo ngayon, pero he also has that mindset na for the whole Attras, and that's why I feel like he very fits well pagdating sa Attras because he has that download time, and once makaabot nga tayo sa second half, dun mo may kita na, uy, pwede ngang mag 1.10, 1.20 dito na KD ratio si JKM. Pero with Dre out, na ganito yung start line na ginagawa niya, a kill per round na is 75 plus HK, a headshot per kill na 0.60, magiging parang downfall ba yun or maging maapektuhan ba yung pagkawala ni Dre ngayon na si XPD naman yung maglalaro. So, ito ito yung kailangan natin talagang i-accept na wala muna si Dre, and can X3D patch that hole right now na nagampanan dito ni Dre?
That's actually a pretty good question, no? Like, can X3D actually live up to the standard na inilapag nga dito ni Dre? As you have mentioned, I can't wait to see kung ano nga yung magiging outcome natin dito. But all the things that we can say din dito, a single thing, specifically para kay JKM is kahit nung way back pa, no, nung nandun pa at kasama niya sila D, sila Lance, kahit pa paano mabilis siyang maka-adjust at makapares, no? Mabilis din siya mag-adjust. So, here na ang ating Mavito. We have Eagle Eye, Angkara, and Port. Parang paborito ata ang ating first two maps for today.
Yeah, these two maps kasi have been such a pocket, parang number one or number two choice pagdating sa mga mapol ng ating mga players, no? But it's very, how do you say this? It's very even sa Eagle Eye and Ankara. And gusto ko itong nilabas ng Attras, no? Because one of their top maps right now is Eagle Eye. Given that mas marami yung kailangan gawin dito ni JKM and as well as ni RTA, and even for Kino, kasi kakalabanan niya nga rin para si Hek dito sa mapang to. So, if at least the first half dito, and they're still starting on the BL side, makakuha sila ng 4 rounds, Mochi, give it to Attras already sa first map. Let's just move on to our set number 2 na maging Ankara, no? But I feel like talagang pagdating lang natin ng Port, saka natin may kita, baka mag-lean towards na to ng Acceptance. Because these two first maps, Mochi, I'm leaning towards Attras.
Interesting. And ako, honestly, I only knew a bit of VODs na meron din dito, no, for Attras. Okay, Acceptance, mas marami akong idea how this may go about. And I am wondering, no, if that would entirely be the case, especially para dito sa ating dalawang mapa as you have mentioned. Pero ito ang ating mga predictions. We have Attras all the way dito sa ating board, while Ramon actually opt for that 2-0 na sweep dito, no, in favor of Attras. And it's all up to Team Acceptance to prove us wrong, but I'm also pretty curious kung ano kaya yung estado at pananaw ng komunidad natin dito, no? Especially, syempre, medyo malapit din itong dalawang teams natin, kaya naman papakita na natin ang ating community polls as Attras definitely has the upper hand, but still a bit close, no? 59% ang pagkapabo sa kanila dito.
You know what, Mochi? I don't doubt that itong 41% natin really does have that that mindset na kaya mapanalo dito ng Acceptance kasi I don't okay lang naman na parang maging 2-1 din to in favor ng acceptance for me kahit patalo yung prediction ko. Just because we know acceptance to be very nag-improve na sila. Hindi na to yung acceptance na very complacent, very slow. Again, despite the age, kaya nilang pumantay dito sa mga 20-year-olds natin, sa mga 19-year-olds natin right now sa Masters Summer. So, titingnan natin kung ano nga ba talaga yung angat nila here. But yeah, I'm open na masira din yung prediction ko here just because acceptance pa rin naman to at the end of the day.
I mean, sabi nga nila, the age doesn't matter, but the openness for experience matters a lot. And I do think that we're also gonna have our casters din dito, join dito sa ating desk. Kaya naman, welcome na natin sila, Dedom and Ramon. Yung sakto. Welcome dito sa ating desk, Ramon and Dedom. This seems like a very interesting matchup. Ano ang thoughts mo dito, Ramon?
Totoo lang, no? Parang from Impact into the Master stage. It's a different stage para sa parehong teams na to, no? Pero one having the experience above the other, feeling ko that's gonna be playing into a factor dito, no? Pero I'm very hyped. I love both of these teams. At nakikita ko yung dedication sa kung paano nila hinahain ang sarili nilang skills para lang makapag-improve sa kada laro na nilalaro nila every single time.
That is true. And dito naman kay Dado, no, I am wondering, do you think that X3D being added dito sa ating team of Attras will affect their operations here now na wala si Dre?
X3D in acceptance, I think it will be good. Pero si Dre, maganda kasi yung momentum niya, no, coming into our Masters. So, hindi ko alam kung paano yung magiging conversion dito ni X3D. But he's a very solid player. Let's get that straight, no? Lots of experience. Pero ito, na-call out Ramon a little bit, no? Sabi mo, experience gonna play a factor, pero Attras yung pinredict mo, ha?
Tignan natin. Malay mo may kamali ako, malay mo ginix ko lang, di ba?
Alright. Baka naman kasi ang tina-target ni Ramon dito is like their individual experience. Pero again, chemistry plays a lot dito, no? Pero ito na, ang ating watch points, week 1 performance of Team Acceptance Heck is top-notch bipolar. I feel like everyone might agree here.
Yeah, of course, no, multiple 100% rating pagdating sa ating mga matches, multiple 20 bombs pagdating sa ating mga maps, and very very careful na nga ang ating players here for acceptance. So looking at it with least with them having these deaths of 72, nakikita nga natin na parang kalkulado na ang buong acceptance. Yes, there's still that they still have that parang slow approach pagdating sa game, pero just like from the interview itself last time ng mga off-stream tayo or away from the broadcast, sinabi nga ni Heck dito na they're capable now of, with these two players na 20 years old or at least fresher than the OG players natin sa acceptance, na may different flavor na sila. It's just a matter of when they will be using it. So yun na nga, one heck of a performance, pero they need one more at least pagdating dito sa Attras.
If I can say one thing also, Mochi, no? Gusto ko idagdag dun sa argument ng Heck. Ito guys, fun fact. Sa record ng kill per round as it stands ngayon sa Masters, meron tayong Kano, meron tayong Zetra, meron tayong KLB, meron tayong Lance. Lahat yan, mas mataas si Heck currently. Given the performance of first week, Heck is having the best form ever. I can say that straight. Kaya malakas ang tsansa ng acceptance na manalo dito laban sa Attras.
Interesting take. And grabe din, no? Least deaths but most kills is just insane. Pero how about this one, no? Number 2 at 3 ng Impact Stream 2026, rematch ulit, Ramon.
O nga, nakita na nga sila sa group stage ng Impact very recently lang, no? And if I remember correctly, yung Attras, yung nakapanalo doon after having a pretty close game nung new compound nila as their last map. Albeit napaka-close lamang nun, and it's pretty much the same stage na ngayon, no? Kung saan yung roster na nilaro nila nung group stage nung Impact, they're gonna be having a more similar kind of lineup para sa acceptance ngayon. So familiar foes para to sa Attras, and definitely acceptance looking to get their revenge story this time around, no? Pero tignan natin kasi minsan sa ganung sitwasyon baka pressure will be getting to acceptance, especially considering the sub-in might actually change a lot of what they're already used to pagkatapos ng mga first week nila dito sa master stage.
And I feel like that is the biggest question of them all, no? Ano kaya yung mangyayari now that there were some immediate roster changes from their team? Kaya naman tignan natin nating last watch point, the JKM effect. Ano bang meron dito, Dedo?
Well, of course, Jake Kim, siya yung pinakabagong addition dito sa Attras, no? And from what we saw, at least noong Swiss stage natin, no, Jake Kim is fitting like a glove sa playstyle ng Attras. Saktong-sakto yung firepower ni Jake Kim para dito sa Attras. Although, I would give it still as a bit of a testing period. Kasi nga, first outing pa lang to ng Attras sa Masters, no? I mean, yes, we did see him have a good performance against the like Virtus.pro. Remember, nanalo sila laban sa Virtus.pro. But then, Vid happened. But then, Execration happened. So, para sa akin, question mark pa rin kung ano yung pormahan ng Attras coming into Masters.
I see. And seems like parang ito na nga talaga yun, no? Yung most awaited na laban natin at unang laban ng Attras dito sa ating group stage. Kaya naman, ano pa nga bang hinihintay natin? Abaya, direkta na natin ating laban, Ramon and Daydom. Rak-rakan na.
Maraming salamat Mochi and Bipolar para sa pagbubukas ng isang nobelo ng dalawang teams na dahil sa sipag at tiyaga at syempre maraming nilaga. Nakapasok na ng main stage ng local crossfire ang parehong Acceptance at Attras. At ngayon sila magtuto sa ating week number 2. Kasama niyo pa rin kami. They are duo na si Daydom at saka Ramon para naman pag-usapan yung mga mangyayari dito. No? Pero alam mo Daydom, ang ganda na naiyahay ng crossfire sa atin ngayon. Isang malupit na reunion from Impact. Lalaban dito sa next level sa XCTN ng crossfire.
And you know what's more interesting dito, Ramon, no? The last time these two faced ay sa group stage pa nung Impact, no? They didn't even see each other nung playoffs kasi magkaiba sila ng bracketing. At nung nagtapat sila ng huli, medyo hindi dikit yung laban. Attras came out on top. Pero ibang-iba kasi yung pormahan ng Team Acceptance ngayon, no? And I firmly believe yung pag-sub in X3D para kay Dre dito sa labang ito wouldn't really make a big difference in terms of the form of Acceptance. I say that in the sense na feeling ko malakas pa rin sila even with X3D. Even though Dre, maganda yung momentum niya, maganda yung pormahan nila ni Ting coming into Team Acceptance, X3D going back into the fold, I feel like it will be just like another day in the office para kay X3D na parang hindi siya nawala, no? But I might be sounding a bit biased dito, Ramon. As you know, Team Acceptance and Team Attras, these two teams pareho ko tong favorite mula sa Impact, no? But I do love the form of Team Acceptance. Lalo na nung I feel like nung kinalaban nila yung matches, doon natin nakita talaga yung ceiling ng Acceptance. And I feel like parating na tayo doon.
For sure, no? And to add to your point then, I feel like the X3D change is gonna do a lot more good than harm para sa team na to. Oo, transitional period kasi ibang player nga naman, di ba? Pero of all people, it's X3D na nakapasok dito, player na familiar kalaro, sina Silent at saka si Heck dito. Not only because of their impact stage lang last event, pero as well as the amount of time that they've invested in him then before the impact stage at all is gonna put a lot of work para sa Acceptance dahil nga sa magiging roster change na ito. And hopefully, maging consistent yung kanilang magiging results dito because of that. And to compare to Attras nga naman, they're coming into this with a big chip on their shoulders talaga. Very confident being the younger Impact team to now become that new shining star dito sa C Masters. Lessons to the comms as we go into Eagle Eye.
Tabang i-dix to, Lord? Asa naman tayo? Pag-i...
Duwin mo lang. Sumbong kayo kapag may nakikita ko sa LB.
Ano nga akin? May nakita ka?
Wala.
Okay, lots of comms ongoing para dito sa Attras. Acceptance yet to make a move. And Eagle Eye, ito yung mapa na pinakita rin ng Attras, no, na kaya nilang laruin. But you have to remember, Attras, this has become a specialty for them. Noong Impact, paulit-ulit nilang nilalabas to, almost permanently banned itong mapang ito laban sa kanila, no, outside of sub-base. And I do understand bakit binan ng Attras yung sub-base. Acceptance has one of the best sub-bases in the entirety of CrossFIRE Philippines as well. So I kind of expected that, but Eagle Eye could still be a question mark. X3D sumisilip na sa bintana sa hotel, has to back off. Ramon, 1 HP na siya.
Yeah, for sure. Dahil sa pressure, nilabas agad from LB from Attras, no? Sayang, no? Kasi kung nilabas lang ulit yung new compound, then that would have been the cherry on top para sa kanilang matchup. Kasi yun yung parang pinang-ending ng series na yun, no? Nasa Impact sila, and possibly we could have just run it back para lang sa serye na to. But this time with the Eagle Eye, you mentioned that LB pressure nakita ng Attras kanina. They're gonna wrap it all back around that mid side habang si Ajax Favorite spot niya ito, wrap around towards the mid side, and takes care of J. Kim, naka-free kill pa nga kay CRG. Good start para sa acceptance, nakuha pa sila ng trade. So 3v4, at si RTA nasa mismo mukha na ni Silen, cuts off the head of the snake and is already taking control doon pa lang sa top A, Ting spotted, and the GR God is taken down. Attras, full control sa A side pagkatapos ng effort ni RTA. 3 kills para sa kanya.
Yun lang, yung mid-round ng acceptance, medyo nawala. Dead round muna tayo. Could have been the reason why. Siguro yung communication dito ng acceptance nagkaroon ng konting lanet, no? But they kind of look scattered in that site execute. Kasi ang ganda ng lurk naman eh.
For sure, no? Mabilis na dead round lang tayo ulit, no? First count pa lang yun para sa DR Duo ngayon na sana'y hindi siya magtuloy-tuloy para sa araw na to. We're just making sure that this will all continue smoothly para makalaro tayo ulit in the server. Pero syempre, to the ball game ulit, no? I acknowledge nga din that while the macro was something that in place na sana para sa acceptance, they had a good job of trying to surprise din yung dalawa na nagsa-setup pa lang on that mid control, which is kind of the whole point para sa Attras. They're trying to set up yung mga util on the mid side. Maybe tinitingnan nila kung may lalabas doon sa door mid para sa kahit sino dito sa acceptance. Pero it became an open runway para kay Ajax para ma-setupan yung na-flank ng dalawang kills dito. No? And ang pinakamagandang need down lang doon para kay RTA is just that after niya ma-realize na napatayin na yung dalawang players sa mid, tinuloy na lang niya papasok doon sa may exit na nagro-rotate pa lang yung mga nasa acceptance. So yung gulat, parang binawian lang ng gulat factor din. And something that we kind of noticed from RTA is that he gets really proactive kapag kailangan talaga ng sitwasyon para sa team niya, pre.
Exactly. Tapos umiikot-ikot lang siya dun sa smoke. Acceptance, weren't really sure what to do in that scenario. And yun yung glaring issue dito ng team acceptance. No? One of the things that definitely lamang ang Attras is that mid-rounding. And once that communication kind of takes a hit para sa acceptance dito, doon natin nakikita yung mga crack. No? Kasi once a moment na may nag-pop off, katulad nung ginawa ni RTA, medyo wala nang naisasagot yung team acceptance. So that's gonna be important, lalong-lalo na dito sa BL side in Eagle Eye. And thankfully for acceptance, sa GR side sila nagsimula. No? So for now, they can rely on Heck and the sniping. Pero kailangan talaga nilang buuin yung mas maganda na mid-round dito to adjust to the playstyle that is Attras. I mean, ultimately, mas marami talaga tayo nakitang Eagle Eye maps pang Attras dito. Kumbaga, Attras love this map. Team acceptance, they're willing to play in Eagle Eye. So there's definitely a disparity sa mga setup ng dalawang team na to.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, no? On paper, may mga set plays pa rin nagagawa ang ating acceptance dito, no? Yung usual na ginagawa ni Ajax sa pag-push on LA, tapos yung pag-hold nila dito sa door mid, fully knowing that the threat is there since nagpakita nga sila doon sa mid kanina, baka ma-push sila agad doon. There's still some things na tinitingnan nila on the long angles, but they're not really in a place para ma-counter yung mga proactive pushes katulad ng ginawa ni RTA kanina. So, while we see the early set of motions being going para dito sa acceptance, medyo konting piga pa, no? Para lang makahanap tayo ng konting sagot dito sa Attras na medyo nagagawan pa rin ng paraan na tanggalin yung mga butas mismo sa kanilang mga default. No? Pero again, mabilis ang bati lang ulit sa mga viewers natin, yung mga supporters ng Attras as well as itong acceptance. Sure na sure ako na tinututukan to ng mga naging idolo nilang mga players natin dito from Impact. It's very nice to see that a young squad like Attras, through hard work, through all the scrims that they've been doing, you know, despite some rocky performances na nakita natin dun sa Swiss stage, nakahanap pa rin sila ng way para malinis lang yung sistema. No? Narinig ko, maganda daw yung mga scrim results nila. Nakakapagpahinga pa rin sila na maayos dahil parang tinitake care lang sila ni Boss Oma Attras. No? Shoutout nga po ulit kay Boss Attras para sa suporta na binibigay niya lagi sa mga talents as well as dito sa CrossFIRE. But parang Attras has been getting a lot of support because of that, and I feel like it also helps para sa mga players na to keep the morale up and just to keep the effort going.
Absolutely, no. Attras, actually, ito yung team na sure ako nagsiscrim, no? Kahit hindi natin sila nakikita sa Masters. In the first week, obviously, wala silang matches. So, second week, ito yung pinakaunang laban nila, no? So, kung pakapanood nyo pa lang, yes, this is the very first map, very first set ng Attras sa Masters. Kaya ngayon natin makikita kung ano yung bench line, that is team acceptance, kung gaano silang kalakas laban dito. Gotta remember as well, Ramon, no? Kung nagtapat itong dalawang ito nung playoffs, baka nag-iba yung finals natin nung Impact. So, we don't really see a good best of 3 na hindi group stage sa dalawang to no? Parang first time to in this year na makikita natin na very high stakes game talaga and a full front series between Team Acceptance and Team Attras. At yun, makikita talaga natin dito kung gaano ka level ang Attras laban sa Team Acceptance na ngayon is already trailing behind by 1 round. Attras 1-0 dito sa Eagle Eye at medyo nagmamadali ang Attras na makontrol dito ang LA at LB.
Siguro dahil dun sa push na ginawa kanina na Ajax, no? Just putting a lot more priority on that proactive BL side. Dalawa na nakahawak lamang dun sa may guardhouse. Pero Kid, next shot onto Silent. That's already the defense of that mid-side gone para sa Acceptance.
Good little spam mula kay Kid dito. Alam niya yung pwestuhan. Silent. That is special Eagle Eye map na meron ng Attras. Alam talaga nila yung mga angulo dito no? So, Acceptance, kahit unpredictable na yung playstyle nila, Ramon, they have to be even more unpredictable laban sa Attras because they're very familiar with this map. X3D could be the source ng unpredictability na yun.
Yun nga kahit sa mga season ng Impact, medyo a little bit more out of him this time around as Ajax. Nalay back into door mid. Ang daming damage na nakalagay sa kanya at hindi siya makatakas. Sting, good refrag onto him. Heck with a second shot as well. Ting on the GR is becoming a nuisance para hindi makapasok ang Attras sa east side. A good plant coming through. Good mid-round para sa Attras. As si Ting, nako, naspatan pa nga. Wala pa yung flank. Nag-peak na siya agad. Papunta dito sa Attras.
3D 1v2. Galing sa bridge. Not a lot of angles he could clear for himself. Yun na nga, nagdikit na si RTH si J-Kim after spotting him. Nice shot, X3D, that's one. Kailangan pang umisa. Time ticking down, 18 seconds on the C4 at si J-Kim magpipik! Why, J-Kim? And X3D will clutch it out on that 1 versus 2. Welcome back!
Si J-Kim na yung nagbigay ng susi kay X3D para paganahin yung motor at nakarampa pa nga papunta dito sa 2 kills niya on the clutch itself. But it is a welcome clutch coming in para kay X3D. He knew that the info coming through was from that RS position, pare. It was just questionable, no, na si J-Kim pa nga yung nagbigay sa kanya ng 1v1 na yun. He could have actually played for time. Pero he was low on HP, so wala na ngayong option sa kanya. So 1 for 1 na para sa Attras and Acceptance. Back into the default where they're holding both lanes na ulit.
Team Acceptance keeping it close. Ito na nga, kitang-kita yung diferensya sa playstyle nila. Attras playing the map game, yung Acceptance trying to be unpredictable. At si Heck, of course, tatama yan. K is down. Heck from exit at pina-exit niya na si K.
Yeah, just from his presence alone din, hindi na niya pinagbigyan ng kahit anong trade ang Attras. Actually, saw somebody from the garage position as well, kaya need to be careful not giving any to aggression from Acceptance. Si Kid naman ang lalapit and even getting space dito kay Ajax who does go down. RTA with one and another para kay J-Kim as well. Bunker secured! And Heck, tinanggal na ang isa sa mga nasa loob lamang ng site. Attras. Beautiful sa execution nila on that A side.
And what the hell was that entry, Kid? Oh my goodness, inubos niya yung Team Acceptance despite the fact na nandun. Buhay pa si Heck, no? Attras had the man disadvantage pero nakapasok nang sila ng ganun-ganun lang. Every shot hitting 2-1. Parang magiging dikit ang Eagle Eye natin dito, Ramon. I should have expected this. Pero Silent, I ask of you one thing, wag ka na mag-peek. Ay.
Parang si Ajax lang kanina, no? Trying to jiggle for info pero nalason pa siya dahil sa napaka-kulit ni Kid who does actually get that first blood, no?
That's the second time na si Silent doon nang wala siyang nakuha. Oh no, Heck! Not connecting. That's 2 kills para sa Attras ngayon. Full control of LB. Kailangan makakuha ng kill dito ni Ting. Lurking from LA. Hindi nila alam na nandun si Ting. Pero si K nakapasok! Shot in onto Ajax. X3D has to take him down. And he will do so. 2v4, Ramon.
Pero lurk lang yun, pre. Yung nag-iisang push ng Attras is all the way towards that LA position. Na-dismantle na nila yung B-site. Yung A-site pa yung gusto nila. Ang Attras, syempre, walang hiya. Gugustuhin ang dalawang site on this Eagle Eye. At nakuha pa yung buhay ni Ting in the process. 1v4 para sa nagbabalik na X3D. Good shot on the Kid, pero J-Kim ang kukuha dito sa last member ng Acceptance. It is Attras putting up 3-1 sa kanilang BL side.
Yeah, some adjustment has to be made para dito sa Team Acceptance. So yung depensa nila na-expose yung mid-door specifically. Lagi nabubuksan ng Attras, no? And adjust they will. Tignan mo, no? Iniwan nila ngayon. Yung mid-door, triple stack papunta sa hotel. And they will change things up. Parang nagkakaroon ng mga butas yung depensa dito ng Team Acceptance because of unnecessary movement. And I feel like they need to calm down a little bit.
Yes. They have to stop peeking yung mid door. Yun yung isa sa mga nagiging malaking butas na nare-realize na slowly ng Attras, no? So many times na iniiwan nila itong si Kid para lang makuha yung isa nag-pick doon sa mid. And instant adjustment para sa Acceptance, hindi na nila guguluhin yung mismong angulo na yan, no? So the play passive, all the way back on those two lanes in this position. Attras though, syempre mangiingi pa rin si Ting. Nakita na doon pa lang sa may bunker at si JK, muntikan pa nga niya mapatay itong si Ting.
Good dip and dive mula doon kay Ting. Di siya nalaglag. It puts a bit of damage in kila K at Kid. Kaya napuwersa yung Attras na lumayo. Pero papasok ulit ng LA Ramon.
Kaya nga kahit may smoke pa dito, syempre walang takot ang Attras, nalalapit lang dyan. Needs out, push coming in para kay RTA na isang bala lang ang kailangan para patulugin lang si Silent. CRG but a second as Attras completely shutting down yung defense nila on that A site. 2 versus 4 as Heck will only get 1 bullet dito kay Kid before he also goes down. Si X3D na lang ang natitira. 1v3 para sa kanya, pero with enough time and a lot of isolated frags, posible pa to para kay X3D.
Posible ba? Piso na lang siya dito, Ramon, tapos mag-isa lang siya. That's just 1 bullet mula kay CRG ang kakailanganin. Attras, I gotta hand it to them, Ramon. That is a perfect A-site execute. Pangalawang beses na nilang ginawa yan. Walang palya. Attras, so far, clinical A execution at yung Team Acceptance, hindi pa nila nasusolusyonan yon. Heck, sumilip! Nakuha ng isa. Case down. No more sniper for Attras. At iisa pa, si Heck dito.
Gugusto pa? Siyempre, gugustuhin niya para lang mas lalong lumang ang depensa nila. No? Pero yung 3-stack ng mga players natin on Acceptance, nakita nila lahat dun sa LB. Kaya dalawa nakahawak lamang sa doghouse para lang ma-cut off yung rotation nila. Pero Attras, instead, default na lang on that mid side. Nakahawak na si Silent sa angulo na yan. Pero si Kid na kanina pa nangungulit, baka magulat pa nga na dito sa Silent on the peak.
J-Kim nakabantay, dalawa yung kalaban niya doon. Bit of noise being made mula sa LB. At si J-Kim lalapit ng konti. Alam niya kasi na may malapit, may narinig siyang footstep dito, Ramon
Yun nga your info and now the instinct has to be kicked in para sa pareho nating teams. Push coming in para kay J-Kim.
Silent.
At si Silent, kanina pang nakahawak dyan sa lane. Expecting anybody to come out from Attras. At si Kid pa nga yun, nagulat pa si Silent. Experience not even needed. Kid, ginulat na lang ang nagdedepensa. Doon pa lamang may door mid, 4 versus 4. X3D holding down that LB position. Na spot pa nga ni RTA using so much time para lang maka-default ang Attras. Nakuha pa nga nila yung katawan ni X3D doon. At saan papasok ang Attras? Nakuha na nga nila yung LB ngayon, pre.
Kahit saan. Ramon, they have the man advantage now. At kapag napatumban nila si Heck, pwede silang mag-LB. Tapos tinan mo si Ting, lalapit pa yan. Trying to find the kill. Heck, has to be massive dito sa hotel. Sniper in hand, RTA lalapit na. That's one shot. Heck, muntik na makadalawa. CRG with the trade. 2 versus 3. Attras has the favor. Pero si Ajax susubukang tapusin to. Takes only 1 kill. Ting, 1v2.
And it's on the flank as well para kay Ting. Pero Attras fully knows na mauubos yung oras bago na i-plant yung C4 ngayon. So a lot of time para makapag-clutch ng 1v2 si Ting. Ang nakapasok na sa site, kaso a nade. So much damage lang kay Ting, pero 1 bullet is needed. Mapatay lamang tong si J-Kim. 1v1 na laban sa kanya. And Ting trying to bait him out, pero alam na alam ni J-Kim ang galawan ni Ting. Hindi siya kaagat. Pipik lang at isang bala lang ang kailangan para patayin si Ting. Attras getting 1 more round after beautiful trades sa pagpasok nila sa B-site.
And J-Kim with the clutch. Makita mo yung ngiti ni J-Kim doon. Abot tenga. Alam niya kasi yung ginawa niya. 4-round lead for Attras. On the BL side of Eagle Eye. Heck! Desperately keeping control para sa Team Acceptance. Pero okay, nakakuha ng isang kill yung Team Acceptance. Paano nyo ise-secure yung round?
That's been the key thing in the previous round no? Nakuha nga nila yung early kill. pero hindi nila nako-convert dahil Attras is doing really well sa mid-rounding. Kung saang lane sila napipitas, i-compensate nila with a strat na pwede nilang gulatin yung kahit sino na goal sa hotel o kaya yung kung sino man nagpipick early. Pero Attras, all the pressure on them para lang makuha yung one from advantage. Si Kid nakahawak na ng TRG and you normally don't see him with this weapon. Mukhang hanap lang siya ng pitas dito, Daydum.
Don't peek, Team Acceptance. Ting, please don't peek. Hold mo na lang yung bunker. And that's exactly what he does, Ramon. Team Acceptance finally getting disciplined.
Boom! Oh! Again, sinabi ko nga kanina, you don't normally see Kid on this TRG and he's putting Heck to sleep on a weapon that he usually uses all throughout his career. Nakuha na yung pitas, nakuha na din yung hotel. So mukhang bait and switch setup ulit ito para sa Attras na kanina nasa A. Ngayon pupunta na ulit sila doon sa B side na kanina pang successful. Good shot from CRG. Another trade comes in for X3D. Double kill pa nga para sa kanya. So tabla na ulit ng preyon ng numero. At baka hindi pa tumuling ng B side ang Attras.
X3D actually saving Team Acceptance dito. Saktong-sakto ata yung pag-sub in niya, Ramon. Team Acceptance losing form. Medyo kulang sa disiplina yung playstyle nila ngayon. Heck peeking out straight into the sniper shot of Attras. Nadidiretso na sa LA dito yung Attras. Walang tao dito. Silent Ting, matatimingan! Ting nasa gitna ng lane. 1v2 and J Kim picks them both up. It's a 5-round game, Attras. 6-1.
The J Kim effect. Wow. Na kanina ng ating pinuntuhan para sa magiging matchup na to. The impact felt from this attacker alone is making Attras feel more proactive. At syempre, no, hindi natin na may ignore na may mga times na pumapalya sila when it comes to the entries on towards hotel. Pag nakuha nila yung trade na kailangan nila, then it won't matter at all kung sino yung unang mawawaldas dito sa Attras. As, again, Acceptance feeling a little bit of the heat after nila makuha yung mga first kills nila. They're getting out mid-rounded by RTA who in his rookie event dito sa Masters is already showing a lot of good signs sa kanilang Eagle IBL.
Exactly. Although if you look at it from a big point of view, no, from a far perspective, Team Acceptance, yung issue nila is kind of simple to fix. Just play a little bit less like Team Acceptance. Just don't peek. Nasa defense kayo, nasa GR side tayo dito, guys. Wag na lang tayo sumilip. Sige si Heck, I would give him a bit of leeway kasi nakakuha siya ng kill and syempre siya yung sniper, but yung ibang points of contact natin, particularly yung mid door, medyo masyado na tayong prone na makuha din Team Acceptance. Even when there's an opening kill, lagi tang nahuhuli yung Team Acceptance, no? So kahit may first blood na si Heck na nakuha, nako-convert pa rin ng Team Attras yung mga rounds, no? And that should be a very easy fix para sa Team Acceptance. Kasi, you gotta remember as well, Ramon, this is a team that is very prone to tilting, Team Acceptance. Kaya kapag hindi nila nasolusyonan agad to, it might become the landslide para sa Team Acceptance.
I agree with you na matilt nga yung Acceptance, pero I think with the added voice in X3D, I think it's gonna kind of layer off the pressure na added in a stressful environment, diba? Considering he's been through the highs and lows of this team na nasa Impact sila, no? And to very much say as well that Acceptance has been a bit of a roller coaster of a team nung nasa Impact pa lang sila is not really far off the mark talaga, no? Considering the journey that they've had developing through that Impact stage. And kung babalik nga natin yung laro nila up against Attras nung Impact, it was an Attras that also were maintaining a win streak as well. Nung nandun pa rin si Bernard, no, very different yung look ng Attras ngayon compared to before, but with the storylines kind of lining up for both teams, with this also being somewhat of a redemption arc para dito sa Acceptance, trying to take revenge dito sa Attras. It's
exactly
pretty much a big thing to take note of para sa naging matchup na ito. This time out is still be extended, no? Parang pinag-uusapan lang ng parehong teams natin kung ano yung pwede na lang dalhin dito in the round. I just want to see a little bit more of that. I want to see a little bit more, period, para sa Acceptance dito. You know? Masyado na ata sila na nakukuha agad sa mga pitas early on, and feel like with the quick fix that you were looking for, maybe maybe a bit more of that early peak should be addressed. Parang dapat hindi ata sila magbibigay ng mga early duels laban kay Kid Pre.
Exactly. And I think this also highlights, Ramon, kung gaano kalaking asset talaga si J. Kim dito sa Attras, no? Gives a bit of extra layer of experience. Considering Attras, in the grand scheme of things, no, sila yung less experience out of the entire Masters roster. Particularly laban dito sa Acceptance. Siguro close to 30 years of combined experience itong mga players ng Acceptance, no? Malapit na doon, maybe 25, 30. Ganun yung numero. Yung Attras, not even putting a dent on that number. J. Kim helps in that regard. On top of, kita mo ba yung clutch ni J. Kim kanina? 1v2, tapos tumatawa-tawa lang siya, no? So, really, parang mas kumakalma dito yung nerves ng Attras. And you pointed out yung group stage match itong dalawang to. Wala si J. Kim doon. With J. Kim in the roster, Attras looks even more comfortable, Ramon. As we see the players getting ready. Ito na, babalik na tayo sa Eagle Eye. Makakabawi ba ang Team Acceptance?
Really knowing Acceptance kapag locked in nga yung team na to, and kapag solido yung mga calls ni Boss Heck as at IGL. He's gonna have a set game plan pagdating dito sa BL nila mamaya, pero with this first half still underway, medyo kailangan nila agad ng adjustment kung gusto na dikitan yung kanilang first half so far, no.
Yes.
It's nice to actually mention nung Jacob nga na matchup, no. Kasi I feel like it's a huge instantaneous impact na nakita natin from this player. And from his appearance nung Sunday Shooms nung nakita natin on the first year, it's been a big change when he's in Attras right now. Pero hold on, Acceptance playing a bit more proactive, no? On the way towards that hotel, one layer down, Silent will kill off Jacob. That's a huge pick.
That's the way you play aggressive, hindi yung isa-isang peak. Acceptance taking control of LB. At si Heck nanggaling sa bridge, the sniper connects from downtown. 2 players down para sa Attras, hindi pa nila alam saan pupunta. Napapuwersa sila pabalik ng Ares, Ramon.
Yun nga eh. Good job coming through from Acceptance. Now layering a little more offense dun sa naging hotel hold nila. Surprising them on the early peaks as well. And then playing disciplined after that. That is just textbook GR para sa Acceptance.
Tahimik ang Eagle Eye, silent. Keeping control dito sa LB kung saan papalapit na ang Attras. RTA papasok ng hotel, magche-check-in. CRG na bulag. Kitang-kita ka dyan and CRG is down. Silent finally finds the opening pick laban kay CRG. And that is Acceptance with a very clean round. I love this. I was asking for them to stop picking, Ramon. They completely do the opposite. Lahat nag-pick, lahat nag-push. And that's how you play the Team Acceptance way.
I mean, the small correction there was that hindi na sila nagpipick ng isa-isa lang. Nagpipick na sila ng sabay-sabay doon sa LB. Becoming a power position para sa team na yun, eh, no? And Attras never really worked out a mid-round. Kasi they weren't given a chance to do so. Napupush na sila agad ng Acceptance and they were losing their fights before they could take space. So now, 6-2 Acceptance. Meron na silang right para makapag-play ulit ng passive dito. You know? No more triple peak shenanigans na nakita natin sa hotel kanina. But they do have a triple layer doon pa lamang sa may A site itself. Attras, mangungulit pa rin. And because of the layered smoke down, Acceptance are playing the solution na baka mahirap ata pasukan yung A site na to.
Which is true. There's 2 players there. And you have to remember, Ramon, Attras, yung philosophy ng gameplay nila takes a lot of inspiration from Virtus.pro. So itong mabagal na playstyle na to, saktong-sakto to para sa Attras, no? Ito naman, yung complete opposite na gusto na mangyayari ng Acceptance. A team with heavy firepower. Gusto lang nilang lumaban ng lumaban. Kaya kitang-kita mo yung mga players ng Acceptance nangangate mag-duel. Lalo na si X3D, no? Tagal niyang hindi naglaro. He wants to take the fights, but he has to oblige Attras dito sa default nila.
For sure. And for him to be in a prime position para lang ma-knockout sila dito sa may split nila on A. He's gonna be a crucial factor, pero mid-side push para dito sa Attras. They take Dunting, that's a huge pick on that GR. He's been a hell of a performer pagdating dito sa kanilang mga depensa. Flash is coming out, and the entry comes in. Ting! Run and gun, patay si RTA. Good shot coming through from CRG, so it will be a 4 versus 4. Ajax waiting around the smoke, at nalasod pa nga nila si CRG, pero good trade coming through for Kid. Pero Heck also at the right place at the right time. Good shot coming through on the attacker. 2 versus 2, Attras has enough time para mapag-flat na C4.
Silent and Heck versus K and J Kim. 1 attacker, 1 sniper apiece. Naitanim na yung bomba dito sa A site pero naghiwalay pa si Silent at si Heck. I don't know about this play, Heck and Silent, pero si Heck naka M14, manggagaling sa lane, takes out J. Kim. Kay nasa bunker, naka-sniper. It is Heck to get the shot! What was that, Heck? Napakaganda naman nun. Defuse pa nga, acceptance, 3-6, nakakabawi.
And on the rifle, nonetheless, Heck continuing to show us new layers upon layers from this man who has been in this industry for one whole decade. And that's almost like this old dog knows all the new tricks in the book, pare. Being the last player to actually stand up to rise to the occasion with the full HP and an M14 spray down para lang masave yung team na ito. I don't think it's an understatement, Didum, that Heck is the lifeline of acceptance ng round na yun, pare. 3-6 tayo para sa first half natin. And what happens when acceptance now start on the BL? Sure, maraming bigas ang kailangan nilang kainin ngayon para lang makahabol. Pero, knowing the experience of this team, baka makahabol sila if they get this first point.
One thing's for sure, feeling ko bibilis yung laruan natin dito. No? Team Acceptance, they are no strangers to the rushes. They're no strangers to constantly rushing for that matter, no? So, can't wait to see kung ano yung mga timings na lalabas nila dito. But one thing is still very evident sa playstyle ng Team Acceptance. Unpredictability is still their favorite thing in the world. Lalo na kanina nung naghiwalay si Silent at si Heck, no? I kind of doubted the play. Kasi nga naman, in a 2v2 scenario, you would expect na magdidikit yung magre-retake, no? Pero dahil nakita si Silent sa LA, kala nila pareho dun manggagaling sa LA. Pero naka-EBR pala si Heck dito sa lane. And that is the Team Acceptance playstyle dito. Sabi ko, complete opposite philosophies dito sa Crossfire. As we go into the second half, Team Acceptance, aatake naman. Uy, nagdi-default din sila dito. Actually, not taking any space yet. Ajax, naku po, mahuhuli ka na ni J. Kim. Buti na lang nakapasok sa garahe. Si Silent, nag-peek din. Nahuli tuloy siya ni J. Kim. Pero hahanap ng sagot. Si Ajax nag-push, nasa garahe from Doghouse, peeks out, finds one, what a flick, pero nahuli agad siya ni Kay. Uy, Ting, what a shot onto bunker. Kay is down, pero may isa pa dyan si Kid Ting, take him another 2 kills para kay Ting. At si Heck, lalapag din ang isa kay CRG. It's all up to the IGL RTA, pero yung bomba, nakita ni RTA sa mid.
Yun nga eh, so he fully knows that he doesn't have to decide for the fight dun pa lamang sa may door mid kanina. He has all the time in the world para makaabot, makaikot. At si Heck nagulantang na sa likod niya. Yung kalabang leader on the other side, the RTA will make it a 1v1. At si Ting, ay sa mga pinakabago ng acceptance, will have to make it clutch. He's been the key factor kung bakit hindi nakaabot ng SGJ dito sa Masters. And we have to see that full impact come through from this young guy. RTA from attacker to IGL and now has to clutch it out. 32 seconds, smoke plays down over towards RS at RTA. Knows marami siyang time so pwede siya umikot all the way. Pupunta dito sa may EB. Pero bibigyan nga ba siya ng 1v1 ni Ting? Ang ganda ng spot na dito over towards RS. Respecting na baka nakiikot na all the way to the other side of the world. Itong si RTA. Tap on the boom! And RTA will clutch it out! Attras continue the momentum from first half to the second.
Grabe yung clutch conversion dito ng Attras, Ramon. That's 2 clutches just in this round, in this map. And Attras, lalamang palalo. 7-3, Ting crumbling. At si Kay, nahuli pa si X3D. Naku po, naglalaho ng duelo dito para sa Team Acceptance. Heck, kailangan mo makasagot. CRG, nasa hotel mag-isa. They need to overwhelm CRG habang mag-isa pa siya. At nahuli ni Heck si Kay.
Unneeded para sa Bube. They would have maintained yung hold nila on hotel if they had that sniper placed up on that LB position. Pero dahil siguro nagtitake ng time itong acceptance na hindi makabigay ng info, naisip ni Kay na baka, sige, tingnan natin kung may mas patantayang tao at nagulat nga siya na meron nga, kaso siya pa nga napatay doon. Attras, maintaining hold now of this instead of the sniper. The leader himself na takes initiative para lang matulungan si CRG on that hotel spot. But acceptance, syempre hindi nila i-double dip dito eh, no? Nag-ingay na nga sila dun sa hotel. Bakit pa natin tutuloy ito papunta dun sa B-site, diba?
So far defensive yung opensa dito ng acceptance. Inihintay nila na may mag-peak mula sa Attras. Kaya conservative yung mga angulo nila apart from Ajax na nag-iingay sa LA. And it's kind of working out. 3 na yung tao sa A dito para sa Attras. Pwedeng mag-B ang acceptance.
Kinagat nila yung ingay na yun, kaya naging triple stack offense na yung magiging A site. Pero once na mapatayin nila si CRG, pinakalibreng B site na yan para sa acceptance. Pero hindi pa rin nagro-rotate, hindi pa rin nila tinutuloy. They're taking too much time to try to consider this execute as Kid will even kill off tong si Ajax na nag-pick lamang doon sa mid. Pero dahil lang doon, info na yun para sa acceptance. Yung B-site na kaninang libre, hanggang ngayon libre pa rin. Pwede na ituloy yan.
Exactly. I do like it, Attras. Not knowing kung saan manggagaling ang team acceptance because of this lengthy mid-round. 30 seconds, pwede pa naman makapagtanim dito ang team acceptance. Saktong-sakto yung timing, Attras lalapit na.
Kailangan lumapit in a 3v3 retake. Double flank din para kay Kid. Para lang makaisip lang kung magugulat nila ang acceptance. Si Silent na expect yan. At sa drop ni Kid, magda-drop din ang katawan niya. 2 versus 3. J. Kim nagpakita! And 2 headshots is clear para dito kay J. Kim. To make it a clean retake para sa Attras. 8-3. At hanggang ngayon sa second half, pare, wala pa rin naambag ang acceptance.
Wow, this retaking prowess ng Attras has to be studied, Ramon. As what? How many rounds now na napagana nila yung pagpasok ng site dito? Ang ganda ng setup ng team acceptance doon, ha? But RTA and J. Kim coming up massive. And you have to remember, Ramon, the J. Kim effect. At full display para dito sa Attras. Si Ajax feeling the pressure, nahuli niya agad. Si J. Kim, heck on the shot board as well. Kay nahuli, pero sasagot naman si Kid. A beautiful flick onto Ajax. 3 versus 4 acceptance, kailangan i-maximize nyo tong man advantage.
For sure, pare, because they're also calling all the rotation out towards that A site. And para kay X3D, free pickings lang ngayon papunta kay CRG. 2v4 at nagingay pa nga sila dun sa LA. So yung bunker player na si Kid, yung masasaktuhan lamang para sa push nila. Si Ting nakapasok at hindi pa natignan yung bunker. Full focus na doon sa exit. At si Heck finally, nilinis niya yung loob ng A site na yan. That's acceptance. Pinabawin pa rin.
Pwede huminga sa ngayon ang team acceptance, no? Finally, they pick up around dito sa kanilang BL side. In the side na akala ko mas mamadaliin nila. Ayun na nga, minadali ng team Attras. RTA with a double kill. King, hindi na makaalis. Pero mahuhuli din siya ni RTA. That's 3 kills for the IGL. At si X3D, nasa bridge. Walang kasama. No. X3D.
No way. No way. Patayin mo na yan. There you go. Alright, easiest kill para dito kay X3D. Finds himself all around dito. A bridge possession ng players natin on acceptance. Pero still, hindi kailangan patayin dito. RTA goes down as well. And hold on. A doable scenario na para sa acceptance. They were down into a 4 versus 2. At dahil lang dito sa bagong sub ng acceptance, naging doable pa nga para sa kanila. Si Kay, maririnig pa yung footsteps niya.
Wait.
And he's already wrapped around by Ajax. Pero na-expect pa rin ni Kay. And experience alone does not help them anymore. Si Kay pa nga ang mamasuras sa acceptance. They had the numbers. Pero Attras still find the win.
That could have been the game-winning blow. Kay, napakalupit mo naman, idol. Na double kill mo pa yung last 2 players ng acceptance. Narinig na siya eh. Ajax, desperate. Hindi na siya pinalabas ng doghouse, Ramon. Tinatalian na ng Attras ang Eagle Eye.
Baka gift na to para sa Attras ngayon. Considering the momentum, considering that they tried the hardest na tikan para lang dikitan ang magiging scoreline na ito. Attras still winning out the very pivotal duels. And sa acceptance, desperation setting in, double push shot for Dormid is possible para sa kanila, pero iisip siguro nila, no? Na baka may nakapick na dito sa HM or na-expect ng bunker player na lalabas sila dito sa Dormid na si J. Kim.
Si J. Kim pa yan. That's one. J. Kim making it look easy. Flick onto X3D. 3 na lang ang buhay. Heck! Sasabog. Kukuha ng isa, J. Kim is down, pero yung A-site, Ramon, 2 pa rin yung bantay mula sa Attras. Walang pwedeng puntahan si Ting dito, and he's just taken aback. Kid taking down Ting. At 2 na lang ang natitirang buhay. Heck and Silent, 20 years of CrossFIRE experience. Anong magagawa? Merong isa, 2v3, merong 2, 2v2. Buhay pa ang team acceptance. At mahuhuli si RTA dito sa lane. That's a nice shot from Silent. CRG mag-isa na lang. Team Acceptance, hindi magpapaubaya ng ganto-ganto lang. CRG has been spotted. At may magagawa pa siya. Tinakluban na ng smoke ng Acceptance. Backing off CRG, 40 seconds. Pwedeng magtanim si Silent at Heck, pero iikutan ni CRG, mamadaliin. Silent spotted. Heck nakita yung ulo, pero si Silent nahuli. Wait! CRG! Doable pa to. Heck on the 1v1. Pistol is out, tumalon palabas at nahuli pa rin siya ni CRG. A fumble from the veterans. And Attras making Eagle Eye their domain.
I mean, there's a reason kung bakit dito napanganak ang Attras Esports, pare. A comfort map, dominating so many of the duels, commanding the rotations, and completely shattering Acceptance where they stand sa first set natin, pare. Congratulations para sa Attras on that first set. And it was clean by the end of it, pare, no? Was it the JCam effect? Was it a lot of the firepower coming in para sa Attras? Was it the clean BL side na nakita natin that really started off so well para sa kanila? Parang sa multiple choice na yun, lahat tama dito sa Attras, no? At hindi lang yan, tumatama ang lahat ng mga balan nila dito sa Acceptance, pre.
Exactly. And I have to hand it to Attras. Almost 100% clutch conversion, Ramon. Welcome back to CrossSFIRE, Attras. I mean, matagal-tagal din kayo nawala. Mga ilang linggo din. Pero parang hindi kayo tumigil maglaro. And what a phenomenal showing as well. It's not even close dito sa Eagle Eye, no? I mean, yeah. That's what you get when you give Attras yung Eagle Eye nila dito, no? Sakto rin, binan talaga ng Attras dito yung sub-base. Kumbaga, pinuruhan nila yung Team Acceptance, and oh boy, hindi siya malapit, Ramon. I have to say, JKim also showing us na walang dip in form sa kanya dito, no? Attras, you can see as well the amount of work na nilagay ng Attras dito. Despite the break that they've had, talagang matalas pa rin dito yung players nila.
For sure, no? And considering that is the first game of their master stage, considering as well the amount of time na ginamit nila siguro yung isang week na hindi sila naglaro, they played through a tournament, they've had good scrims, they've also have told us that mentality is good around the boot camp right now. It's a lot of good spirits dito sa players natin on the trust, considering the support that the org gives them as well. Mukhang mataas ang moral para sa kanila at mas lalong tataas yan dahil dito sa panalo on Acceptance, no? That Eagle Eye map really has showed a lot of the difference when it comes to the mid-rounding, you know? Especially dahil sa mga clutches na na-mention mo nga dito, you know? We gotta credit dito si RTA, you know? For talking about fragging IGLs, pare. His name has to be in that conversation. With how consistent he has been moving around the map dito para sa Attras, nagkakaroon ng maraming butas dito yung mga players natin ng Acceptance dahil lang sa kung paano nila pinaplano yung mid-round na to.
And I think Attras also na-showcase nila dito yung prominence of why or the strength of why we see a lot of the double snipers, no? Acceptance is a team that refuses to go that approach, no? But Attras, with Kid on the helm, kasama niya si Kay, has really made it impossible for a team like Acceptance na gustong-gustong magduelo. Ramon, kapag may team na gustong magduelo, what do? Just get a double sniper and you will win all the duels. I mean, this is outside of the fact na palaging nanalo sa clutch dito sila JKim, sila CRG. The double sniping of Kid and K really is what cemented this victory para sa Attras, no? And it's just a big difference between these two. Parang na-expose ng Attras na kulang pa talaga ang preparasyon ng Acceptance.
Yeah. Albeit, no, magkaroon sila ng mabilis ang roster change, medyo kailangan ng konting linis pa pagdating sa macro, no? At malalaman natin kung malinis na agad in one map, especially since this is Ankara. With this being a map pick para dito sa Acceptance, medyo malaking asterisk pa rin yan, considering as well na minsan napipick din ito ng Attras ngayon, no? So before we talk about the set 2 any longer, syempre, trabaho na to para ng panel natin para pag-usapan lalo ang naging set number 1. So Mochi and Bipolar, kamusta kayo dyan?
Okay naman, no, para sa ating mga casters, pero it seems like meron ako napansin na tatlong bagay, no? Yung una, parang medyo na-burnout si Ek, no? Mahirap if you're taking the whole bulk of the work dito sa buong laro natin and then it boils down to that. Second, parang, I mean, yes, there were some roster changes pero it is evident na mas komportable sila gumalaw last week. And then third, again, I feel like I brought this last week already, but yun lagi yung challenge dito alongside with Taring Bobby. the ability to have 2 snipers in
Yeah.
case that the need arises is a requirement already sa lahat ng ating teams. And unfortunately, parang hindi ata nila na fulfill yun by Polar.
Yeah, there's very little teams that can do that, no? Kanina lang, nung first match of the day natin, nagawa yun ng Comeback Friends. But for Acceptance, well, they're heavily reliant kasi Mochi is a sniper setup na. And again, the name of the game is like 60% passive dito or at least like very slow para sa Acceptance. So, those snipers really do make an impact dito sa mga opening rounds natin kasi they're already at the backlines at the end of those, at the start of these rounds. No? So, yeah, very prominent na kailangan talaga ng konti dito. Pero, given that Acceptance is already like this, they won't change that into a double TRG kind of team very, very soon. But for Attras, man, I mean, Attras here is amazing. If yun yung ibig sabihin ng letter A, T is for tremendous, T is for terrific, S is for splendid. Yun yung nakita natin dito for Attras. Magkakaiba sila dito. And for Acceptance, they're basically crying babies. Hindi natin sila nakita, gumagalaw lang sila, but they're not really going places. Yun ang crying baby setup mula dito sa Acceptance. They're not felt at all sa mga mapa natin. Yes, naging 1v3, naging 3v2, minsan nga naging dehado dito ang Attras, but somehow Mochi, Attras knows what to do in those kinds of situations. And somehow, those plays mula sa impact nila, nakalaban ng Acceptance, it really paid well para makita natin dito. X3D was okay at the end of the day, 10, 12, and 7, pero mas gumana dito yung J-Kim sa kabila, Mochi. These new kids in town for these two teams, well, they played very well, but look at the IGL, 100% rating, or 100 with 18 and 8 deaths. Grabe ka dyan, RTA.
True, no? Parang ang ganda rin pagtapatin ito sa ating head-to-head that we have Hek and as well as RTA on the side of Attras, no? And also bringing up the fact na here for Hek, no, parang siya lang yung nag-iisang merong positive KD for Acceptance, unfortunately. But here for Attras, it seems like everyone is working the gears, lahat ng yan nalangisan. And the contraption is looking better than ever and it's doing what it is supposed to do dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye.
Yeah, looking at it, no, Kid also having one hell of a performance dito. For CRG, kahit negative or somewhat positive KDA nila dito, Mochi, ginawa nila yung trabaho nila, and that's enough para dito sa Attras because you have the IGL, you have Kid and J-Kim na kaya namang tumapang up against Acceptance na very, very absent dito sa ating labanan, no. Very concerning lang na silent. Our OG player coming for Acceptance na has a lot of prowess pagdating sa mga teams na nakakalaban niya. Ngayon, 6 and 12, Mochi. Half of his deaths is only his skills. So, parang, what's wrong? What's happening here? Dahil nga ba wala si Dre? Walang haharap dito sa kalaban niya na talagang pakapalan na mukha na kaya tapalan dito Attras? I feel like no eh. Kasi you already have Hek na will wait for a player to peek out tapos siya yung susunod. And it works out most of the time. Nakita na nga rin natin yun, I think it was the 8th round, na parang dead-diretso dito si X3D or si Ting. Tapos nandyan si Hex on the backlines para pag natalo yun, he can go for the easy trade-off. Pero that doesn't work out, Mochi. Kasi Attras is always good for 2. That is crazy to see. And looking at it, no, dito nakita natin yun yung breakpoint ng Attras eh. 5 straight rounds on the first half yung nagbigay sa kanila ng edge. And now, look at the MVP. It's none other than RTA, man.
True. Parang sobrang fit niya din sa Attras, no? Parang pinagbaliktad lang yung mga unang 3 letters natin. Pero, grabe naman, no? RTA yung performance dito, no? Parang talagang pinapakita mo na hindi porket IGL taga brainstorm lang at taga cooperate, pero hindi, you're actually the tip of the spear, which is insane. Kaya naman, dito muna magtatapos ang ating unang mapa. Magkakaroon kaya ng pagbawi, kasagutan, and as well as paghihigante ang Team Acceptance maya-maya? Malalaman natin yan after natin magbalik. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakukultuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot and he gets the trouble for naman sa receiving play pa. Duguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa raw tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KFP!
At tayo ngayon ay nagbabalik dito sa ating ikalawang serye. It is still Team Acceptance and as well as Attras, na kung saan here for Attras, it seems like it's just another day in the lobby for them. Samantalang dito sa Team Acceptance, it seems like they have a bit too much conditions that they need to do before to fulfill a single thing. Simula dito sa mapa natin ng Eagle Eye, and I wonder if merong magbabago dito sa ating susunod na mapa.
Hopefully meron, no, Mochi? Kasi all of us,
Yeah.
most of us predicted na mag-map 3 tayo dito because of what Acceptance did sa ating first week. Pero parang ngayon, mapapatanong ka na lang, who is the better impact team in Masters? Because right now, Attras is playing so well that Attras doesn't wanna breathe anymore. Parang sila na mismo yung gusto mag-forfeit dito, kung pwede lang mag-surrender sa buong Masters tournament natin. Baka nag-surrender na sila ng first half pa lang natin kasi talaga wala natin nakikita, very concerning. A lot of mistakes kasi nakikita natin doon for the first map, for Acceptance. 1v2s creating success, pero natatalo sa pinakadulo. So somehow, something needs to work out. And let's see kung gagana nga ba yun. It's Ankara, Mochi. One of their better maps, but it's also a map where Attras can play. So tingnan natin kung mas shutdown nga ba nila para ma-force ang map number 2.
Tingnan na nga natin. Dahil ito na nga at re-recta na tayo para sa ating ikalawang mapa. Ibato na natin sa ating mga casters, Dedam and Ramon.
Maraming salamat, Mochi and Bipolar. No, we're coming into the second set, which is going to be that Covenant Ankara para sa map pick ng Acceptance. Pero if you compare naman yung Ankara para sa dalawang teams na to, no, they are pretty comparable pagdating sa mapang ito. So I think it would come down to that main rounding na ulit, na kanina pang nagiging factor nung naging Eagle Eye tayo kanina dito.
Absolutely. I mean, sa mga mapa kasi na natitira outside of Sub-Base and Eagle Eye and Compound for that matter, Ankara in my opinion yung may konting chance dito, may chance ang makabalag ang Team Acceptance laban sa Attras. Attras, this is the map that they've been trying to perfect, yung Ankara. Outside of Eagle Eye nga, no? Ankara, parang sinusubukan nilang magkaroon ng playstyle na kind of STS-esque. But minsan na-expose Minsan na-expose yung Ankara nila na may mga butas pa, na fragile pa, especially when they face up against playoffs teams dito sa Masters, katulad ng Fervid and Execration, no? So, we're gonna see kung gaano nakapulido dito yung Ankara ng Attras, but I do unfortunately, Ramon, have to agree with what Bipolar said, no? Concerning yung mga issues dito ng Acceptance, kasi a team that without for firepower should be able to clutch up rounds. Pero ano nangyari? Even in the 2v2s, bihira na may ganun na mangyari para sa Team Acceptance.
Not only that, no? Pero yung mga mistakes na nagagawa nila from the early stages of that first half, nauulit at nauulit Yung mga ganun, parang konting sabi lang ng isang IGL nyo, maayos nyo agad. Pero for some reason, nagagawa nila, tapos nahawa din nila yung ibang mga teammates sila, nagagawin din yung mistakes na yun, no? Particularly yung mid pick na kanina pang nagagamit ni Kid para lang may early advantage yung Attras nung nasa Eagle Eye pa lang tayo, no? Yun yung mga kailangan nilang balansehin ngayon for Acceptance pagdating natin dito sa ating Ankara map, which is their map pick, as I've mentioned nga naman, no? But to kind of put it into perspective, no? If ngayon na nasa BL side yung Attras, syempre I'd say this is something na pwede nilang gamitin, no? They're one of the more teams na pwede natin sabihin na ginagamit nila yung oras bago nila i-execute yung isang particular site. So probably mga butas na sinasabi nga natin, because they've been trying to perfect this map, baka lumabas din dito at baka ma-exploit din ng Acceptance in terms of their experience, no? Pero so far parang hindi nila nagagamit yun sa factor ngayon, kasi natatalo na nga sila sa duelo, lumalabas pa rin yung mga bad habits nila on the early runs as well. So in combination of that, I feel like there needs to be one hell of an overhaul dito, and they already did that with the roster. Now they kind of need to clean up their communication, kasi medyo pumapalya pagdating dun sa trading game up against Attras.
Absolutely. Yung medyo worrying lang para sa akin dito, Ramon, if you think about Eagle Eye and Ankara as maps, they're very similar. Yung layout nila parang pinaliit lang yung hotel or pinalaki lang yung bridge, and yung LA iba lang yung layout pero may LA pa rin, no? There's still a sniper battle doon sa may area yon. So a lot of the issues na hinarap ng Team Acceptance doon sa Eagle Eye could be very well present dito sa Ankara, no? So they really need to clean up the act. Sabi mo nga, yung mga mistake na paulit-ulit na nagagawa should be addressed immediately. Ito yung napapansin ko rin sa Team Acceptance, no? When it comes to on-the-fly adjustment, not the best team. Attras, on the other hand, they're really good with that. And on top of, wala silang masyadong mistakes na ginagawa kanina, no? I mean, apart from a few weeks mula dito kila Kay, na gumagana naman, I don't necessarily think na masyadong maraming mistakes na ginawa yung Attras, but for Acceptance, there's a lot of glaring issues na pwedeng ang ma-address with just a simple nudge. Sabihan nyo lang yung teammates nyo dito, no, na uy, huwag na kayo mag-pick dyan, kanina pa tayo nahuhuli. And they really need that change of mindset. Pero, yung silver lining, I feel like Ankara is a map na pwedeng gawin ni XTD tsaka ni Ajax yung ginagawa nila kanina. Look for a rat angle, maybe dito sa hotel, maybe somewhere else, maybe sa mid, no, from TB, and find avenues para sa Team Acceptance doon. Pero it is Ankara, so might be predictable for Attras.
One more factor na napansin ko din from that Eagle Eye map is they weren't Acceptance weren't using yung double sniper setup as well, na posible na yun yung pwedeng i-counter nila dito sa Attras with how slow their defaults have been. It would have been more beneficial kung nagamit nga nila yun, and that would have been one of the benefits of having X3D in the lineup, considering that he's been a flexible player sa paglalaro niya on Impact. He does show that he can pick up that TRG time and time again, be flexible on the rifle if kailangan din ng isa pang additional attacker sa mga executes nila. Pero sa buong Eagle Eye map na yun, naghihintay lang ako na ilabas niya yung sniper na yun, kahit si Ajax din, pero hindi nila nagawa yung double sniper setup na yun, which kind of gave Attras a bit more confidence para makontest yung space na binibigay lang sa kanila ng Acceptance. Once na mawala yung mga smoke na nilalagay nila sa LA, as well as yung double setup na meron sila on that hotel position, pag nawala ang lahat ng yun, maka-expect ka ng whole W para sa Attras. So hopefully, no, makakita tayo ng variety pagdating dito sa Acceptance on this Ankara map. Considering na ito nga yung napili ng map, and this is also a very, very important map para lang patumbahin yung ilang mga naging competition sa mga competition nila on Impact as well. So makikita natin mamaya pag nakapasok tayo sa games later on. Pero bago ang lahat ng yan, we're taking a little bit of time bago tayo makapasok ulit sa ating set number 2. So hopefully mabigyan mo kami ng konting pasensya, mga tropa. Syempre gusto naming makita yung game natin as soon as possible. So shoutout sa mga nanonood lang ngayon over to the live CrossFIRE Philippines page sa Facebook as well as sa YouTube, na tutok ang lahat ng community natin para malaman kung sino ang pinakamalakas sa mismo naging broadcast days natin, no? So while we're waiting, standing by, Daydom, this makes me all the more excited to see the development of Attras. Kasi kung iisipin mo, group stage na. At kung tatandaan mo yung nangyari, nung nasa group stage tayo ng Impact, they maintain one hell of a record, a win streak na agad nilang na-translate up until the last game of playoff. Syempre, after natalo sila ng LJC, wala na yung win streak na yun. Pero considering that it's a young team, can they replicate that in the master stage? Parang malabo considering the competition, di ba?
I mean, that's a big question, no, Ramon? You and me both, pareho tayong sinusundan yung storya ng Attras back Impact ng group stage. Tanda mo ba, for the longest time, undefeated sila, pulling kind of like an STS-esque form dun sa first, 5 weeks, 6 weeks natin ng Impact group stage, no? Ultimately, only dropping a series, dropping a match, laban dun sa eventual winners natin na SGJ, no? So Attras, they are definitely a team that has brimming potential. Pero ang problema nila is, of course, the maintenance of that potential. They have incredible highs. Natalo nila ang Virtus.pro. Natalo nila yung karamihan sa team ng group stage. But then, when it comes to the matches na importante, aka sa playoffs, dun sila medyo nagiging shaky. So Attras, I mean, it's kind of telling of a team na yun na nga, kulang pa sa experience, medyo bata pa, medyo kinakabahan sa mga high-stakes games. Kailangan yun yung masolusyonan nila, no? And this is a big question, a big ask para sa Attras, no? Na kaya nyo bang ayusin yung forma nyo within the span of a few months, a few weeks even dito pagpasok sa Masters? And you have to remember, for majority of the players as well ng Attras, first time magma-Masters, no? Basahin muna natin, Ramon, yung ibang syempre nandyan sa ating comment section na nanonood. Sabi ni Sir Dinaniel, parang Ubek Maniac Days laruan ng Attras. Big shoutout sa iyo, boss, no? Yes.
Shoutout.
Ayun na nga, no? I mean, Attras taking heavy inspiration from the current playstyle nga ng STS, no? Marami silang kinukuhang set plays mula sa STS. Not even before they became Ubek Maniac. But I can definitely see yung mga parallel dito, no? Kasi OT na rin nagle-level up yung mga attacker nila dito, eh.
Actually, Tatum, tatanungin nga sana kita no, kung ang ibig niya bang sabihin is yung yung old na Ubek before sila naging Stallions where they completely contest yung mga spaces natin aggressively na magkakahiwalay, or yung STS na meticulously not nila-take yung mga spaces on the Eagle Eye with all the time in the world. I think yung ibig niyang sabihin talaga is yung pangalawa, kasi yun yung nakikita natin from Attras na sobrang patient nila sa time na meron sila bago nila i-execute yung mga sites natin, no? So tama nga si Mr. Dinaniel, no? I think napapansin nga ng mga viewers natin kung yung mga parallels na nakikita natin with history with this Attras Esports roster. I think a lot of that inspiration comes with their very experienced coach. Napakabatang si Coach Ang, no? Shoutout kay Coach Ang. Sure kung pinapanood niya yung VOD na to para pag-aralan lalo kung paano mag-improve ang Attras. I think ever since na introduce itong si Coach Ang, parang hindi ko alam kung kailan niya pinasok si Ang. Pero from what I've seen and what I've heard, he's been one hell of a hands-on coach para lang ma-focus yung mental ng Attras Esports roster na to, and just adding a lot more of what it is to become structured pagdating dito sa Attras, which kind of helped in the development of this roster. They became one of the more structured sort of BLs na nakita natin from that previous game, and I think a lot of that goes to Coach Ang talaga.
Absolutely. I feel like calling them structured because of Ang is a bit of an understatement, no? Ang ganda ng direction na tinatahak dito ng Attras, and ultimately every decision dito, katulad ng pagpasok ni J-Kim sa roster, is carefully calculated dito by none other than the coach himself, no? So I think package talaga itong Attras, no? And it really is a system that works around these players. And of course, Coach Ang, I absolutely love the development, no? Yung isang tanong na ulit-ulit nating sinasabi, Ramon, in the debut of Attras sa Impact is, what is their identity? We saw a lot of inspiration from STS, a lot of inspiration from Virtus.pro as well, pero may mga moment na nagka-clash yung inspirations nila, no? So I feel like yun din yung isa sa mga problema ng Attras in finding their ceiling, finding their top form, is hindi pa nila alam kung ano yung direction na gusto nilang tahakin. Ma-maximize ba nila yung firepower dito nila CRG at saka nila J-Kim? Lalo na sumama dito si J-Kim, no? Pwede silang maging aggressive, pwede silang maging hyper-aggressive katulad ng STS. Pwede rin silang maging super methodic katulad ng Virtus.pro because of the way RTA calls the game. So maraming direksyon na pwedeng tahakin ng Attras. And there are times na nararamdaman ko na merong crisis. Saan ba tayo tutungo? Especially in moments na yun na nga, nawawala yung guidance ni Coach Ang. For example, in a game na overtime or hindi nila alam kung ano yung gagawin kasi hindi na gumagana yung set plays nila, that's where Attras kind of lose direction. I feel like this is also a result ng medyo baguhan pa lang sa IGL dito, yung IGL nila, no? And compared at least to other IGLs na meron dito, for example, compared kay Heck, no, na ilang taon na dekada na ang binibilang, or for the likes of, for example, KLR na matagal-tagal na rin nandyan, no? I mean, it's definitely a big ask mula sa kanya to put direction into these players. So yun, Attras, definitely, I feel like experience talaga ang solution dito naman, you know? Unfortunately, walang shortcut, so they have to get the reps in Attras Esports.
For sure, no? At kung experience na pinag-uusapan natin, no? Kumpara mo yung 2016 acceptance duo na si Heck at saka si Silent up against the bunch of rookies na meron tayo sa Attras, which except for J-Kim, no, nakita natin nung spring when he was on that fervent roster, the most of his score has been in the rookie event right now, and they're playing in their debut dito sa CFS Masters, no? So malaking bagay talaga na nakikita natin sila kung gaano ka-decisive dun sa Eagle Eye, at mas nakaka-worry para sa veterano na medyo nakikipagsabayan pa sila laban sa acceptance. So we're heading into Ankara finally para sa second set natin, BL side para sa Attras. Acceptance, they're gonna be the one to react to GR. It will be the confirm.
All check. All check, ah. Ito, yellow. Patay pa. Papasi isa.
Ayun na nga yung sinasabi ko, Ramon, no? The sniping from K has been unstoppable. Kasama si Kid, pero ngayon, single sniper na lang sila. Ting, Looking for something dito sa yellow.
Ay.
Sakto yung position niya. Lahat ng atras papalapit kay Ting. About to be massive. That's one kill. The C4 in his hands. Pero isa lang. Sinimplihan ni JKM yung one tap sa kanya. 2v3 si Silent at Heck ulit.
At si Silent nagpakita pa nga at napatay pa nga si J-Kim, pero buti na lang, Kid always on the trade. Kahit sino ata sa atras ang lakas pagdating sa trading system, pre.
Yes.
This is the buddy system na nagiging strength ng atras ngayon. And now it's a 2v1. And above all people, si Heck pa ang natira, hindi pa tumama. Ang dapat maging 1v1 na to para kay Heck, pero and now has a second opportunity, wrap around all the way towards RS para lang maka-isolate ng 1v1 na spot pangan siya ni Kid. And I don't think he has enough time para makabalik dito sa CA. So dapat mag-commit na si Heck on this 1v2 sa exit. Good flash coming in from K. At si Kid, masaspatan. Na-isolate pa ni Heck yun. It's a 1v1 up against the snipers. Hindi tumama yung quick swoop ni Heck. Ready si K. And it's Attras putting up the first point again.
Pretty sure that was a flick pula kay Kane, no? Nung tumalon pataas si Heck, kala niya hindi siya tatamaan. But K is just as prepared at the angles. 2 kills for the Attras sniper. At yung round 1 natin, nakuha na ng Attras. BL side. Dito napapakita ng Attras yung mga strats na niluluto nila, no? And this time around, kontrolado nila ang LA. At tinan mo yung mga member ng acceptance. So, hindi na sila nagpo-push Ramon. Silent andito sa vents.
Just that second layer para dito kay Ting na nasa taas lamang ng top A. They have 2 stacked up para dito sa acceptance, while at Attras gonna be given the liberty of holding down yung LA na yan for the longest time. Pero knowing Attras again, no, meticulous ulit sa details nila. Alam nila na since nag-ingay na sila dito sa A site, baka na-pull na rotation ng acceptance on A. So they will have that time na pwede sila mag-ingay ulit dun sa mid from CA and possibly just double dip. Kung papasok na sila sa A site, napag-ingay na sila sa kabila.
Ganda na ginagawa ni X3D dito. Dahil malapit siya sa HM, hindi makapag-setup ng lineups yung Attras. So hindi sila pwede mag-rotate sa B site habang nandito si X3D. Hindi rin sila pwede mag-lineup for exit. Kailangan nilang makuha yung HM. And they're pushing for that right now. X3D nasa likod ng smoke. Buhay pa rin. Diretso exit. Attras papasok ng A site. At nahuli na agad si Ting. Silent. Boxed in. Walang matakbuhan. And that is a perfect A site execute from Attras.
Ang ganda ng ginawa nilang split after na nagamit yung smoke all the way to the other side of HM. That was the perfect timing na makuha nila yung RS para lang ma-knockout nila tong si King. Pero J-Kim, the 1-2 punch from the newcomer, just completely shattering the retake para sa acceptance. And there was no entry point at all para sa retake scenario nila. It's a 2-0 for Attras.
Napilitan na mag-double sniper dito ang acceptance. Ajax on the TRG. Hex ang titingin. Magkahiwalay ngayon yung dalawang sniper. Isa sa EA, isa nandun naman sa TB. Mid control acceptance. I like the map movement, but is it enough? Kailangan nilang mahuli si K. Pero si K pa yung nakatama kay Silent.
At least may konting trade pa galing kay Heck on the 1-for-1 because of the snipers. And Heck needed that kill, pare. That would have been complete mid priority para sa players natin on Attras. Kung ma-maintain ni K yung arc hold dahil nga lang dun sa naging snipe na doon mid side, that would have been all eyes set up para sa sniper na yon. So na-maintain pa rin ng acceptance yung mid hold na yan dahil sa hukay push ni X3D. Pero dami players dun sa LA, baka makapasok pa rin ang Attras dito sa A-site.
X3D, kailangan mo nang gumalaw. Dito na sa A-site lineup. So coming in, Attras, nabulag si Ting. Wala siyang matakbuhan. What a shot from RTA. Mahuli si Ting as well. And it's all up to Heck and X3D. At minadali lang ni CRG at Kid. Ramon, bakit hindi sila manalo ng mga duels man lang? Acceptance had control of mid. Pero yun lang ang nakuha nila.
You can attribute that to the lack of proactivity nung nakita nila yung nasa mid kanina. But Attras also, again, with how well they're pushing up on that space on LA ngayon. Sa mid naman manggagaling at si X3D nakita pa nga. RS push ulit at si CRG nasa loob na ng bahay ng acceptance. Pero Ajax and Heck nakabawi with the 2 snipers. X3D nakalabas at nakuha pa nga ng 2 kills. And Attras, again, napa-Attras na naging entry nila on the way towards that P site. In the 1v4 will only get sniped down by Heck on the close angle. pinamboga ang sniper, nakuha ng acceptance ang first round.
Teka lang, Attras. Medyo na reality check sila doon eh, no? A little bit carefree yung pagpasok nila doon sa HM. Walang smoke, kaya nakakuha ng tig-isang kill yung mga sniper dito ng acceptance. Granted, maganda yung pagpasok nila sa RS, no? Pero masyadong kulang yung utility. Parang sinubukan lang ng Attras. Tara nga, mag-rush nga tayo ng HM at hindi nyo pwedeng basta-basta gawin yon, lalo na kapag naka-double sniper na dito ang team acceptance. So, kailangan ulit humanap ng ibang tempo, ibang approach ng Attras. At hindi nila pwedeng madaliin to. Akala nila hindi ganun kasimple kalabanin ang team acceptance.
For sure. Nirespeto pa rin, no? Kahit ganito yung lead, kahit ganito yung momentum, kahit nakita nila yung eagle eye, they fully know that once nag-activate yung acceptance individually, kaya pa rin nila makipagsabayan. Pero so far with a methodical Attras has been, nung nagpakita sila dun sa mid ngayon, dito pa lang sa may LB, nagpakita na sila dito kay Heck, and di na lang ipa-force yung angle na yun. Pwede pa rin sila bumalik knowing the time is still in the presence of Attras ngayon.
Tingnan mo yung mga posisyon ng Attras, ng acceptance, Rado Ramon. Depensa kung depensa. Walang aarangkada. Attras, making the most of it. 5 nasa LA. Papasok na sila dito, sigurado.
Siguradong pasok na to para sa Attras at this given moment, no? No CA presence para sa acceptance, will be a full clear para sa Attras ngayon. Good shot from Ajax, and the sniper has made it 2 para sa acceptance. Making 3. Ajax is putting on a show. And they have full clearance dun sa A-site K. Na-punish ba nga si Ajax? Nakuha pa nila si Silent. Bakit nagpa-push yung acceptance? Nasa kanila yung numbers. 3v2. Maintaining hold data sa vents. 30 seconds, di pa nakapasok ang Attras ngayon.
Masyadong mainit si Ajax. Lumabas pa nga siya ng EA kaya nahuli siya. Attras, papasok na. K taken down. Napakaganda naman ng X3D. Sinimplihan lang yung headshot kay K. Si JK man dyan din at si X3D tatapusin ng round na to. Acceptance, lumalaban pa. At salamat sa hold ni Ajax with 3 kills on the sniper. Kailangan talaga nalang mag-double sniper, Ramon.
Salamat din sa hold ng room player kanina for acceptance. Kasi kung continuous yung naging flood nila sa labas ng EA, then it would have been out of control para sa acceptance. Pero still, with that 3v2, they maintain hold dito sa may A side yan, si X3D para sa inyo. To pick up that 2K, just stabilizing still yung naging hold nila on that A side. Despite the over-aggression na nakita natin from acceptance, still maintaining that 2-3 so far. Balik ulit sa disciplined approach ang acceptance. While Attras themselves are again using the time para lang makuha yung options nila.
I like this. Nagkaka-confidence na ulit ang acceptance mag-push ng kauntian. Tinan mo yung posisyon ni X3D. Kontrolado yung hotel. And acceptance, heavy B stack. Didiretso na sa A-site dito. Yung Attras kasi walang tao doon. Pero hindi rin nila alam. Naku po Attras, you have to read this kapag hindi nabasa ng Attras na walang tao sa A, pwede silang mahuli sa HM at sa B.
There's no way na uulitin ng Attras yung RS push na naman. They already did that 2 times pre. And on the second, hindi din naman yung tumama. Kung uulitin yun ng Attras at nakapaldo pa sila, diabolical para sa Attras ngayon. But again, they're still taking too much time on maneuvering around yung magiging HM hold nila. Now with the flash, now with the execute, RTA, nagpaingay na nga na nandun sila sa HM, nag-smoke pa nga sila sa kabila, timing from Ajax, beautifully done onto K as well, RTA and Kid, sinimula na naman ang exit push para sa Attras, and then the third time, it looks like it is the charm para sa kanya, pero Ting, nice spray down on 2, pero J-Kim still with the trade, 2v2, plant on top as well.
Okay, J-Kim and Kid, Silent and Heck. Silent, papasok na kagad dito mula sa exit. Flash mula sa kasapi niya. Nice wall bang mula kay Silent. Nasa ibaba yung isa. Heck, papasok. J-Kim with a tap. J-Kim with a double kill. And another clutch para kay J-Kim. Attras 2 rounds ahead.
The J-Kim effect na naman. Dehado na ang Attras because he was isolated on those 2 angles, pero na-timingan niya yung nasa exit. Nakuha pa nga niya yung headshot on the second as well. What sort of player is J-Kim? Robot ba to? Cyborg ba to? Si CRG nag-continue yung momentum because of the clutch coming through from J-Kim. Gets the headshot on the sniper. It's a 4v5 situation.
Si Heck pa yung nahuli doon. CRG, napakalupit. nung angulo niya. 5v4, wala nang sniper dito sa LA ang Team Acceptance. Kaya kailangan gumalaw ng isa nilang miyembro. X3D nasa hotel. At
And
tingnan
ito
mo naman yung
CRG.
mid-round. Ramon, tingnan mo yung mid-round ng Attras. Control pa rin nila yung big door. Control pa rin nila yung mid. Kahit nasa LA silang lahat kanina. Ang linis.
Kaya nga eh. All the time that Attras have used yung first week in development from the Swiss stage. And again, CRG with that first kill. Kahit no Swiss stage pa lang, he's been killing snipers left and right. This time though, Ajax needs to step up. Good shot onto RTA. Pero nakakuha na ng TP control si Kid on the way towards that P site. Jake on the shot kay Ajax. At ang RS na control pa nga ni Silent ulit. 2 versus 3 in an instant. The newcomer and the veteran have to cook up an impossible retake scenario.
Kanina pa sinusubukan to ng Acceptance. Yung 2v2, yung 2v3. Silent Ting naghiwalay, parang ginawa nila kanina si Eagle Eye, pero si Heck yung kasama ni Silent noon. Ngayon si Ting. J-Kim napatumba na si Silent Ting. Galing sa hotel, wala nang matakbuhan at si J-Kim pa rin ang tatapos ng round number 7. Attras lamang na ng 3.
11 kills para kay J-Kim. And this guy is frying kahit nung Eagle Eye. And into the second set, this is the complete takeover para kay J-Kim. And Attras are benefiting off of that. Jake, hindi niya natama! Yung maakyat pa lang papunta dito sa hotel. And Kid with a shot onto Heck is signaling that B-site execute para dito sa Attras. 4 versus 5. TB being controlled yet again para sa Attras execute as Ajax gets a nice shot, pero RTA with the rebuttal. 2 kills and make it 3-4K as well. As Attras completely shattering yung magiging retake scenario unless Silent could surprise them, and he gets the kill dito kay K.
Parang imposible na to. Buhay pa si J-Kim ang gagaling sa HM. Peek out, J-Kim, USP, and he will connect. Beautiful round para dito sa Attras na naman. At pinapalalim na nila ang hukay para dito sa Acceptance. 4 ang lamang. At isa pa bago matapos ang unang half natin dito, Ramon. Attras taking over. Okay, X3D nakaisa, pero sasagot kagad si J-Kim. Pero ang gandang HE niya doon, bawasan ang Attras.
Yan nga eh. Full game on point para dito sa Acceptance. And they're gonna have to play a bit more time before they can get themselves that push yet again. Pero it's kind of the thing where you expect Acceptance individually, they can still surprise you at every turn pa rin. Nakita na nga yun sa peak on LB na nakita niya sa CRG kanina. Pero with that said, Kid has already taken control of CA at hindi na-expect ni Silent. Paano nakapasok si Kid dito? Attras, surprising naman every turn, pero Ajax can still get that counter. Patay ang sniper sa isa, pero Kid still becoming a nuisance sa CA control. And Attras with a 3v2.
Inubos ni Kid. Yung LA, si RTA nahuli pa si Ting. Ramon, problema talaga ng Acceptance yung HM. Paulit-ulit silang napupuslitan ng Attras. They need to position one player doon. At si Heck na timingan pa nga. Napasigaw pa rin si Heck doon. Kitang-kita mo frustration para sa mga miyembro ng Acceptance. Ay. Kumukunot na yung noo ni Idol Heck. Acceptance, 5 ang lamang ng kalaban nila.
May arko baka bitoy Sa'yo Marty. Arko na to, sukulot. Bigyan mo sa akin, Kim. Gagay, iwan kita. Sumuha mo nga itong midget. May mga plata kayo.
Nikuha na to ha. Sumuka na kuha. Patay.
And it's a nice shot coming through as well sa LA hold ng Attras, and they're gonna keep going. Yung util as well as the peak, it's putting a lot of pressure sa Acceptance ngayon. Hindi nga sila makalabas ng arco, pre. Buong yellow kontrolado na ng Attras at this given time.
Okay. Sinalo yung bomba ni Ajax. Nice daan mo lang kay Ajax dito. 4v4 tayo. Kahit nalaglag na si Heck, may chance pang Acceptance, pero tinan mo yung LA. Pandito na si J-Kim. May hawak-hawak na flash para kay RTA. Oh, what a shot mula kay Ajax dito. Nahuli si J-Kim. At dahil dyan, hindi na makapag-pick si RTA. Acceptance, napakadisiplinado ng RS hold nila, pero hindi pa rin nila in-expect si RTA. 3v3 tayo.
Kala nila isa lang, pero marami pala sila nag-hold on that yellow position. Now forcing Acceptance to rotate all around the world. Yung isa nasa harap ng hotel, may nagpa-flank din sa kanila. CRG with a one tap, a second headshot. X3D gets that trade, pero yung second layer, iniikutan na sila. And Kid, naspatan pa nga niya si X3D. Linis ang loob ng hotel para sa Attras Esports. And again, they continue the momentum from first half into the second again.
Acceptance, desperado na. Ramon, yung mid-round nila, maganda dun. Punishing. Attras, isa-isa kasing nag-pick yung mga Attras. Pero, men, kahit dun sa dulo ng round, hindi sila manalo sa duelo. Si Ajax naka-sniper pa rin kahit dito sa BL side. Pero, mukhang hindi na nila mapigilan itong Attras. Kukontrolin ang LA ng Attras. Silent Heck tumatakbo papalayo kahit yung yellow. Hindi sila mabuhay. Acceptance. Naglaho na. Ajax. Piso. Walang kasama. At wala nang mapapala. Laban sa Attras. Umaabante. J-Kim. Inubos na ang mga delusyon sa ulo ng Acceptance. Set point Attras in their Masters debut. Isang puntos na lang pinapatumba na ang top 2 sa Impact.
And it's not just a top 2 sa Impact, pare. These are experienced players in Acceptance na pinagbumukha lang rookie ng Attras ngayon. Now they've been very meticulous on their GR with winning their duels. Kid and Jacob putting on a clinic with 16 and 12 respectively para sa na start nila on their debut.
My God.
We've talked about if Attras can become part of those teams na baka magkaroon ng impact effect, impact syndrome, kung saan nag-hesitate sila or possibly first match jitters, pero wala pare. This is a full-fledged confident roster that is ready to take on big things sa master stage. Kids starting strong kay X3D on hotel. And Acceptance again turtled ulit and they're wasting a lot of time pare.
Making a lot of noise dito sa big door, Ramon. Kaya nakantabay lang si Kid dito. Kid and K. Napakalaking duo niyan para sa Attras na susubukang lagpasan dito nila Silent. K nakahold sa TV. At si Kid nandito naman sa hagdan. Kita na si Silent. Kid, kailangan mo tumakbo. Sakto yung timing niya with the flash. And K! Napakalupit nung bait and switch dito ni Kid at K. Nahuli si Kid ni Ting. At si K din. Teka lang! Double kill for Ting. Pwedeng mag B-site. Acceptance, preno muna.
Kailangan kasi alam nila nag-ingay sila dun sa hotel. At kung pumasok sila, it's a full stack Attras on that GR setup. Nag-iingay pa rin si Ting, hindi pa rin nagro-rotate. Yung Acceptance, they know that they can still wrap around dun pa lamang sa may A site. Si Ting, mapupusyan lang, gets the kill dito kay RTA, CRG with the trade again. 2v2, J-Kim trying to hold down the PR spot, pero nakauwi pa nga itong si Ajax. At nakatalikod lang siya. Backstab para kay J-Kim to force out a 1v2 para kay Heck. Nasa kanya nga yung C4. Duguan pa nga siya. 15 seconds on open A site. And a 1v2 clutch. He has to bring home a possible 1v2. Pero Attras are on their way to making a statement. This Impact team is not an Impact team any longer. This is the stage that they deserve to be in. Double peaks in time. Jake mapapatay lang ni Heck. Pero para kay CRG, chicken lang yan. Attras with a 10-2 sa Ankara. A 2-0 dominance all over Acceptance.
Attras! Panimula sa Masters. At OT-OT na nilang inilalagay ang pangalan nila dito sa ating Masters na titulo. Attras have made their mark. At pinatumba nila yung mas mataas yung rating sa kanila dito sa podium ng Impact. Nang ganun-ganun lang, Ramon. 2-0 pati yung Ankara. Hindi man lang dumikit ang Acceptance. Oh my goodness. I think Attras are gonna be in it for a deep run dito sa Masters. At walang may pagkakaila, Ramon, hindi na sila ang Impact team na akala natin hindi magkakaroon ng impact dito sa Masters. No, this is looking like a different beast.
Yeah, pare. I mean, this series kind of already is the evidence that we're looking for kung kailangan ba natin maging excited para sa Attras ngayon. Yes, definitely pare. With how well they're working out their defaults, with how well the calling and the mid-rounding has been for RTA, especially dun sa Eagle Eye where Acceptance really have put up a better fight, pero pagdating dun sa naging down on number situations nila, nakukuha pa rin nila yung mga panalo dito, you know? It's definitely a good sign moving forward para sa Attras Esports with how well they've debuted dito so far, and I think that Tangkara was also another key piece kung paano natin i-replace yung expectations natin on Attras. Yes, it was an impact versus impact na nakita natin on this BO3, but if this was the baseline na makikita natin from Attras, now we can kind of put the question forward then, no? Are they masters ready para sa team na tong Attras? Definitely that question has been answered dahil lamang dito sa panalo ng Unacceptance.
Oo, sigurado. Siguradong oo ang sagot dyan sa tanong na yan, Ramon. At kung maalala mo, I mean, ginagamit ko dito yung benchmark na kakalaban lang ng Team Acceptance sa matches. Granted, may mga nangyari doon na medyo kakaiba, pero dikit yung laban na yun. In the current form ng Attras, kung sila naman ang mapapunta sa posisyon na ganun, parang magiging iba yung pormahan ng laban na yun, eh, no? So, I think oo talaga ang sagot sa tanong kung ready sa Masters dito ang Attras.
For sure, no? I mean, bigger debates nga naman kung mauulit ba nila yung magiging resulta nila up against VP, considering they're one of the more earlier teams na makikita natin on their schedule. I also believe that it's gonna be also an STS matchup in week 3 as well. So, mas lalaki naman yung test kung kaya bang may pagsabayan ang Attras ngayon. Considering, no, full respect sa Acceptance that they're still trying their best na makaabot pa rin dito sa Masters. Pero i-compare mo yon sa magiging kalaban nila up against VP, up against an STS, I think the challenge becomes even more difficult para sa Attras ngayon. Pero considering na nakita natin ngayon from Attras, very much congratulations para sa kanila. You know, they come up with their Masters debut with a victory in a 2-0. At dahil dyan, ilalapit na namin sa panel kung saan i-expound namin lalo yung panalo ng Attras laban sa Acceptance.
Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters, and boy oh boy, grabe yung mga pangyayari dito, no, Bipolar. There were like a lot of surprising turn of events, I guess, if I may say, simula ng ating unang serye until now, because we are expecting lengthy matchups, pero parang hindi nga ata iyon ang nangyayari dito right now, which is quite sad.
Yeah, I mean, siguro aray mo, Acceptance na lang masasabi natin, no, for the sad.
Yeah.
But congratulations for Attras, no, their first matchup here pagdating dito sa ating Summer Masters, and they're already making a statement. I believe they also beat VP last time, no, if my memory is right. So, ang ganda lang ng simula ng qualifiers, ang ganda pa ng pinakita nila dito, Mochi. What's impressive is, for Attras na napansin ko dito, is not really their openings, pero their post-plant and their readings is so good to a point na yes, 3v3, yun nga, 3v2 na sila paminsan yung dehado, but they can make it work so much because everything is so calculated na walang butas, kahit na it's almost reactive na lang yung ginagawa nila. Look at these like plays mula kay Jakim, look at these plays mula kay Kid. And ito yung sinabi natin, no, kanina before pa mag-start yung ating matchup na RTA Kid and Jakim yung kailangan natin abangan. RTA played well the map number 1, map number 2, Kid and Jakim held their own ground para matapos dito yung laban. Even on the GR side, nakita mo na they will still go for the 2-1-2 setup sometimes, pero even if those two players dun sa A or sa B mag-over-aggress, there's always that cover-up dun sa second player. So wala pa rin talagang butas. So just like this, ito think amazing performance dito sa round na to. I believe it was like round number 11 or round number 10. Dire-diretso lang yung players natin for Acceptance. Meanwhile, Attras, dire-diretso rin sila, pero they always have a plan B or plan C. Mochi, Acceptance, wag na muna natin pag-usapan yan because Attras, look at that! 100% on two players that basically just started their Masters.
Yeah, and I feel like I couldn't agree more sa sinabi ng casters natin kanina, no, na JKM just fits like a glove talaga dito, no, sa Attras
Oh, yeah.
Esports. And it seems like siya pa nga ang promotor ng mga nangyayaring kababalaghan dito, no, sa laban nila in Ankara. And I cannot fathom din dahil ang daing mistakes na nakomit dito ni Acceptance, and especially during
So
our
many.
first half here for Attras Esports is quite the opposite because simple lang ang kanilang motibo dito, no? Habang tayo umaatake, dapat sama-ama tayo. Pero what sets them apart is JKim with 3.40 sa kanyang KD, no? Sa ating set in Ankara. Grabe naman talaga ang naging performance niya dito, Bipolar.
One of our most high, no, na KD ratio pagdating sa isang mapa or sa isang set. JKim,
Yeah.
man, we praised the hell out of JKim nung pinaka-last set nila last time, no? Na parang JKim ang bumuhay ng court dun sa team niya last time. Pero here, he is now currently number 1 in terms of KD ratings. And this
Grabe.
is just the start of JKim's performance pagdating dito sa Attras. Imagine, sinasabi na ni Mochi, ni Dadum, na ni Ramon na he fits like a glove. I feel like he doesn't just fit like a glove. He works well like a gear that was misplaced pero now in a better form. That is just crazy to see na first game pa lang nila. I'm so excited for Attras.
Sabay, sabi nga nila, no, sometimes all you have to do is to be in the good environment that fits you. Pero sabi ni Kid, okay lang yan guys, no, inyo na yung mga set MVP kasi akin yung match MVP. Kid Prohel taking that 1.53 and quite a high rating honestly with 87.40, no. At dagdag na rin natin dyan na sigurado at sure ball na meron siyang mapipitas every single round, which just says a lot sa kung ano yung trabaho ni Kid from Hell dito.
Oh yeah, I mean, Kid lang, no? Si Kid is just gonna be an insane powerhouse pagdating dito sa ating mga labanan, no? But to see this guy play na very fearless pagdating dito sa ating mga clutches, even here coming in towards Eagle Eye, diretso
Grabe.
lang sila sa pag-angas. And this is what's also impressive, no? He also wields the TRD. And I feel like wala man lang ganong kind of like dual gun na kayang gawin dito ni Kid. I feel like magkakabutas ang Attras. But he also patched a lot of resource mode. Isipin mo yun, solo sometimes, going in first, making plays na 1v3, 1v2, palagi niya nagagawa ng paraan para makakuha sila ng round.
Yes, and it appears na talagang nagagawa niya yung kanyang task to take away a single player, no, galing sa katapat nila regardless of what it takes. Sigurado at sigurado na meron siyang masasama sa hukay, which is well played para dito kay Kid, no. And grabe, I wonder if this would be a one-time thing or would this be quite of a consistent or reoccurring theme sa mga susunod nating mga laban, no? Like, pretty similar siguro sa get-up ni Eden ngayon, no? Para sa kanyang team. Kasi if that would be the case, dude, hindi ko masabi. Baka Attras would be ranked dito, no? Sa mga potential na mag-a-advance dito sa ating playoffs or baka maging playoffs bound sila, no, to cut it short. Pero again, it is quite sad na nakita natin yon for Acceptance, no. It seems like there's just too much work para kay Hek, and it appears na hindi na talaga ito masundan at masuportahan ng kanyang mga kasama.
Yun ang Mochi, kita natin na is still, debatable pa rin naman. First performance dito ng Attras, so I'm still skeptical and I feel like you can't blame me sa ganong kind of pero 2-0 performance up against Acceptance, no, na parang wait lang, this was a team na was very much promising pagdating dito sa ating first week, but now Attras, given that they did win up against VP, now giving a win up against Acceptance, I'm really just looking forward sa ano pa bang pwedeng ibigay dito ng ating mga players, because yes, nandyan si JK, nandyan si Kid, nandyan si RTA. What is the anong meron pa sa iba? Si RG is also there, na kaya pang parang may hilaw pang may hilaw pang parte dito ng Attras. So if these five players break out pretty well. They have a good form pagdating dito sa buong Masters natin. So let's see kung ano pa nga bang pwedeng ibigay sa atin dito ng buong Attras.
True. And hopefully, no, na yung ibang mga teams natin na medyo nadedehado, especially from the start of this day, magkaroon ng chance na makabawi, no, as we head on forward. Although, parang hindi rin biro ata yung mga makakatapat nila in accordance to their schedule, no? Kasi yung isa sa kanila, parang in 1 or 2 matches, parang VP agad yung makakatapat. So, again, parang challenge kung challenge ka kaagad yung mga tinatapat dito sa ating mga players. Pero wala ganun talaga, no? Parang if you get the chance to win, talagang gagrab mo. Pero kung hirap ka, it's okay. Still a sign of growth. And especially that Attras, this is just the first time na nakita natin sila dito, no? In our week 1, wala pa-nonchalant sila dyan, ano? Pa-mysterious sila. That this time, wala, no? Parang binira ang lahat talaga, no? After quite of a very pristine performance in both maps na nakita natin.
You know what, Mochi, I would like to ask, no, last time na nakita pa natin na impact team, siguro that you could say, umabot ng players would be for Vid, no? If my memory is correct. Would you think na, not these two teams, one of these two teams na Acceptance or Attras could make it possibly sa playoffs with this kind of form? It's early to say kasi we're in, pwede pong sabihin Kasi hindi pa naman total lakas. Pero what do you think about that? Ako kasi parang pwede.
Pwede, pero they have a lot of things to work with, no? Before maging posible yon. Kasi to be honest, nakikita naman natin yung potential. Like, kung gaano karoon ng chemistry and as well as nakaka-adjust itong sila Ting and as well as si Dre. Si X3D nga lang, yun nga lang, kailangan pa konting tabas pa ng kaunti para mag-fit siya doon sa kailangan niyang pagkasiksikan. Pero other than that, again, they just need to do quite a lot para ma-fulfill yung isang task, no? Like, for example, like isa lang yung sniper nila, tapos yung madalas si sniper pa nila yung gumagawa ng mga aggression, no? I feel like there is a lot of merit to be given if magkakaroon sila ng magandang hatian ng responsibilidad ba, no? Parang group work lang, literal, and especially here the team setup, which unfortunately for now hindi pa natin nakikita. Pero alam mga bipolar, no, napasarap yung daldalan natin dito. I guess it's just right para i-welcome natin yung i-add nating kadaldalan dito sa ating desk. Kaya naman i-welcome na natin ang ating representative from Attras. Ayan, Sigid ngayon.
Hello po.
Hello.
Magandang
Congratulations, Kid. Magandang gabi, no? Solidong-solido ang performance natin. Anong kinain nating merienda?
Wala.
Wala! Rekta laro
Wala,
agad!
kumain joke lang po.
Okay, Kid. May konti lang kaming questions, no? Sana pagbigyan niyo ko. Big shout kay J-Kim sa likuran mo. Kid, kamusta yung transition ng isang kid mula Impact papunta ngayon sa Masters? Anong nangyari sa basically habang di kayo naglalaro?
Nag-uusap-usap lang po kami tungkol sa error namin. Yung pinag-usapan namin kung paano namin sila ma-execute na maayos. Yun, connection lang po. Usap lang po na maayos. Kaya maganda po yung naging laro namin.
Very nice, no? And sa usapan na yun, Kid, meron ba kayong particular teams na pinag-aralan?
Pinag-aralan po namin sila lahat Lahat po ng makakalaban namin. Pinag-aaralan po namin sila lahat.
Okay, kung ganun, Kid, no? Kung napag-aralan natin lahat ng players, ano ang angat ni Kid pagdating sa lahat ng players ngayon sa Impact? Ay pagdating dito mula Impact ngayong Masters?
Angat ko po, makapag-international.
Yan! Yan! Dali mo, Kid! Dali mo. Dali. Okay. Not bad.
Very
Wait
nice
lang.
to hear.
One more question to follow it all of mula sa akin, Mochi.
Sure.
Kid, what goes through your mind, brother? Kasi minsan ka lang makausap dito sa mga interviews. What goes through your mind? Parang 1v3 minsan, di ba? Minsan ikaw na una, minsan ikaw yung talagang kailangan gumawa ng malaking play para makapasok kayo pag BL side. What goes through your mind na, kailangan ko bang isa lang? Anong pumapasok sa isip ko dun, Kid? Lalo at acceptance kalaban nyo ngayon.
Siyempre po, tiwala lang sa sarili, ganun. Para mas lalong magkaroon ako ng kumpiyansa. Hindi po ako nawawalan ng pag-asa. Kahit na 1v3, ganun. May pag-asa pa rin kahit 1v3, 1v4. Yun po.
Confidence and hope,
confidence lang.
bipolar. Yo. Solid, solid. So, Kid, sa lahat ng mga tatapatan natin dito, sino yung pinaka-inaantay mo?
Wala naman po.
Wala kang expected or gustong makatapat? Oh, interesting. Hindi ko alam kung narinig niyo yun, guys, no? Parang ang gusto niyang makatapat is si Virtus Pro daw. Which is for me, ako, excited din ako dun, no? I feel like there's a lot of things na nangyayari with VP right now. Ayan, bumalik na si Kid. So, I guess, Kid, no, maraming salamat na nagkaroon tayo ng oras na makakapag-usap. Which is finally, no, nakapanayam ka namin ngayon. Yes, yun na rin ang sasabihin ko. Go! The floor is yours, Kid.
Shoutout po sa Attras Esports, tsaka kay Boss Oma, tsaka kay Madam Yang, tsaka kay Madam Ras po, tsaka kay Coach Yang, pinamagaling na coach namin.
Yun?
Tsaka sa mga teammates ko, ang gagaling nila, lalakas nila. Yun lang po. Tsaka po sa family ko pala na sumusuporta. Salamat po.
Ayan, tama yan.
Alright, maraming
Congratulations.
salamat.
Kay Boss Ed, Boss Ed, shoutout sa'yo.
Yun. Baka may pahabol pa. Sige, remaining. Sulitin mo, Kid.
Okay na po.
Lasan. Okay na? Okay, alright. Congratulations, Kid, no?
Thank you
And
po.
hopefully na makita pa namin kayong manalo sa mga susunod na mga laban nyo and hopefully makasama na rin kami sa Tagaytay. Sorry, Boss Aga, hindi kami nakasama. Last time kasi masyadong gipit at biglaan,
Tagaytay
Miss Kid.
na.
Pero it's
Next
time,
time,
no,
next
Kid?
time.
Pero maraming salamat, no? Pahinga kayo ng maigi. Solid
Congrats,
ng
Maraming
laban.
salamat po.
Thank
Thank
you,
you po.
brother. I mean, that was a very good interview match away. Isa na si Kid sa favorite kong interview
Same.
kasi mas marunong siya sumagot. At nakakatuwa siya magsagot.
Totoo.
I mean, itong nasa baba natin, minsan mahirap kausapin mga yan.
I mean, true naman.
Merong matitino, pero iba
Parang
dyan,
nakagacha tayo, no? Tapos
Yes.
bahala na kung sino yung interview natin. 50-50 for both of them. Pero mukhang 50-50 rin ating magiging laban. Yun ang ating tutunghayan maya-maya. Execration at Virtus Pro. Naku po, kaabang-abang naman talaga, no? Kaya ngayon, chill muna kayo dyan kasi after a few minutes, bakbakan na ulit tayo. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he gets the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng aksyon, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalent race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade? PSA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP!
Andito na tayo ngayon para sa ating ikatlong serye. Guys, the main event of Execration versus Virtus.pro. At dito na magkakaalaman kung Execration sulit ba ang nilang potential, Paris flight, or will Virtus.pro still keep that on their side?
Sapat na nga bang isang labanan up against the horses para makalaban naman ang nagtapos na mag-hibernate ng mga oso, no, mula dito sa Virtus.pro. Yan ang makikita natin for Execration. Will they be the kryptonite pagdating dito sa VP squad na handang-handa para sa buong Masters Summer na ginamit ang Masters Spring para mag-eksperimento at maghanap ng sagot sa mga tanong na silang naman ang nagtatanong. You know what? Let's look at sa ating mga players na maglalaro for Execration, no? Kung ano nga ba ang sitwasyon dyan. Execration is a team that we really had a lot of powers, no? Or at least we had a lot of hopes for, at hindi naman nasayang yun sa very first game nila. You have Yotim on the sniper now, ZYK being a 6-man, at titignan natin kung gagana nga ba talaga ang paging IGL ng buong team para sa Execution.
Especially after winning against Team Stallions, no, in a very, very interesting fashion and as well as surprising, no, na talagang hindi naman inalintana dito na Execration wherein they entered the week and the start of the league with a bang and just states na kung gaano kakumpleto at nabuo ang Execration the moment na ipinasok nila si Yotib dito, no, and it became a bit more balanced, it became a bit more calculated, it just basically formed what Execration is at nawala rin ang kanilang curse from before.
You know what, Mochi? I have a lot of hopes for Execration. Yes, everyone knows naman na I'm an Execration fanboy by heart, no? And till death do us part siguro para dito sa Execration. Pero I do have a very good high hope since if mapanalo ito ng VP, Mochi, ang ganda na ng mga susunod na kalaban dito ng Execration. They have good plays up against MATTJESS, maganda ang kalaro nila up against CBF because they know the players pretty well. And the rest of that, siguro up until Fervid lang, hanggang dun na lang yung maging trabaho ng buong Execration. So yeah, let's see kung papalag nga ba itong Execration. And ang funny lang kasi yung player caps natin, kung gaano katigas ang pag-post dito ni CBN, kabaliktaran pagdating sa game kasi ang kulit niya maglaro because he's always gonna be the lurker. So tingnan natin ngayon, Execration, very very good journey if they win up against VP today. Pero ngayon, meron tayong interview, meron tayong player quote mula mismo kay MVA. Hindi kami masyado totally nagpapaano sa mga pagkatalo sa STS, hindi lang sila ang kalaban. Wala kaming pakialam kung kami ang nakaputol ng win streak. Yun na nga, no, Mochi, galing to sa interview natin last time for MVA na sabi niya, parang ang meaning neto, ano naman kung natalo namin ng STS kung marami pa kaming kakalaban. Yes, it's just one match. Kapag wala pa sa kanila kampiyon, kapag di pa nila secure yung slot ng EWC, hindi pa tapos ang laban. Hindi pa yun W para sa kanila.
And high-key, that holds a lot of aura. Kasi may
Of
karugtong
course,
yun eh. May karugtong pa siyang sinabi doon. Simula pa lang ito. Yun yung sinabi nga during our interview as well. And this is quite scary para kay VP. Pero also, pati ako, tayo, natatakot din kay VP. Kasi based sa nakita natin sa kung paano sila mag-operate recently, boy, tignan mo naman mga stats nila dito, all over 1.35.
Mochi, tignan mo naman, no, yung ating KD ratio for Cetra and KSA pa lang. 2.78 kay Cetra and 2.25. When have you seen Yobi be the one sa pangalawa pa sa pinakamababang KD ratio sa buong matchup na to or sa buong roster na to no ng Virtus.pro. Very rare occurrence. That just means it's not just the teams itself the Mochi na humahabol sa pinakatuktok ng apex ng ating mundo or bundok ng CrossFIRE. Pati na rin yung mga players natin. So Yobib does have a lot of like breathing room na ngayon compared to whatever Virtus.pro was doing before. But yeah, the black-haired Cetra is very much a threat pagdating dito sa ating mga laro for other teams no kasi talagang online Mochi, even Kellar now taking a little bit of a different approach no. We saw a cocky Kellar, we saw a Kellar that was very boastful, but now Kellar is very much focused. Even the coach 02 iba na ang approach ng team ngayon. Yes, stick pa din, yes, somewhat dictator pa din, but it works out because they have a little bit of factor na kasi nga lahat ng question natapalan na from Master Spread.
Yeah, and it feels like everyone, not feels like, everyone is locked in just by looking at the POV cams that they have then, no? As you have mentioned, parang si KSA lang ata yung natawa doon. Parang
KSA
lahat
yun,
sila naka-focus masyado
Yeah.
sa monitor, no? It's just KSA being KSA. But at the same time, no, the way that they triumphed against matches has been so, parang ano siya parang talagang mahahalin tulad mo sa pagiging oso talaga na pagka predatory on top of the food chain talaga yung datingan dito. Na
Yes.
kung saan hindi mo na malaman kung paano mo tatapatan, all you need to do and have to do is to hold your breath and do not move at all.
Yan.
Pero sabi dito ay set ang pag-champion ulit, mabalik kung ano yung sa amin dati. And galing ito sa ating interview din beforehand, no, na yun yung gusto nila mangyari. Yun ang kanilang target to reclaim what is originally theirs, no? Parang dati naririnig natin kahit pag si Coach 02 yung ating kausap, kami ang top 1 dito sa PH and they want to get that back
Aminado
title sa kanila.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I love about that interview mula kay Cetra. Not only that he is now vocal pagdating dito sa mga interviews natin, pero nakikita rin natin they have a clear goal. That they are aware of their mistakes, kaya nga naghanap sila ng mga sagot and coming in from the last Masters and now they're doing it in a better form. Kung alahanin nyo, talagang na-throw out nila, hindi nila pinalaro ang matches doon sa ating last matchup with VP. And now, we're seeing a VP that is fully contacted. But head-to-head natin is the IGLs once again. A battle of the
Let's
brains.
go.
A battle of how they will continue their prowess. MVA and Kellar. Mochi, parang it's leaning towards Kellar muna kayo.
Yeah, that is true, no? At least for the time being, no? It appears naman din kasi
For
na
now.
when we contrast it na sa mga previous na mga laban nila, no? Quite of a sweep yung ginawa dito ng Virtus.pro in contrast here for MVA and both of them just have at least a single match for now. Pero again, no, this would be quite of a really great contrast kasi si MVA narinig na rin natin. For KelR not yet, but all we can see for KelR right now is just absolute focus as what you have mentioned din kanina. And the way din na tumatrabaho dito ang Virtus.pro, they're still doing some experiments pero minimal na lang. May it be na loadouts, maybe some sort of
Yeah.
lineups, no? Pero it seems like their processes internally mukhang sementado na talaga.
Yun na nga, are we gonna be seeing a double AK ulit? Lalabas nga ba ulit yung Kellar Scarlight pagdating dito sa Ankara? Let's see. But we do have map dito ata, no, Mochi? So, baka dito natin makita agad.
Yan.
Kung paano nga ba ang ating laban?
Let us see. Ano ba? Eagle Eye, at ang parang copy-paste lang
Okay.
ito simula kanina, no? I am quite surprised na malayo po
Nagsasawa na ba
natin,
kayo?
pero well, okay naman din, no? Na-respect ba nito from Execration? Same thing here for Subbase. But again, Eagle Eye and Ankara, anong tingin mo ang expectation natin dito? Bipolar, lalong-lalo na maaari tayong umabot sa New Mexico.
Expected ko na masaya na naman ang set of casters natin mamaya for our first 2 maps. Eagle Eye 2.0 Ankara, I would like to say again, 50-50 na naman to, Mochi. para lang in my POV, no, because Eagle Eye 2.0 nandyan si Yotib. Amazing. Yes, it was very neck and neck pagdating dito sa last laban nila up against Stallions, pero up against VP they might have a little bit of an edge here. Ankara though, that is a map where VP had played so much na pwede tayo makakita ng panibagong strategy kapag nag-A side push sila or B side push sila kapag nasa BL side sila. But New Mexico, yeah, I would love to see this para naman kakaiba ang ating makita. Plus, might be our third matchup. Parang dito rin natin makita kung ano nga ba yung possible na habol dito ng ating players na ready for the international level. Kasi, guess what? Mas malaki ang tsansa na mag New Mexico tayo, I feel like, ngayong season sa international level, no? So, I feel this is gonna be a good starting point para sa ating dalawang teams.
That is true. Pero I feel like we are missing out some points here, no? Pero ipakita muna natin ang ating predictions dito, no? We got a couple of 2-1s. Pero sabi ni Salvatore, pabor yung tuko sa Execration. Sige, Frags, quite the contrast, no? 2-0 naman ang kanya. I can't wait kung ano magiging explanation dito ni Salvatore later on, no? Pero guys, ito ang predictions.
Yeah, these predictions really can go for a 50-50 here at kasi parang if you think about it, kaya naman kaya maging 2-0, kaya maging 2-1, kaya rin maging 1-2, but the community post says otherwise. A lot are looking at Execration's eyes now. Siguro yung mga fans din natin ang natalo sa STS yun are banking on Execration para matalo yung number 1 ni enemy ng STS, number 2. I'm just thinking that kasi 59% is a lot coming from Execration na very much known for not really the best kind of performance, very solid lang. So let's see kung mapapabilib nga dito 59% na.
Yes, and speaking of, no, meron din na pabibig din tayo kasi ito yung mga tagapaghatid ng action natin maya-maya. And speaking of things that it seems like we're missing out, I feel like sila ang magpupunan nito. Kaya, i-welcome na natin dito sa ating desk, Salvatore and as well as Nifrog. Hi guys! Welcome back.
Hi.
Parang kanina lang from our first series. Nagkita na tayo kanina, pero tayo nagbabalik kanina. Hello po, hi po, magandang gabi po sa inyo, no? At welcome. I am really dying to know about your thoughts about sa current na series natin ngayon, Sneaky Frog.
I think everybody and their mom saw yung prediction ko, diba? I mean, Virtus Pro 2-0 in all honesty kasi I'm not gonna lie, yun nga, no, Stallions, I think very separate yung kanilang sitwasyon kumpara ka dito sa Virtus Pro. Yun nga, kagaya na sinabi dun sa watch points ko na nakapost dun sa CrossFIRE Philippines. I feel like Stallions is in a weakened state due to their identity crisis nga na meron sila ngayon dito sa kanilang team with KLP and itong si Revenge. So I feel like it's not really a good thing to put itong Virtus Pro and itong Stallions 1-1 at the moment kasi, yun nga, no, as much as people would like to hate hearing this, no, but Virtus Pro is playing better than Team Stallions at the moment. And it is very evident sa nakita natin galing sa mga ibang games. And the fact na wala silang masyadong pinago, rather dinagdag lang nila yung naging successful experience nila going into the last season ngayon, going into this season, and it feels like a very big improvement galing sa kanila. And I feel like yung Execration, sure, yun nga, malaking positive na natalo nga nila dito yung Stallions, but I feel like they cannot beat Virtus Pro the same way they beat Stallions dito sa VP. Kasi di naman sila parehong team. They're starkly different teams here, and I feel like Virtus Pro definitely can neutralize kung ano mang meron dito yung Execration. But, I'm open for a surprise.
Couldn't agree more with that one, no? I feel like there is a lot of merit with how Execration is actually performing, pero again, no, parang isang exhibit pa lang, no? Parang kulang pa tayo ng ebidensya. Pero how about you, Salvatore?
Ako naman, we put Execration and MATTJESS in as the perennial gatekeepers ng playoffs, no? Isang malaking harang 'yan. At nakita naman talaga natin, no, yung test of skill ng Virtus Pro at ng STS. At akalain mo nga naman naka-perfect score itong Virtus Pro na even showing na pagkalabas katagad na lang ng test room, marami talagang humahanga sa kanila with a new renowned form. At hindi naman talaga hot take, no? Parang nagiging factual lang na pag sinabi mong Virtus Pro is competing better than Team Stallions. At despite that, naboboto pa rin talaga ako sa Execration. Kasi para lang talaga mas papabuti yung gasolina dito sa Virtus.pro that they are really right now the best team currently in CrossFIRE Philippines. At talagang gugustuhin talaga marinig ni Coach Zero to lahat ng sasabihin ko ngayon because Execration is capable. Pero syempre gusto ko rin talagang mapatunayan nga mali ako, no? And if not, then Execration really is a streak breaker right now. Not only will they be able to break itong Stallions winning streak, sisirain din nila yung kabuhabuhayan nga ng pagkatalo sa Virtus.pro, and I'd really love to see that. Of course, talagang I'm just a sucker for both winners, no?
Yeah, that's why I think it's just right for us to even dive in further dito sa ating watch points, no? Tignan mo naman, from brothers to enemies, bipolar.
I feel like matagal ng enemies to. But it's also a case in point na even though you take out these two players from both of these teams, kung magkapatayan man tong dalawang to, tapos stalemate sila sa mga gagawin nila sa ating mga mapa, especially na Ankara and Eagle Eye lalaroin natin, hindi pa rin naman magiging crucial point in time na nawala si Just, nawala si Elvin sa VP or sa Execration. It's still, you have 4 players for these two teams na very capable of doing whatever these two players have been doing for the longest of time. But yeah, if Elvin does work, die down here, mawawalan tayo dito ng daga, mawawalan ng poison for Execration. But for Justin, well, mawawalan din dito ng isang firehouse na diretso up against people.
Exactly, and it seems like that's already long gone, no? Kung iisipin mo yon. Pero dito sa ating second point, Virtus.pro still undefeated versus Execration, no? Even just by history here, Sneaky Frog.
Ayun nga, and there has been a lot of roster changes throughout that history, no? Kasi hindi nga matalo ng Execration yung top 2 natin dito sa liga. You know, they have gone through, you know, the kid from Hell, the Carlos, even si Boss Teng at one point was on the team, no? So they really tried every single player para, you know, i-try i-beat itong top teams natin. And I feel like this is definitely the best iteration of Execration so far. Grant na, yun nga, no, kung nag-perform ng slightly better si ZYK last season, yun sana yung tatawag ko sa kanila, pero he did kinda crap the bed on the sniper, no? So, ayun nga, I feel like this is definitely the best version or the best shot ng Execration so far, no, para i-beat itong top 3 natin. Kasi, man, if you have this kind of roster, if you have CBN, if you have Fall X, if you have NBA Justin, man, there's no excuse for losses at this point para sa Execration.
And I feel like a lot of us may agree that this might be the best roster that Execration has ever had so far, no? Pero pagdating naman sa ating remaining na watch point dito, the new generation of snipers is here, Salvatore.
At kailangan na nating i-embrace to, guys. Dumaan ng libo-libo sniper sa loob nga ng CrossSFIRE Philippines, pero parang eto na ata ang pinakamalupit na pundasyon na talagang magpapatagal at magpapainit sa competition natin for more years to come. Hindi araw, hindi linggo, hindi segundo, kataon na mabubuhay si Cetra at si Yobib. Talagang isang cinema ang panonoorin mo. And you really love to see the growth of Yote, from Impact all the way to Execration. At itong si Cetra from being overlooked to the original Sunday Shrooms at ngayon kinikilala na not just here pero internationally as a threat, quoting by siya gaming on this one. Kaya wala nang mas malupit pang matchup sa natin sa head-to-head, pero eto talaga Cetra versus Yoti, parang manonood ka ng laban ni Pacquiao dito sa gantong klaseng head-to-head
Exactly. Other than the IGS na head-to-head kanina, no, I feel like this also pretty scary. A lot of stuff to expect for each and every single sniper holder dito for both of our teams. Kaya naman, huwag na natin patagalin to. Simulan natin ang laban. Let's hand it over to Sneaky Frog and Salvatore. Rakurakan na.
Maraming salamat sa ating bunting panel, Magandang gabi, CrossFIRE Philippines, na parang nanonood tayo ng playoffs ngayon, Parang sneak peek lang, kumbaga. Pero nasa loob nga tayo ng group stage at wala nang mas nakaka-exciting pa sa isang Execration na malakas ang kanilang gasolinang kargada at sa Virtus.pro na gustong patunayan na mali lahat ng sinasabi ng mga tao nga sa kanila, Welcome to the big stage at dadalin tayo sa walang sawang Eagle Eye. Sneaky Frog, ano masasabi mo dito?
Bayan. This is like the third Eagle Eye we've had today, pare. This is the definition of insanity at this point, no? Pero jokes aside, ayun nga, Eagle Eye, of course, having increased prevalence dito sa region natin, men. And ayun nga, it seems like everybody and their moms is gonna be picking yung map na to from first place until 8th place natin ng group stage. Everybody just seems to love itong Eagle Eye 2.0 na. And for good reason, man. It's a very good BL map, in my opinion. I have a feeling na yung mga teams natin that do like to accentuate more on their offensive side of the map, they then definitely have big benefit, no, dito sa mapa ng Eagle Eye. Nakita naman natin yan with the CBF game earlier. May mga ibang rounds na nakuha pa rin ang kanilang mga kalaban being on the BL side. So, obviously, VP starting on the BL dito sa mapa na to. Execration having to really be careful out their timings to pare. Kasi may expect na naman natin galing for Virtus Pro compared dito sa Team Stallions. It's gonna be a whole lot slower of a play. And itong Virtus Pro, mas maghahanap sila ng punish kumpara dito sa STS because they like to play a lot slower. Kumbaga, for the sake of that one piece of information. And para naman sa Execration, no, I wonder how they're gonna deal with that pare. Kasi may yung mga ibang mga panalo nila is really dependent upon whether or not iinit dito si CBN or iinit dito si Folex. What if there's no chance para uminit dito pare?
Well, alam mo yun, no, Sneaky, it's a matter of adjustment no? Parang wala tayong masyadong masabi sa Virtus Pro kasi they're Virtus Pro. Marami na tayong nasabi sa team na yan kung gano'ng kabataga sila ka-solid, and in a map like Eagle Eye, wala nang mas Virtus Pro pa sa Eagle Eye kundi ang Virtus Pro pa mismo no? Talagang masasabi mo, MATTJESS, Team Stallions, hindi pre, it's like definitely Virtus Pro. They fit like a glove sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye, so that's about it, no? Pero Execration kasi, it took a lot of sets, it took a lot of rounds bago sila makapag-adjust sa laban Team Stallions, and eventually they got the win. Pero ito pa Mount Everest ang kailangan nga nilang laban nga sa Virtus Pro. Let's hear the comms.
Bar. Hotel. 26. Saan ta? Hotel lang ano. Patay.
Sure, nandyan ah.
Ano
na, isa na lang yan.
To. Slope. Second mid banda.
Damn, Sneaky. Grabe. Combs, very heated ga. Kaga, Justin with the first blood. Folex out with the trade. Good calls. Execration. Very good placements doon nga sa may hotel. In-anticipate na ng Virtus Pro. May tinawag kayong na nasa bar. Pero wala pa rin natinag. Cetra na lang.
Grabe, man. Elvin masyado malaya pare. Pero si Zetra, will be flanked from behind. No idea that it was incoming para sa kanya. Pero Execration, round number 1 on the board. Thwart nila yung gustong sanang gawin dito ng Virtus Pro, no? Getting early position to sa hotel, and as soon as they are needing itong hotel entrance natin, N or EB, dun sila magbe-burst at dun sila manggugulat dito pare. Pero parang walang nagulat sa side ng Execration sa pinanggagawa dito ng VP. Pero NBA, siya naman gusto manggulat this time pare.
Teka lang, wala na-check ka. Yun lang. Diba? Malipit sana kung nilabas mo yung number 3 mo, Elvin no? Sayang lang din naman, pero okay na rin yun. And another breed of lurkers / backup players ang lumalabas dito sa Eagle Eye, no? From week 1, akala ko week 1 lang. Akala ko sa matches ko lang makikita. Pero kalahin mo nga naman, si Mr. Hybrid Kamote, no? Na nagto 200 kills sa AK-47 dati, ilalabas niya talaga as a lurker up against Execration. Shoutout nga pala, Elvin. Parang new gen nga na talagang nakikita nga natin ngayon. As Virtus Pro gets the first blood. Mid-control nga ba? Parang hindi. Kino-contest pa rin ng Virtus Pro. Habang nandiyan si Justin, there's not really much a leeway para sa Virtus Pro na kumuha nga ng tower o kaya git sa lahat ng HM na to. Nagkaroon tayo ng discussion kanina, gaano kahalaga yung HM Sneaky. It's a pathway para makuha ang B-site at higit sa lahat yung mga nagro-rotate galing ang exit. No? So, yun. Virtus Pro, LB na ang atake.
Yun nga, Folex having to get the first frag, no? Kasi 4 versus 5 na nga ito, pare. Pero KSA, headshot niya ang nauna dito, Folex. Not even getting to shoot yung kanyang HK417. Justin gustong sabagot dito sa may midside, but that is gonna be a bit of a clue para sa Virtus Pro na wala masyadong tao dito sa B-side. So they're trying to overcompensate dito sa kanilang mid. Pero Elvin lalabas ng A, and VP is attacking all sides of the map. Yote pa Justin, hindi alam kung saan hahanapin yung mga players, pero Zetra mahuhulog. Justin down to 2 HP. Pero 4 pa rin buhay para sa VP.
We have a series, we have a game na talagang palitan lang ng pagkuha ng mga long angle sa digit sa lahat ng mid, no? Yote, isang nakadepensa lang sa exit. Very hesitant pa rin ang Virtus Pro kahit marami nang ang oras. Now, Kellar with a swing, yun lang dito. Mama yung pamboga ni Yote, and that's a huge punishment and a huge loss para ka sa exit. Virtus Pro tying the game.
Yun yan, and very well played, no? As soon as they got the 5 versus 4, naghanap na sila agad ng punish sa isa sa mga forward players natin, either on hotel, either on the long side. And yun yung tamang pag-read dito ng Virtus Pro. That is how they play their game. Pero speaking of their game, pare Elvin, have to play the tap game here on the long side. Sprays down itong si CPN. MBA could be up next. Tamang sayaw lang. MBA not getting the dance in time. Yobib nakita na si Fall X and all of a sudden it's a 2 versus 4 again.
Huge task para nga sa Execration, no? Si Yotib definitely has the clutch gene. Pero mali mo nga naman, i-modify ito ng Virtus.pro para mawala sa sistema niya to. All they have to do is just play it smart. Let Yotib experience a double swing. Pero si Justin kasi, technically, mababasa niya dito yung rotation. Pero magkakaroon na nga ng konting hesitation dito. Si Justin gets the first kill. Pero hindi lang yun. Yobib, iniikutan na nga and he gets the better position. And walang masyadong napala doon si Justin. Yes, it's a 2v1 pero you know, as a sniper no sneaks, mahirap talaga diskartehan tong gantong klaseng senaryo.
Yeah, man. Especially very well aware dito yung Virtus.pro, no, na A player itong si Yotib. So, he's probably somewhere in the mid or high mid side. Baka nandito sa house A to be playing safety. And Virtus.pro just displaying patience dito sa mapa natin. But at the same time, pansin ko dito, Salvi, they are not bursting yung sites natin. Instead, they are bursting individual players dito ng Execration. And I feel like that is kind of yung creative solution siguro ng Virtus.pro to kind of remove the greater talents nga dito sa side ng Exe. Pero Yotib, hard place to remove him from. House A will be confirming one. Yobib is down. Zetra sumala pero kinuha lang pala yung C4. And it will be a plant going down. Ano ang solution dito ni Yotib? Zetra with the tower plant actually. At pwede siyang umigot all the way to the mid side. Ang problema ka lang pag nakita ni Yotib yung plant na yun, he is gonna go straight into tower as well. Pero, is it just a bait plant right in front of cable car? Yotib napapik. Hindi nakita si Zetra.
20 seconds.
Or did he? Smoke is actually gonna be benefiting itong si Zetra. Spotting Yotib. Spotting each other at the same time. Colt nilabas na. USP para kay Yotib. The pistol battles on the site. Burst headshot. Or Ratrat. At mukhang yung Ratrat nanalo dito sa Alvin. Yotib with the S plus tier pistol pare winning that one out.
Ako naman, Zetra, no? Oo, pre, go Ken na, pre. Pero oras na rin para maintindihan mo bakit pinipili ang USP. Well played of a smoke. Nagbukang nag-benefit siya nga kay Zetra para malaro niya talaga yung 2F. Pero hindi niya naman nagamit. Siya na nga nagtanim. Hindi niya alam kung saan nga siya babaril. LA attack para ka sa side ng Execration. Pero wala pa rin karespe-respeto. Laban nga dito kay Elvin as he still gets the MVA. Now Elvin gets another one. Pero KLR mawawala na ka rin. KSA getting a headshot of his own. Grabe no, Execration forcing these fights lang sa may LA. Trying to take some action doon lang sa may bypass. Pati na nga rin sa Arco. Pero hindi nga sila pumapaldo kasi maagang napipilas sila MVA at Justin. And despite multiple heroics at pagkuha talaga ng impormasyon, MVA has been experiencing the gray screen for quite some time now. Kailangan na ata paikutin na Execration yung bagong strat kasi LA is not being taken control. Umaasa talaga sila sa mid-round at sa pagiging individual player ni Yotib.
Yun nga. And obviously, nakita na natin yung play na yun kanina, no, with them trying to remove the player na nasa loob ng doghouse na si Elvin and hindi nga gumana para sa kanila. And Execration with the full hope na, you know, Virtus.pro, they would not expect that we would be doing this for the second time. Problema nga lang, the positions were right para sa VP sa start ng round. And it kind of forced itong si Justin to just kind of pop out dito sa my mid side natin just to try and get a trade back. And yun nga, Execration trying to play the gambles dito sa mapa natin. Pero Folex, Yotib, last two left alive, 20 seconds left. Dito sa C4, papasok si Yotib sa loob ng spawn. Has to get a sick quick scope on one of the players. Folex, nakita na si Yobib na nakatayo dito sa rampa. KSA getting spawn control. And Zetra with the easiest shot of his life. And that will be another pot para dito sa VP.
Grabe, Sticks. This is just a huge contrast sa nakita natin sa CBF at MATTJESS because literally Execration and Virtus.pro is just exchanging minds right now. Pareho silang nagpapalitan ng pagbasa nga ng libro. And you love to see these kinds of plays being thwarted into a different direction no? Na parang too good to be true. Execration, nangyari nung una, gawin nga natin ulit a different result. Pero ngayon, Virtus.pro clearly reading na talagang magiging magandang patibong para kay Elvin na bantayan na lang dito yung garahe. Kunin na lang yung control ng LA at antayin na makabuelo ang Execration for that subtle mistake. At kita mo nga naman, Execration definitely learning the lesson. No? Kunin na lang dito ang sikip, kunin na lang ang top A. Pero HM control for Virtus.pro na nahuguna si Zetra? just speaks volumes, no, kung gaano nga ba ka-invested ang Virtus.pro sa mga ganito klaseng labanan. Oh my God, Cetra. Very rare of an occasion. Hindi mo palagi nakikita yon, but it happened.
Oh, Yotib. Uy, medyo nasala yung kanyang sniper dito sa top A, pero hindi napansin. Si Elvin nakakit na nga. And Elvin will be getting another one caught reloading dito ng MBA sa top A. Execration with a shot. And the shot, they will take headshot para dito kay Fall X. And Execration starting to mount a bit of points here. Virtus.pro medyo pumapalya yung kanilang execute dito sa isang side na map. But we're not seeing yung early rounds galing sa kanila pare. Pero yun nga, nagmamadali na rin dito ang Execration. Pero masyado yata nagmadali dito si Justin papuntang long.
Natang mainit dito, no? Teka lang. Oh! Fall X with the double! Nakapanlason pa nga sa hotel. It shouldn't have happened. Virtus.pro not respecting yung angle nga ng hotel. Akala ata nila makakatakas na sila. That was not the case, no? Naging storyline nga natin no, Sneaky, was Elvin and Justin, and individually they're showcasing a different style of play. Lalong-lalo na nga rin si Justin who is leading so much of the frags. Pagdating talaga sa early game at si Elvin na pagdidiskartehan niya talaga yung LA pati na nga rin yung LB. At commendable, these two players, wala nang mas nakikilala pa sa isa't isa kundi yan, si Elvin at si Justin mismo. Talagang nararamdaman mo yung influence sa pagiging kakampi nga nila dati. But right now, that is the least of their worries. Mid-round na ka tayo, Sneaky, and Virtus.pro is playing a dangerous game na kanya-kanyang tingin na lang talaga ng mga angulo eh. No? At malay mo nga naman, kailangan ng kasama dito ni KSA and he definitely did. A good split para nga sa lane pero ito na ang pasok.
Oh, Yotib actually spotting yung mga players na nasa ilalim dito na house A. Quick scope, gonna be there para kay KSA. Yobib will be taken down as well. Good cover galing kay CBN. Meron pa natitira dito sa may mid-doors. Pangalan niya ay Elvin. Headshot on NBA, pero teka lang men. This is Elvin. This is Elvin, and he can do anything that he wants at any time, especially with his AK-47. Kita siya sa kill cam though. So, will be a bit of information going in the way dito ng Exe, and I think those shots are gonna confirm na magagaling yun dito sa may door mid side. But so far, 11-4 performance para kay Elvin, who's been carrying the brunt of the offense para dito sa Virtus.pro. And they need to see a whole lot more from him. Pero 25 seconds to execute this kind of push. Kailangan niya i-separate dito si Yotib at si CBN. Yotib separated from the group. Di pa siya nababawasan dito, Yotib. With a sniper, no wallbangs option para sa kanya. Yotib spotted. Elvin playing around as much as he can. CBN down. Yotib. USP na sa kanyang kamay. Pwede tong maging pang spray. At yun na nga mangyayari dito. Yotib, I heard 6 bullets pop off in a span of a second. And that will be a Virtus.pro timeout.
As early as now? Not a significant lead, pero good call siguro no, to maintain the composure ng players nga na to. They're losing the mid-round off of like what? Yotib? That's it pre. Yun na yung threat na yun. They cannot take out Yotib sa early game. Napapadaan ng mid-round at doon nakakapag-scale si Yotib. 2 rounds natin nakikita na nakakapag-reposition yung Arctic player ng Execration. Gawa ng libre, no? So, sa sobrang likod ng Virtus.pro, they cannot really come up with a decision kung, okay, tower, HM, ilang angles na yung nakalibre na hindi nga nila nagagamit yung default ng ayos, parang iniisip na lang nila, tauhan na lang talaga natin. Like, kunin natin yung site na puro nga ng tao. That I would assume is na iniisip ng Virtus.pro. Pero kasi these kinds of forced fights sa mid-round, feeling ko yun dun talaga nagkakatalo talaga sa VP, no? When in fact, that they could really use the allotted time, kunin yung HM, kunin yung hotel, tignan kung pwede nga i-contest. It's the mere fact na napipilitan ng Execration na laruin na lang yung stock kasi ina-assume nila, kayang nilang mag-retake. Pero wala po, napapanahon at napupunta sa sitwasyon, Sneaky, na Virtus.pro is always meeting the mind ng Exe na may tao palagi at higit sa lahat, nakastack pa talaga. Naubusan ng oras si Elvin and masyado mahirap no para sa Virtus.pro na lulunukin nga ngayon na as a team that is very well respected pagdating talaga sa mid-round on a map like Eagle Eye, they should know better. KLR should know that the movement of the map is solely dependent on kung paano talaga nakukuha ni Yotib yung early. Walang maingay kay Yotib. Siyempre si Justin yung gagawa nito. So Virtus.pro needs to bank off of that no, na kailangan nga nila mga bawang in order to tie the game, and they have to do so with a much more impact frag mula kay KS at kay Elvin na talagang mau-open up nila yung site at makukomit talaga nila yun nang hindi na sila mag-iisip pa ng ibang angle.
And with all the words being said, para dito ni Coach 02, you can kind of see him in the background. No? He's trying to hype the boys up kasi medyo nawawalan sila ng energy, especially after those few rounds. And you can't really blame them for losing energy, no? Kasi VP already put themselves in very winnable positions dito sa mapa na to, and especially with the start round. Hindi naman bad para sa kanila, pare. Yung problema nga lang, Execration is bobbing and weaving in between those start rounds, pare, and somehow finding the frags that they want. Hindi nila tinatapatan derecho itong Virtus Pro. Instead, they are allowing the execute to happen, and in between that execute pin, dun sila magpo-poke and prod, pare.
Virtus Pro, it's not really a team that you would really associate na kakapain nga ba nila yung mapa. They should know the map, or they should know the gameplay of Execration just from the vantage point na unang natapos nga ang Execration sa kanilang venture, no? And Virtus Pro, this is not a weird setup, no? Hindi naman to yung parang, Execration, bago yan. This is like the same Execration we've seen time and time again sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye. Wherein, no? Kung isipin mo na lang si ZYK yan si Yoteam, no? It's still the same position na nilalaro ni ZYK, pero mas lethal lang talaga yung binibigay ni Yoteam na resulta, no? And yung paghawak ng hotel, ginagawa na dati yan nila CBN. Yung pag-alert niya, ang tagal na yan, pre. Master Spring pa yan. Virtus Pro, just deviating off of the usual, no? Na si Cetra makakapag-open, si Yobe makakapag-entry, si Elvin cannot really see any results. No, na kahit nga nagkaroon nga siya ng 11 kills sneaky, it's the mere fact na sa 11 kills na yon, anong tinulong nun para sa mga kakampi niya na magkaroon ng space, eh.
That's true. You get all the kills that you want, pare, but if you're not making space, those kills really mean nothing in the grander scheme of things, pare. But 45 seconds left, VP, labas na sila ng cross smoke, no, papunta dito sa may mid side. They also have options as well. Kung if ever magpupush nga sila na mid, you can still do the exact same smoke, yung pangharang nga dito sa A side, you can just run through it para makuha nyo nga itong A take. And exactly that might just happen. And they're also trying to actively bait kung sino man naglalaro ng HM para dito sa Execration para mabigyan sila ng 5 versus 4 dito, pero hindi ko makagat yung XM, eh.
Ayaw ata nila. Di talaga sila nagpapatinag dito. Good headshot. Pero napaaga na swing ni CBN. Overconfident CBN, and it costed him his life. Walang masyadong tulong kay CBN doon kasi nga nadurog na yung mga buhay nila Justin at nila Yotib. It's now down to Folex and MVA. Wala nang mas dynamic pa sa duo na to kundi si MVA at Folex pa ka, but this is a Virtus Pro post plant we're talking about at man advantage pa ka talaga sila. KSA, what just happened? Playing the bait and switch. At nagulat na lang dito si MVA na natauhan na nga siya ni Elvin sa loob nga ng bunker. Virtus Pro, like I said, they have the strongest post plant out of all the teams. They definitely played the numbers right doon, no?
Kaya napapansin mo talaga, pare, Execration is really trying their best for this bomb plant to not happen para dito sa Virtus Pro kasi doon talaga sila kumukuha ng lakas dito. And grabe naman yung tiwala dito ni Zetra, no, that okay, kaya na to ng mga teammates ko na mag-take na lang sa A-side, ikakat ko na lang yung rotations via this mid para wala makakatulong kung sino man ang nasa loob ng ating ace side. So really well played from the side of VP. They're just playing their timings dito sa mapa na to, and yun nga, unfortunately CBN could not be good for 3. If he was good for 3 dun sa House A, pare, round na sana to ng Exe.
Huge step in the right direction. Virtus Pro. Na-cancel nila kagad si CBN. We just have to do it again. Kung kukunin nila yung LA, at least that's the note, no? Banger player palagi. Ganoon lang talaga. Pero ngayon, pre, no snipers. Both attacker and backup lang nga nandito. One util can be good enough para ma-throw up si Folex o kaya ma-cancel yung setup dito ni Justin, no? Pero pinapadala mo talaga ang EBR, no? Sa LB. Bakit, no? Hindi si Yotib, hindi isa pang sniper. Talagang si Justin na pinadala mo doon. And KSA is down. 1 minute and 2 still. Virtus Pro, pinakamalalim na kuha nila is labas lang ng hotel. Still no commitment para sa kanila.
It is what it is, man. EBRs is the best gun in the game right next to the USP, pare, and that can go through wooden boxes like paper, no problem. The fact that 35 rin yung bala is absolute insanity to me. Pero, Yotib on the top side of A site. Medyo mag-isa lang siya dito. Decides to drop down dito sa may sikip side natin. Zetra, saan nakatingin? Mukhang mas busy siyang tatry ikunin yung mga mid players natin. Pero Execration, they are still present dito sa A site. Zetra, For the sake of space, he will be moving forward. Pero Kellar, bawas na nga dun sa cross. Zetra trying to cut off the rotation ng mga A players natin pero hindi niya alam na meron palang 3 tao na naandito. Quickscope dito tama pero yung pistol, oo. Fall Egg will be getting Elvin and Zetra. In a panic, nakuha niya pa dito si Yotib. Justin getting Kellar. Nagkagulo na kay mapa natin and it's a 2 versus 2.
Possible win para nga sa Virtus Pro. Lalo't si Cetra buhay pa. Kasama niya pa talaga dito. Yung kaalyado niya sa pagiging malakas. Sumakto pa talaga from the logo. Folex na force ang 2v1. Medyo mahirap nga to para kay Yobib. Knowing na duguan nga siya. Kahit anong mangyari, pwede pa rin maging pisa dito si Yobib. And Folex with the greatest weapon of all time. Pinangsugod niya na nga. And Virtus Pro still hindi pa rin ibibigay ang tabla ng laro. What an answer back mula sa pagkainit ni Cetra.
And that's a lesson learned as well para sa mga newer players natin. Learn your lineups kasi hindi mo alam kung kailan kailangan mo yung HE na ganun sa ganun na sitwasyon pare. And knowing that, utility on point para dito sa Execration for the 4th time at this point sa Eagle Eye. Na-try nila i-push yung long para patayin itong si Elvin pero si CBN na naman ang biktima dito. NBA waiting for a timing, waiting for an uncomfortable swing pero komportable ang pagkaupo ni Elvin sa pag-defend ng doghouse. And Execration trying to see if they can gain control ng game na to no, by just pure aggression dito sa may long A pero VP ilang beses na nila nahuli yan pare.
Yeah nga eh. It's the sole idea. Oh my god, I was convinced na tumama kay Folex yun. Folex lives another day. 2 major picks para nga kay Elvin, no? He's 100% headshot right now, Sneaky. At ayun, second chance binigay dito ni Folex at pumaldo nga doon si Cetra. Now Justin on the defense and they're still making it work, Sneaky. I'm afraid na baka maging 2v2 pa nga to. So you're now inching closer to the 5-4 half o baka maging 6-3 pa nga. Nakapasok na nga ng B ng walang kahirap-hirap. And even KSA securing the kill para mas maplago pa ng VP yung advantage nila.
No confirmation on Zetra's position as well, no? So Yotib, kailangan maging careful sa sitwasyon na to. Second mid is not gonna be as wide open as you think. Pero makakaabot kaya sa smoke. Mukhang hindi. And dyan na siya nasa harap dito ni tropang Zetra. And once again, Virtus Pro just catching yung aggression dito sa long. No? Galing dito sa Execration. Obviously, they have tried it 3 times dito sa mapa natin. And unfortunately, all 3 times hindi nga gumapara sa kanila. But I saw the intent, no? Na gusto nilang kunin yung control ng game na to. Get the 6 and 3. Try to see if you can get them in a 5 versus 3 na medyo maaga-aga dito sa ating round para wala nang setup na nangyayari para sa Virtus Pro. Pero ayun nga men eh, yung round kasi ng Virtus Pro nagsisimula sa 2 minutes 30. They know what to do.
It's the simple attack ng Virtus Pro no na okay, talo tayo sa entry. What if pagganahin na lang natin si KSA at si Cetra sa sarili nilang angles, no? Okay, Elvin sure na kaya kanyang bigyan ng 1 or 2 kills. Wala nang problema doon. Kaso nga lang may mga rounds na hindi pa rin nagagawa ng Virtus Pro na okay, 2 kills na nga pero ano nang next move nila? Ngayon lang nila naintindihan nung patapos na yung first half natin na pwedeng kunin ni KSA at ni Cetra yung space allocated ni Elvin, no? Na hindi man ganun ka-major na hindi nga room A, hindi top A caliber, pero at least no, nagagamit nila yung individual skill ni KSA at ni Cetra na pagganahin yun and make it so na Virtus Pro can win the round based off of what? Hindi nga entry, just talagang pinalaro nila ng crossfire yan eh. Si KSA at si Cetra. So, very good signs here for Virtus Pro heading into the strong side of the map at talagang magugustuhan talaga nila to. And I am just stoked to see yung LB angles kung papayagan ni MVA na i-contest si Yotib doon nga sa may B site eh, no? And man, this is going to be one of the nuttiest of matchups dito sa second half nga na to, no? Both aggressive snipers at baka yun naman nangyari.
Smoke sa akin, mag-A ba?
Dapat ka nung
Ingat ba?
Mabaya.
Meron niya.
Okay niya. Tung,
Slope.
dalawa.
Slope.
Interesting, no?
All over the place, Niggy.
Yung smoke, they saw 1 smoke drop down, they saw 1 nade drop down. Parang sobrang keen na sila na A-side take na to pare. Pero NBA gustong dumaan sa mid doors. Spotted, KSA, Kellar, kill dito sa high mid.
Woo!
Elvin will be getting CBN pero si Cetra nag-check-in na dito sa hotel. About to kick out. Etong si NBA, double kill para sa kanya. 3 versus 2. Justin, spotting KSA sa loob ng kanya spawn. Pero nandito ng USP ni Yobib. The spray doesn't stop. even if it's a pistol. And Virtus.pro, granted, hindi naging maganda yung simula ng round na yun in terms of map control. Nasalo naman nila na maayos.
Abistigi, one smoke and one nade. Kuha kagad ng HM. What is Execration thinking about it? No, na ganun na kagad sila kukumbensido. And like I said, no, LB, I'm just saying, lahat ng laban dito mo makikita. Unang dugo, 1-0 para dito kay Yotib. Dali mo na kami sa round 12, pre. Dali mo na kami sa round 12. I'm just saying na right now, maaga pa lang. That's a huge pick. Virtus.pro. Wait. Since wala pa silang naibabaril, wala pa silang naibabato masyado, Kellar napulot na nga yung Arctic. Si Yobib was able to switch it off na okay, may threat pa rin na pag-Arctic dito ang Virtus.pro.
I mean, Yobib can snipe, no? He's been surprisingly one of the better A players natin on Eagle Eye when it comes to the statistics, pare. You know, he has had an increase pagdating sa kanyang KD, especially rocking that sniper. Pero MDA, getting tagged up sa simula ng round. Nakita yatang nagko-cross papuntang hotel. So Elvin now more aware na meron pa parating na push sa kanya dito. Pero Polex, one tap potential is gonna be. Pero hindi, the AK winning it out. Para dito kay Elvin, the spray is definitely better. Pero hindi nila in-expect si Justin na manggagaling na high mid. Here comes Yote, but the trade as well. And grabe. The pushes are staggered all over the place. Parang yung VP, they are getting played by their own playbook, pare.
These are just insane ways para makuha ng Execration yung entry na yun. Nakuha ka nila si Cetra at paano pa yung ginawa doon kay KLR at kay Elvin, no? It was just a mere read. For Execration, it's not even like a fact na, okay, bantayan lang kagad natin itong angle na ito kasi ilalaban ng VP. No, it was just a straight up, I just know na magkakaroon tayo ng laban. Ayun, may panalo ka talaga ng Exe, no? Just overall good reads. Yun, Polex now sending himself towards LB, just very dangerous. Nandun naman si Yote for the potential trade. At ngayon, hindi na afford ng Virtus.pro, no, na ilaban at ilaban considering na it's momentum based, eh, no? Nandun yung confidence. Kakalmahan na talaga ng Virtus.pro tong round na to.
Yeah. And tong si Zetra now be playing the bridge position instead. Kellar clearing, no, or at least trying to make noise. Galing dito sa bridge side para makadaan si Elvin in a deeper position, especially Tupacs. If you do get the right timing, the right moment, pwede mong i-destroy ang buong opensa dito ng Execration. That is entirely up to Exe kung maganda ang kanilang timing dito. But as soon as these smokes drop, you are gonna see someone climb up. Papuntang bypass for the side of Virtus.pro, but he is still not pulling the trigger yet. Instead, Execration papasok na mid. Namatay na nga dito si Kellar. Yotib spotting itong bypass actually. Just in case na may gusto mag-flank, Yotib getting KSA. Pero si Yobe babawi rin ang dalawa dito with his own sniper. Whoa. Can he get the third? USP in hand. Bababa na lang dito. Better angle but not a better shot. CBN nakita na si Yobib. Justin spotting Elvin. Last one left alive is in his own spawn. And Zetra stuck on the roof. 7-5 Execration. Finding the right players at the right time. And at the same time, yun nga, Yobib didn't have too much help dito sa A-site natin, pare.
Man, this is just Execration just exposing the loopholes ng Virtus.pro. Yotib! Oh my goodness, what an angle! Pero may bawi si KSC at si Kellar and they destroy itong parada sa isang magandang simula ng Execration. Sasabihin ko pa lang na grabe yung padugo ng Execration sa kanilang mga entries. Pero grabe yung sinagot ni KSA at ni Kellar na oo, boy ang kapalit ni KSA, but that was all good. Execration now down 3 members. Cetra with a very good angle. MVA makakapanglason pa nga pero si Cetra nakita na yung gun barrel at hindi ka makakapanlason sa isang malakas na pagbantay. 3v1. Yotib with a golden opportunity para kalabanin si Kellar muna sa tower. Wag kang lilingon. Wag kang lilingon. Habang nakatanim ang C4, hindi mo kailangan ilaban nga to! Kumagat si Kellar sa sound cue! What an angle by Yotib! At ito ng 2v1.
And I think aware din siya na si Zetra nakabantay dito sa may 2F natin, no? So, babalik na lang siya dito ng bunker, pare. 3 windows, 1 exit. Papunta dito sa long and that is all he has. And maybe a flash or a smoke na nasa pocket niya, pare. 20 seconds left. Not much time para sa Virtus.pro using the timer para maaning itong si Yote. Pero maaning ba ang Yote? Pero mukhang si Zetra ang makahanap na may anino na nasa loob ng smoke. And it will be Virtus.pro getting that round. Very well played, no? Parang na-recognize agad dito ni Kellar na, okay, 7 HP na lang ako. I will be probably dying dito sa round na to. So let me put myself in a position na kung mamamatay ako, it's still info on the side of VP.
Very good start no sa Execration and a very good finish actually for Execration still. Pero ang kinagandahan doon was Virtus.pro was able to just play the distance so nicely na okay, talaga nga bang mag-LA? May ikot nga ba? May magle-lane? It's that kind of mindset na talagang makikita mo mahihirapan talaga si Yotev sa mga sitwasyon na yun.
Just smart to speak.
Like, no smoke whatsoever. Pero sinubukan niya nga yun. Pero buti na nga lang nga dyan si El Capitan. And KSA just caught sleeping in the job. Ngayon, 4v4 na biglaan, Sneaky.
Pare, parang nasarapan masyado sa Skyflakes yung tropa natin na nakatambay dito sa may mid-door. And it seems like he kinda fell asleep on the wheel. Itong si KSA. Pero okay lang naman yun. 4 versus 4 still. Buhay pa naman si Yobib on the sniper duty dito ng ating A site. And at the same time, he has his friend with him, Kellar. He'll be trying his best to push them away from Yobib's position. Pero Yobib mapapatapay na lang dito. CBN has gotten himself all the way in long. Pero hindi napansin! Hindi napansin ni Yobib. Nakatabi niya na pala dito sa CBN. Elvin spotted as well. And it's a second headshot para kay CBN. They know exactly where the other player is. 3 headshots para kay CBN. Zetra na lang natitira. He could create his own surprise dito sa mapa natin, pero mapapakit muna siya Sniper's Tower. CBN spotted on top A, pero nakita rin yata itong si Zetra. Zetra will be killing one, pero hindi nag-push. Yung player na nasa likod, Yotev, not gonna be fooled by that flash, not gonna be fooled by any nades. Medyo thin ang kanyang angle, smoke, flash, everything. Kailangan mo itapon para lang ma-delay. Itong si Zetra. Zetra fully blinded, Colt in hand, TRG nilabas, and the wrong place, the wrong time para mag-iba ng barrel. Sakto ang peak dito ni Yotev, and nasty 8 para sa Exe.
Grabe man, that was like, I was convinced pre, nandoon na eh. Zetra getting that huge pick dun sa may top A, dadaanan niya na lang dito yung doghouse. Papunta na dun. But Yotev played it smart and Folex winning that pick. Hindi dapat nangyari. Zetra now, you can feel confident talaga siya sa mga ganong klaseng angles. But this is Execration. This is not just any other team. Full contest. Lahat ng sniper angles, Sneaky, nilalaban ng Execration as early as pagpatak talaga ng radyo na pwede nang gumalaw yung mga players. That is insane for Execration to be even trying, knowing na yung kalibre na meron si Zetra at si Yobib. Virtus.pro needs to calm down, just realize na kahit nasa kanila ang strong side ng mapa, Execration can still entry. Ngayon, one singular mistake from Virtus.pro can cost them their very, very strong positions right now. Execration is willing to bank off of that gamble pag nakuha nila tong LB na to.
Yun nga. And being in a 4 versus 5, no? Parang ni-imagine yata ng Execration na Virtus.pro would be the one speaking into them this time. Elvin, bit of a jiggle lang dito sa mga players natin sa mga LB side, and Folex still trying to make it convincing na papunta pa rin sila dito sa B, pero babalik na naman sila dito sa A. KSA, if he can get a little jiggle peek going na hindi siya nakikita ng kanyang mga kalaban, that would serve huge pieces of information para sa kanyang team. Pero ito na nga, Execration going towards that mid-side. KSA headshot dito kay Folex, playing the wall cover so well. Spray down para kay KSA. Kellar will be getting MVA as well. 4 versus 2. Naging dalawa na lang dito yung Execration, but Yotev kinda known to perform well under pressure. So is itong si CBN. Spotting itong si Elvin na nasa loob ng cable car. Golden headshot para kay CBN. 30 seconds left. Kailangan ni CBN na gumawa ng space para sa kanyang kakampi. Pero yung C4 na nakadrop dito sa double door. CBN from the behind. KLR. Mayiyoink kaya ni CBN tong C4 and he just runs into the A side. Pero kailangan niyang ilaban to, men. Kailangan niya ilaban. Pero bakit ka naglabas ng granada? Sa away na may barrel, KLR will be getting Yotev as well. 8-7. May bawi pa tong Virtus.pro, Ben.
Sabi mo, no, ang ganda na ng patibong ni Folex, pero syempre, KSA bilang antagonista talaga, tatanggalin niya lahat ng pangarap ng Execration, makapag-bounce back at ma-snowball pa yung round na yon. Another HM mistake para sa Execration. Pero distraction play lang pala yun. Pero hindi pre, pwede mo pa rin papuntahin si Zetra dito lang sa angatan. And now Zetra is able to reposition at nandaan na ang threat. Execration namate kayo sa loob nga ng hotel. At kailangan nga nila pilitin. Cetra from the logo hits the shot. Missing the third. Makapasok na nga si CBN and they get the golden headshot. 3v3 na.
Yung good pre-fire here from CBN, even catching the sniper right before he crouches. Pero KSA trying to catch Yotip from the behind. Quick scope dito kay Kellar. Nice shot ka lang kay Yotip. Pero alam niya ba na meron pangalawang player na paparating dito kanya likod. KSA will be getting Yotip. Yobib naman babawi this time. MBA will go down. CBN, a pair of headshots would be nice. Pero KSA, pinakanta na lang ang kanyang Kalashnikov dito pare. 8-8 Virtus Pro. Neck and neck sa Eagle Eye.
Man, I'm just surprised as you are though, Sneaky. Bakit nandoon si MVA trying to contest itong HM nga natin? He would have been better off hawakan tong RS. And right now, multiple mistakes ng Execration sa pag hindi kuha ng control. They're now tied off by Virtus Pro. Folex still contesting itong LB nga natin. Laban nga kay Cetra. Nakakapagtaka ba't hindi si Yotib? Nalaman nga natin sinong mananalo nga sa duelo nga na to. Nagpakita Folex, my God! 2 rounds! 2 rounds, pre! Tama ka na, Folex. First blood already. And tulad na lang din talaga na ginagawa nila Elvin kanina. He might be able to get the pick. Pero ngayon, Execration is still a living question mark. Paano nga nila palalakasin pa yung pagkawala ni Cetra?
Oh man, that is just tragic para kay Zetro, no? Alam mo, naka-4 na angle na siya dito sa B. Hotel, hindi gumana. LB, hindi gumana. Bypass, almost work, pero hindi gumana dito pare. But the moment he stepped foot dito sa high mid, he got the nuttiest flick dito kay Justin. So, might be time to put him again dito sa LB. 5 times pare. I swear, tatama na siya dito sa 5th attempt. And that could be the call para dito kay Kellar. But 4 versus 5 situation. Zetra out of the picture. Pero nandito pa naman si Yobib na may sniper dito sa top. A highlight play could be incoming or it could be 2 fully blinded players para sa side ng Virtus Pro. Here comes Execration with the push on the A side. Flashes everything. Tinatapon na nga. Pero kaya pa ng Virtus Pro na mag-defend dito kay SA down immediately. Yobib spotted sa top A. Inaakit na nga dito ang mga legends natin sa mid. Yobib sprayed down. Elvin trying his best to get one in return pero mas-spray na rin sa smoke. Kellar, ang sole player for the side of Virtus Pro on the tower side. Top A plant. Execration di na magpipik galing para makita dito sa tower natin. And ano na bang gagawin dito ni Kellar, man? Is he gonna spend the next 30 seconds to talk to his team or is he just gonna send it? CBN will be getting the last kill. 9-8 para sa Execration.
Grabe, man. Like, I'm just... Okay, Execration, timeout. Akala ata na parang kanina pa dapat ata tinawag pero hindi ko alam, pre. This might just hurt Execration or baka mas makatulong pa nga to, no? Let's see for the result. Pero kasi it can always go wrong na ikaw yung nanalo ng round tapos nagtawag nga kayo ng timeout pero Execration, they need to regroup. As much as it was clean na pabayaan si Kellar, had Kellar gotten 2 or 3 kills, pag nakapwesto si KSA doon, it would have been a very bad entry for Exe nga naman talaga. Buti na nga lang MVA and Folex is communicating nicely. Kasi there were just a lot of parang ang daming kilos ng Virtus Pro na napigilan nga nila. Siyempre, iba na yung pag-contest kay Cetra, iba na yung paglaban nga kay Yobe, but it's the mere fact na Execration is getting away with so many movements na ganun din sa Virtus Pro. Marami silang napapalampas dahil nga sa movement nga nila bilang GR and you love to see every single bit na nababasa nila sa isa't isa. So, Virtus Pro, you might be able to set up the CROSSFIRE ng top A at na lane. Kahit nga may first contact kayo sa may bunker, habang buhay si Yotib, habang hindi nagkakatagpo si Cetra at si Yotib na magkaalaman, Execration is getting a free access of a 70-30 sa pagkuha na A.
Yeah, hindi yung tragedy dito, no? We were kind of expecting itong si Yobib to be, you know, very anchor. I wouldn't say full metal anchor dito sa A site, but nakakaroon talaga ng mga opportunities itong Execration, no? As soon as they do not see anyone or do not challenge anyone on the cross, may bigla na lang 3 na lalabas dito sa doghouse. And I think yung mga angles na kinukuha dito ng Virtus Pro definitely aren't too bad, but it is allowing a lot of space para sa Exe na gumalaw nga dito sa mapa natin. Yun nga, the double-edged sword of playing passive, no? Walang information yung kalaban mo, pero wala ka rin information in return. So Virtus Pro, yun nga, no, they're kinda starting to lose the fights a bit here, Elvin. Visible yung kanyang frustration, no? Kasi in all honesty, pare, siya yung best player at the moment, as well as itong si Yobib pagdating sa Eagle Eye map natin. Yun nga, Zetra was also hitting some shots, but, you know, we need to see more from the other players galing sa side ng Virtus Pro kasi, ayun nga, the heat is already on, pero hindi pa nararamdaman ni init, pare.
Amen. Tough times para sa Virtus.pro na tanggapin na Execration has just evolved sa kanilang pag-i-entry, no? Siguro kung dating Execration hanggang ngayon nasa HM pa rin sila, hindi mo alam kung papasok na ka sila. Might be an E-star, no? Baka nga extract eh. Wait, napakaaga, Sneaks! Where are they getting this from? Napakaaga neto. Wala extract lang ang datingan, pero si KSA handa ang aban. 1-4-1 siya kagad dito. And CBN, now with an entry. Napaka-deadly nito. Sneaky, Yobib, hindi pa nga nakiklear. This is the X factor para hindi nga gumana ang pagpasok. At si CBN na isumbong na nga. Can Yobib do more? Mapapas lang nga si Yobib and they now have total control of site. Kakapanood niya ng CFPL. Execration as a site.
Grabe men, akala mo pinapanood natin dito si Gran, si Doe, si AD. Hindi men, this is Execration putting their own spin in a CFPL A-Push Classic dito pare. And Zetra na lang natitira in the Classic boost box. Papunta ka dito sa second main. You can see all the way up the left side ng ating side. What is Execration doing? Tara, B-side tayo men. Parang spotted yata tayo. Pero baka spotted na rin itong si Zetra. Zetra will be retaking the A site up until he sees yung minimap natin ay napatik pala papunta dito sa B. Oy, si Zetra nakatayo lang doon! And Justin! May nakitang statwa sa labas ng ating hotel. And Execration avoiding playing overtime with Virtus.pro and ending it in regulation. Grabe ka na, Exe.
Oh my God, Execration. Akala ko pre, mapapasama pa yung timeout. Pero pre, welcome to the Execration era ng paninira ng mga idolo nyo eh, no? Kawawa para kay Sneaky kasi meron siyang pinoprotektahan na prediction. Pero paano pa Virtus.pro na may pinoprotektahan na reputasyon, no? All confidence for Virtus.pro. They had the most cleanest of gameplays laban sa matches and you would argue na hindi ganun yung makikita mo sa loob ng Eagle Eye. They played their best Eagle Eye laban sa Execration. Mas better nga lang talaga ang XMN. And for entries from Yo Team, from Justin activating at the most insane time possible, hindi ito yung normal na Justin na makikita mo during PM and as well as the time na magsisimula pa lang ang Master Spring. This is a Justin na maasahan mo talaga sa pagkukol. Not just from Folex and as well as MVA Sneaky Frag. I am living right now in an era where Execration has a goddamn Eagle Eye.
Grabe pare. ZDD, ZYK, MVA pare. I'm just saying. You have a 3-letter name pare. It seems like you can kind of IGL really well dito sa mapa na to. But you know, jokes aside, I feel like MVA is definitely matured as an IGL faster than I expected, no pare, kasi ine-expect ko sana para dito sa laruan natin, at least for the side of Execration, that they would be playing the exact same playbook na nakita ka natin up against itong Team Stallions. Pero hindi ko in-expect that Execration would have a whole separate playbook specifically para dito sa VP. Kasi yun nga, granted nakita naman natin yung mga ibang rounds sa ganito nung Team Stallions natin. Of course, they were doing the Stallions A, E-Star A, X-Rock A, whatever we call it at this point. Pero it was a lot slower of a pace, a lot more, paano ba sabihin ito, a lot more play for picky para dito sa side ng Execration. And they were actively hunting for that 5 versus 4. But at the same time, hindi nila binibigyan masyadong itong Virtus.pro ng gas para makastart yung kanilang mga executes dito. And I actually really like that from the side of Exe na alam nila kailan maging passive, but they also know when to, you know, send it on some of these angles, knowing na may disadvantage na dito yung Virtus.pro. And Virtus.pro definitely, you know, not expecting this, that's for sure. Kasi ayun nga, they were expecting something similar that happened dito sa last season, no? Nung, if I can remember, it was Fervid. Was it Fervid? Yun nga, Fervid beating itong STS natin pare. And you kinda expect like a small turnaround, no? Para dito sa ating mapa, and then you go into the next week and lose to a team that is outside of 5th. So, yun yung expectation ko sana para dito sa Execration. Ang hindi ko in-expect, that they would be fixing all of their mistakes na nakita natin dun sa STS game natin, and then we presented it here. Grabe. I mean, impressive turnaround, man, galing sa Execration. The fact na nagawa nila to in such a short time, you gotta give them props.
Grabe man, no? We were given a very extensive discussion sa laban nga na to, no? It sets a higher precedent kung gaano nga ba talaga kahalaga yung ginawa ng Execration sa loob nga ng Eagle. Huge props to MVA, no, pre? Kahit ilang beses siya napilas, hindi nasiraan ng mental, and he was still that confident to call the game for his comrades, eh, no? Congratulations to Execration, pero tulad ng sinabi ni Kobe, job's not done. Meron pa tayong kailangan na makita na angkara para sa ating set number 2, bawi para sa side ng Virtus.pro. Pero for sure, maraming makukuda dito si Mochi at si Bipod Bipolar para sa nakita nga nilang kaguluhan kasi akalain mo nga naman Execration taking the first set. Mochi and Bipolar, anong masasabi nyo?
Tama yan. Let us yap. Maraming salamat, no, casters. At grabe naman talaga, no, Bipolar. I am at a lack of words right now. Pero circle back tayo, no? Parang corporate term lang. Circle back tayo dun sa binanggit natin kanina, no? Na Execration has huge potential of being flied papunta sa ating EWC at hindi tayo magtataka kung yun ay mangyayari nga. Pero again, they're already one step closer onto that one, and Virtus Pro wouldn't like that at all.
Yeah, feeling ko they wouldn't like that, but for me, I'm happy that I'm seeing this. Alam mo, Mochi, I took a little bit of place mula sa strat book ni CYK. Itinulog ko na lang yung first half kasi alam ko ipapanalo ng Execration. Okay lang. Ito na lang muna ako sa kama. So sige, mamaya ako napapanoorin mo yun. No? But Execration, man, ibang Execration na hindi lang handa, kundi eyes are plenty and plays are very much working out. Grabe, Mochi. Isipin mo yun. GR side for Execration. Yotib, Jason exit, malapit sa Sikep, will hold down LA. The rest of the squad will fight all throughout LA, LB. BL side para dito kay LaFallX. Sige, labanan mo Attras. Fallex will win that every time. Tumingin ka lang sa may bintana papunta dito sa respawn ng BL side. And you can see NBA just in the PM boys. Pacific Macta boys still a very reliable duo na parang pag kumuha ng kill, it's not just one, it's always multi-kills and they will kill you every time. Iba ang gantong klaseng Execration Mochi. Iba yung pakiramdam nila ngayon eh. And again, this is one of the best reiterations or best roster lineup ngayon para sa Execration. And I love to see it. Eagle Eye, ano VP, Execration yan, Mochi.
Grabe, no? Imagine having our whole
mga
separate
statline yan
playbook.
na VP.
Yeah, look at that, no? Grabe yung mga stat lines din natin dito, no? A whole separate playbook and a whole new stat line dito, no? Sa ating mapa ng Eagle Eye here for Execration, wherein, grabe, majority of them nasa 70 above, no? Pero Paul and as well as NBA, more on the supporting side of things dyan. And tignan mo naman din, no? Kahit nasabihin mo na 58.9% ang rating ni Paul dito, ang headshot niya dito out of the 15 kills is actually 11. Here on the side of Virtus Pro, actually not that bad, but it seems like we can definitely say that their IGL was caught lacking dito, no, sa mapa ng Eagle Eye, and instead it seems like hindi ganoon na tapos ito na maigi ng Virtus Pro. Hindi pa talaga pinaabot ng OT, pero Justin will be taking the kick dito para sa ating first set with an average of 76.5% in terms of our rating.
You know what, Justin is a man that plays very, very well in situations that he knows how to play every time. And I feel like hindi yun given ginagawa niya yun, Mochi, and that is why he can get these kinds of stat line na very much undefeatable in a sense. Kasi si Justin, man, as we look at the highlights kanina, no, it was parang BL side GR said walang butas. Yes, he had a little bit of like parang 10% lang ng parang kailangan ko muna mag-warm up. Pero once he was in his rhythm, you can definitely feel that Justin was controlling the map for Execration and for VP as well. But for VP, I would like to say, I said this two years before na, Mochi, or at least like 1 year before, that when you're not top fragging as a Yobib, you are not gonna be winning this match for VP. And that is why I feel like kailangan lakasan pa yan ng VP, especially for Yobib, because the entirety of Execration is executing VP.
Yeah, it seems like that is quite already requirement, no? Parang ito na yun, no? Seems like everyone should be a functioning piece. Bawal na merong kakulangan because seems like Execration already been able to figure out the formula for that one. Pero for now, yan na muna ang ating unang mapa. Mamaya magbabalik tayo. Would they be able to push this over para makapunta naman tayo ng New Mexico? Malalaman natin yan kung meron nga bang bawi ang VP maya-maya. lang kung naispatan siya ni KLP doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo sa flick of the wrist. Nakupuntuhan niya.
Be careful, but he gets the shot. And he's at the trouble. Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action. Masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence rates here dito sa house.
Ano dun, no? Flash grenade?
SA! Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.
And the story continues, no? Parang sa nakikita natin ngayon, bipolar, pwede tayong bumuo ng isang buong volume sa isang manga dahil sa mga nangyayari ngayon dito for Execration and as well as VP. And it seems like makikita na natin ang mangyayari dito, no, for Virtus Pro. If there will be some salvation pagdating dito sa mapa ng Ankara, or would it be just simply be taken away ng Execration?
You know what, Mochi, since we're speaking in book terms, no, or in literary terms, parang ito yung sinabi ko for STS nung tinanong tayo ng ating production team na parang pwede nyo, parang kinakagulit nyo. Ako, para sa akin, sinabi ko yung STS, it could be either a novel, yung storya nila ngayong taon, or it would be a short fable. Kasi it might be a very long journey, or it might be falling short kasi baka ganun lang kabilis sila matalo. I feel like you can apply that as well dito sa VP because they are struggling right now up against Execration. For Execration, yes, I still have doubts, but with Execration doing the impossible and making it possible every time, no, it's breaking the limits na parang kahit ibang mga teams natin hindi nila mapinta kung ano nga bang gagawin for Execration, because again, these are 5 stacked players that know how to play very, very well. And when you put them in a scenario na kaya nilang mag-rely upon each other despite only having individual powers, well, it's very hard to read. And tulad nga na sinabi natin dito habang kinakausap natin yung Ashes, pati yung mga napansin nila, iba ang players na ngayon for Execration because it's not really that complicated, lalo na pa GR side or at least BL side, because you expect yung ginagawa na dito ng players natin is ina-expect nila kung ano yung mangyari, and if they plan it out already, well, what can go wrong? So it's basically a foolproof plan na sige, gawin natin na magsuntukan lang every time, pero kung alam ko yung set moves mo, I can always dodge that if I know what to do in the first place. So it's very difficult now for VP kung palagi silang gagawa ng set plays na alam na lahat ng players for Execration. So let's see kung ano namang gagawin dito sa Ankara. Ankara is a very, very good map for both teams.
That is true, no? Parang sila nang bahala, no? Parang VP, take the wheel. Kung kayo nga ba, mapaprolong yung patatotong itong ating serye or not, no? Ano kaya? Meron kayang bawi dito? O wala? Sa mapa ng Ankara, malalaman natin yan kay Alexander over para sa ating mga casters. Salvatore and Sneaky Frog, take it away.
Maraming salamat sa pag-breakdown, no? Ating munting panel is now head into Ankara with very, very huge stakes para ka sa Virtus Pro, no? This is like one of the few rare times, no, Sneaky, mararanasan nga nila ang pagkadehado sa isang best of 3. Sanay na tayo na palagi nilang nakukuha yung unang set, yung pangalawang set, sinasarado na kanila kagad. But right now, inside of their very own territory, Sneaky, no? Ankara, one of the best maps that they played up against MATTJESS, iahatid na nga nila dito ang Execration. But then again, kinda like feels like na parang meron din namang Ankara ang Execration. And right now, yun din ang sinabi natin dun nga sa Eagle Eye. Do you still think na meron talagang duel si Yoti at si Cetra pagkatapos nga nilang mag-iwasan sa loob nga ng Eagle Eye? Baka dito na mapalalim, ano masasabi mo, Sneaky?
Yun nga, mapa A, TB most likely, no? Kasi yun yung pinaka-favorite na spot na labasan dito ni Cetra and trying to get the Arco player dito. Pero there could also be some B picks from time to time. Pero feeling ko responsibility na yun ni Yobe pare. Pero ayun nga, I feel like the sniper fights will definitely be a lot more prevalent sa mapa na do, considering na yun nga, Eagle Eye, as much as we would like to say it's a sniper map, there's limited movement para sa sniper nga dun sa mapa na yun. So, yun nga, in a bigger map like itong Ankara, I feel like there is gonna be a slightly better game para dito sa Virtus Pro. They always do really well pagdating sa mga big maps natin like the Black Widow, considering na mas madaming opportunity para mag-take sa mapa na to, and also spreads out yung defense sa Execration, which makes it very difficult para mag-guarantee ng map control nga dito. So, para naman sa Execration, once again, if the individuals are playing the exact same levels like they are, pwede pa mangyari yun. And the fact na Salvi, we barely mentioned si Paul last game. We have yet to see his maximum dito sa series na to. So he could definitely be the X factor para sa Execration dito, men.
Siguro kasi Sneaky, his contribution was good enough no, para pilasin si Cetra at maging second layer ng entry no, na parang pinapa-open niya talaga kay CBN no, kaya kay Justin, Sneaky, talagang sinanay at niligawan tayo Folex na throughout his FPS career siya palagi ang nauuna, pero tinanggap niya na it's now time para ako naman nasa likod at ako matatawag para sa mga kapito.
Chill nga, Matt, chill lang.
Atras.
Bypass kanina, may bypass CBN.
What?
6 NBA.
Besto ka ba, Bin? Wala na.
Say mo na lahat, Ki.
Base mo kayo, Bin. Iwan mo yun. Base mo muna.
Patay.
Yun na. Round start. NBA killing itong si Kellar. Kellar killing NBA in return. Or Yoteb actually in return for this one. Pero teka lang, CBN. May tao sa likod mo ba? Oh! Oh! Nag-iba ng baril! Nakapo CBN. He decides not to shoot. He's taken Elvin hostage
Narinig ni Elvin yun?
sa hotel, and there's the headshot. He doesn't need the ransom at this point. Zetra swinging. Execration as well, swinging for the hills dito sa side. Zetra, quick scope, tatama dito kay CBN. Pero Folex, napakabilis ng kanyang trade. 2 versus 3. KSA Yobib with the retake.
Bib and KSA, long-time partners. Partners in crime, literal nga na pumasok nga sila sa SGJ Regiment. Kailangan na kanilang patawirin to. Dapat nga sa Execration now, Yobib and KSA, wala nang ikot-ikot pa, rekta na kakagad. And here it is, Folex and MVA setting up the cross. Pero malilate ng pagpasok nga dito, no? Si Justin. Good detail, no? Good detail. Pero lusob na si KSA. Nasa batteries nga siya. Pero first contact dito si MVA. Na naispatan na nga. There goes the spray down. Yobib, hinahanap.
Whoa!
Justin with the failure. Quara 2v3. Oh my God. Wala nang pagdududa pa. Yobib and KSA. What a duo.
Grabe, men. Sobrang nakampante dito yung Execration since walang nadaan ng TB, and Justin got that flank going na kaya lang nila i-hold yung pang angles na to on towards this tower, or rather this 2F, and itong itong ramp side natin, pare. And it's just unfortunate na nangyari yun sa Execration because they were holding some very tight angles, pero sakto kasi yung jiggle dito ng mga ibang players natin. KSA catching him on the first one, and nagpakita na rin yung player natin on the 2F side. Napaka-unfortunate nun, pare. Pero Zetra will start things off with the pick-off dito kay CBN, who usually likes to go second mid, pang-cut off ng rotation. And Execration, kailangan nila i-send tong A-side.
KSA, what a shot! At hindi pa talaga siya tapos para mag-spray nga dito. No? Kaso ingay nga yun para ma-push ka ni Folex. Now Yobib on defense. Can he get more kills? MBA! Amazing trade! Yotib! Oh, what a flick! Pinulot na lang dito yung KSA K47. At naging 2v2 pa nga, pero huge health advantage para kay Elvin at Cetra.
Yun nga, Yotib unfamiliar with the weapon, or is he? Can also be just as deadly, no? MBA. Yun lang! The price of 1A. Nakuha siya ng 2 buy 1 take 1 on exit. And that will be the HE of the week likely, pare.
Top 1. Guarantee sabog. Top 1. Wala nang iba. Grabe, men, Cetra. Yung 2 kills mo, akalain, uy, 4-1. Akala mo lahat sa Arctic, dala mo dyan. Jalik sa frag grenade. Akalain mo nga naman. Execration still yet to make an impression. Baka sakaling eto na nga yun, the counter alert player, CBN. Tama nga ba sa ulo? Ayun na nga, pre, sa leeg pa talaga ni Elvin. Gintong-ginto pa. Huge 4v5 here for Execration para ma-establish ang space. Si Justin nakalampas ng CA. This is already huge kung gustuin nga nilang makapag-exit.
I think he was barely blinded, no? Kasi naglanding yung flash dito sa kanan ng big door, pare. So, parang nag-raise lang yung kanyang side ng face dun sa flash na yun, and CBN wasn't really fully affected by it. So, it's a great flash, pero unfortunate kay Elvin na yun yung nangyari na sitwasyon. And Execration will be allowed to foray towards itong TB side natin. Zetra left alone on the B side with one piece of utility, which is his HE. Pero papakonect na lang siya papuntang mid-men. He has more investment papuntang dito sa high mid. Pero high mid will be the way to go para dito. Kay Justin, gusto niyang hanapin kung nasan si Zetra. Pero si Zetra tamang tago lang sa loob ng base. Execration setting up on the B side. Pero ito yung gusto ng Virtus.pro ha. Gusto ng Virtus.pro. Sige, sa inyo na yung site. Let's get early position sa hotel. Let's get early position sa TB. Pero lumalaban pa rin sila dito, men.
Huge retake. Para nga sa Virtus.pro, kahit apat nga sila, it's still definitely winnable, no? Pero tinan mo naman yung possessions. MVA now on 3 box. Folex trying to play. Kung may aangat nga ng B-slope, at ang tanging contact nila is si Folex na nilalaro din ng RS mismo. So it's technically double duty para ka kay Folex now. Yobi makakapasok ng KLR, bulag na bulag. There goes the flood of kills. At lamang sa trades dito ang Execration now forcing the 4v1. And KLR gumagawa ng pangarap para beautiful post-plant for Execration. Sa wakas, may tantos na nga sila dito. Virtus.pro wanted to try.
Yung pala yung kulang dun sa Alvi sa kanilang post plan kanina. Si MBA nakatayo lang dun sa gilid kanina. Ngayon, he is actually jump peeking for the sake of information para makakuha ng play dito si Paul. CBN? Oh, that's a headshot on Keller. Nakabawi na agad. Going into the next round, pero Elvin will be getting MBA in return. But that also shows dito sa Execration. Virtus.pro is really deep dito sa B-side natin and could be committing more than 2 players here.
4v4. Huge margin para ka sa Virtus.pro when it comes to just having the sleek advantage na meron nga sila, just because they are indeed the defense. Nawala nga si MVA, nawala nga rin si KLR, mas mapapadali kanilang pagtawag sa kanilang mga kakampi. Ngayon, TB na naman ang napupusuhan ng Execration. Virtus.pro is still trying to establish their defense. At si Zetra, nakakapanghinayang na nga siguro na masyadong tahimik ang HM. At ito na kanilang hindi na tinatago na entry. KSA still inside of A site. At hindi rin tatagal. Mapaplant nga nila to sa loob nga ng batteries. It's played for tower. Zetra missing the flick. And there goes the plant. Power in numbers na naman para sa Expost plant.
Hindi Shavu para dito sa ating next round is still a B plant. Folex na naman in between those batteries. Yotib, very deep dito sa TV. At pag dito dumaan si KSA, he will be running straight into a sniping Yotib. And never mind, crowd speak na lang galing kay KSA. They got both players on the bottom side. May paparating na dito ng hotel. Folex, you have to go huge. Nagtago na siya dito kay Kuya Will para KSA down to 1 HP. Spots him, but the spray down not enough. Plenty of time para makakuha ng defuse. And Execration not expecting na mahuhulog agad si Yotib dito sa TV, pare. What a crouch peek.
I mean, like, that was the most unexpected crouch peek actually. Hindi mo makikita yun masyado from the VP side, especially from a situation na kailangan nga every movement is important rather, no? I mean, Zetra na, oh, wow, Yotib, no way. Oh man, that's so disrespectful. Nag-rattle pa lang si Yotib, pre. That was a pre-fire. Literal na, nag-swing lang siya dun.
I'm telling you, Sam, hindi kailangan mag-crouch sa DRG. You just have to counter-strike correctly.
Yotib is him, man. Yotib is him, at least nung yun. Okay, pangalawang beses pa lang ata natin makikita na naglalaban si Yotib at Zetra in the first 2 sets, pre. Like, usually marami, no? Pinaglalaban mo palagi yan. And huge blow para nga sa Virtus.pro. KLR na mag-a-artic ngayon.
Elvin though holding a very cheesy angle dito sa second mid. Pwede siya makakuha ng 5 or he can get insta-gift in his position. 2 kills para kay Elvin. Nasa na yung pangatlo mo kasi NBA ang mapapatigil sa kanya dito. 3 versus 2. Execration with a man advantage. NBA low on HP pero si KSA at si Yobib na naman ang kanilang kalaban dito. Last time they were in this situation, they did win that retake and Yotib more wary na pwede na may dumaan dito sa hotel. And we'll try to see if he can eliminate Yobib early bago siya kumuha ng control. Dito mapa natin na quick scope from Yotib. Probably closes out yung round na to unless KSA can get 2 headshots in return. Kita sa kanyang kill cam na bumalik siya dito na RS. MVA not on the best HP para labanan nitong si KSA. And will just decide to call his teammate Fall X. Tara, i-double pick na lang natin to, pare.
Very well played. for Execration, no, na medyo sloppy kung tutuusin kasi nga napapalampas nga nila yung ginagawa nila Elvin, no, as like a point of double kill, like a point of triple kill, pwede na nga yun. Execration still playing the numbers definitely at parang ipaparanas nga talaga ng Execration na mawala man lang ang karamihan, they still have the power of the mid-round itself. And wala nang mas mid-rounding pa kay MVA na tawagin. Pre, maraming namatay si LB. Kunin nga ulit natin. Tanggalin natin si Elvin hanggat buhay pa nga siya. And that one slight hint of detail, medyo naguluhan nga ang Virtus.pro doon. Siyempre, kailangan nga nilang pagbutihin yung pag-atake na nga ngayon. Heading into LA. Boxes position for the members, the majority of Execration. At eto na nga ang setup. Virtus.pro, 2 players. Laban sa 4. KSA with the crouch peek. Kailangan mo ng tumakbo.
Now medyo patapang dito si KSA pero napaangat nga siya dito. Folex with a very nice strafe. KSA spotted, Yobib spotted as well sa top 8 pero si Folex di pa tumaakyat dito men. Inaantay ang green light and the green light is to get the headshot dito kay Kellar. Elvin and Zetra, the last 2 left alive, a different pair this time pagdating sa kanilang retake. But with this kind of position pare, may denial sa CA. May 3 tao na naandito sa top A. Chances are looking grim pare.
Yo, team, hindi pa na-clear kaso sumala, nag-ingay ka na, siyempre sususpetsahan ka na. There goes the flash. Elvin, still not opting to fight. Dito na lang daw siya sa may exit pre. Buti na nga lang kasama niya na si Cetra nga ngayon. The insurance policy, Cetra, siya pa talaga ang naunguna. And CBN claims the kill. CBN gets the adjustment. Headshot train nga naman talagang player na to. Yeah, Execration and Virtus.pro 3-3. I'm just in shock and in awe right now, Sneaky, na grabe Execration. They can definitely take some sides.
Yan nga pare. Grabe. What an entry though from the side of Execration. Nakita mo si Folex na pipikit talaga until ma-confirm na mapapatay itong si Yobi sa top A. And I really like that though. Respect from the side of Execration. Despite yung erratic na push na nangyayari dito sa site, they still know what to do in that type of situations. Kung anong angle ang kailangan i-cover, kung anong timing ang kailangan i-push. Execration looking like a well-oiled machine at the moment, no? Which is supposed to be itong Virtus.pro. And just like what we said in our conversation, so hindi ko to in-expect. Galing sa Execration. Execration, I was expecting them to fight tooth and nail for every single map control dito pare, pero hindi eh. They're taking the chess route.
I mean, like, Execration, kaya ako sinabing what this team can entry. Kasi, Ben, Virtus.pro kalaban nila. This is just not just any other team. And they're exposing these kinds of positions ng Virtus.pro. Papunta pa lang na mid-round, no? Cetra, good clear. At naging 2v4 pa nga talaga. MVA nakikipagsapalaran na nga. Cetra na with a huge rotation to set up. Kasi masyadong maingay nga si Folex at naisumbong na nga. Virtus.pro breaking the ankles of Execration with those movements around the map. Grabe nga naman, KSA and Cetra once again pushing the narrative for VP.
Yeah, pinilit nila sobra tong B-site men, not getting control of Hotel, at least guaranteed. And Execration trying to speed their way through. Papunta ka dito sa B. And it has been countless of times na Execration kanina pa inaatake tong B-site. And they're gonna continue to do so. TB will be the target here. Good flash. Elvin napaklear sa kanya angulo. Pero MBA, nakita na si Elvin. He can get high mid control since confirm na wala dun si Zetra. And mapapatigil sila dito men. But look at who's on long.
Yotib, man. Oh my God, Yotib. Had you gotten an early position, baka pwede mo pang i-duel si Cetra sa may TB. Kanina pa namin gustong makita yon. Virtus.pro now. Major position, Yotib! What a shot! That was insane. Habang nagpipick up pa nga, Yotib, and he's not done! That was a blockbuster! Oh, man, entry at si Yotib, hindi pa tapos! Triple for Yotib! And he just decimated Virtus.pro! Sino makakapagsabi na i-corner nila si Yotib at si Yotib pang nanalo?
Grabe. And that's the Yotib we know, no? Under pressure, pero nakakatama pa rin ang mga shots kagaya nga ng ganun. Yobib, the only one left alive, and the man who is not a stranger to pressure, no? But even he realizes na baka hindi na nga posible itong round na to. I will take these next 15 seconds to talk to my teammates. Maybe get the pick off dito kay NBA. Maybe get the stack going. Pero grabe, Execration, a resounding reply after failing to take B-site. And Execration getting the fourth. And ayun nga men, I feel like we've barely seen any A-takes. No? Parang isang A-take or 2 A-takes pa na nakikita natin from Exit. They love this B site, man.
They love the TV, man. I love second mid. Paborito yung battery, sabi nga ni Folex, pre. Let's take a look at this replay. Cetra, hindi mo na hinold. Good decision, pre. Pero an even better decision was from Yoti to just be hyper-aggressive. These are shots. Puro boga. Hindi yun pre-aim angles, lahat yun pre. Binoga niya nga lahat, pero kailangan na panibago pa yung CBL with the most insane headshots. At talagang iisa pa nga si Folex, kahit EBR na yung gamit niya. Yotib na as the anti-lurker, hindi niya makita-kita kung nasa CA nga ba, pero si Yotib pwede malason. Nakita na nga yung ideya. Yotib na on the rotation. Hinahanap nga yung mas pinakamaganda pa. And now Elvin gets the crouch peek. At susunod naman ngayon na pasyente si Kellar sa clinic ni Yotib. My God! Stop, Yotib! Tigilan mo na! Community violation na yan! 4v1! Yotib versus Cetra in LA! Bulag si Cetra! Cetra gets the flick! 3v1 na nga to! But that's all good! Para mapigilan ng lahat ang double lurk ng VP!
Grabe, it's a sniper party on Ankara and it seems like Yobib is the one holding it, pare.
My God!
Oh my goodness me. And this is the Yotib that you fear that may come true.
Mag-aim muna tayo. Nito kumukuha tayo ng LP. Diyan lang yan. Hindi kami tatawid.
Kita.
Muna spawn to.
Ikaw nga una smoke, Paul.
Yes, smoking na ka. May smoke ka pa eh.
Kalmado, men. Di masyado mainit tong Execration. They know that they have been in this opportunity before, especially with teams up against VP and Stallions. Hindi talaga kayo pwede mag-celebrate hanggang maging 10 or 13 ang ating scoreline dito. And Execration now on their defense. Is it gonna look as good as their offense? Para Justin and Folex, one of their premier players, really going ham on this team. Pero Yotib talaga, men. Nag-activate na yung late game Yotib dito, pare.
Mag-items na, no, pre. Level 25 na siya, pre.
May lotas na.
Nakuha naman talaga. Very dangerous spot. Habang hindi pa nasa-shutdown ng VP, mainit si Yotib, pero palamigin nyo, bigyan nyo ng paulan ng util. Hanapin nyo nga kagad as early as pagpatak ng radyo nga naman. Folex now on defense, napaka-delikadesa naman ng pwesto niya nga na to. Kaysin Yobib now. Not hard entering just yet. Nakita na nga ang Puyo and there goes the first blood. More entries incoming para nga sa Virtus.pro. And Folex still gets the flick. No way! Si Kellar pa talaga nakuha nung kill na yun. 3v3 now.
Cetra na iwan pa dito, men. Kaya kulang yung mga players natin on VP. Here comes NBA entering itong top 8 and even getting Kellar with the wall bang! Ano nangyayari sa Execration? Nag-turn lang tayo na second half. And Cetra will be trying his darndest para ipanalo to, pare. Good shot! NBA distraught, pero si Yotib na andito na naman para salbahin itong Execration. NBA enjoying itong mapa natin. They know that they have put VP in a bad spot.
No hecking way, pre. No way. Pre, tatlong rounds na. Execration is making these shots. Execration, dinaan na sa lahat ng mga monghe yung kalakasan nga nila. Mabasbasan man lang. Kasi kinakailangan talaga nila up against VP and we're seeing the effects right now. Virtus.pro. My God. What is happening with your entries? Medyo nilalason kayo ng Execration at sana kanina nyo pa alam. Si tila wala tayong natutunan nung first half. Grabe nga naman. Now, setting up itong counter lurk para nga kay Cetra. He's still there. Diyan lang dapat siya, pre. 11 impactful kills para nga kay Cetra. Hindi mo pa rin makita kung gano'n nga ba yung nagiging resulta nga nito. Pero right now, Execration still grazing off of it, no?
Folex wishing he had like a shield in his inventory, no? Kasi 51 HP yun nawala sa kanya dun sa HE na yun. But he wasn't moved. A man who cannot be moved, pare. Dito sa may vent side natin. Yotib on the high mid position. Magandang pag-cancel to, no problema ka lang. Pag nakita siya sa second mid, this could be posing a bit of trouble para dito kay Yotib. Kaya napababa na lang siya dito ng RS. And more in a safe spot. A minute left on the clock, KSA. Kailangan niyang kumuha ng napakalaking swing dito, pare. And I feel like Elvin is now the one possibly looking for an opening. para dito sa VP. Pero men, wala talagang binibigay yung Execration. They are not budging.
Sa mere fact na hindi nila pinalitan si Folex, nandiyan pa rin siya. Kahit pinaplahan na siya sa pagbumuka, pwede siyang
Uy, sobra sa swing to si Cetra.
magulangan dito ni Cetra at wala talaga siyang respeto. Cetra just si entry!
Sabi na eh.
But why? Grabe, Folex! Na parang nasa kumbento, hindi mo mapalis. Nandoon pa rin siya. Yobi with a hard entry. NBA pinapalampas Gaba o parte ng plano nga to. NBA, buti na nga lang 35 bullets ang EBR and they force the 3v3.
Oh my God, NBA! Tinalon na lang dito yung bintana ng ating spawn. Kellar, Yobib still definitely possible pero nagpapanik na yung last two players dito ng Virtus.pro. Alam pa nila na nasa bato. Ang last player, Justin, turning around. Nasa taas, nasa baba. Hindi niya alam kung nasa the last player. It has to be a double swing! Yobib, 1 HP pero makuha niya si Justin. Nagkaipitan sa baterya.
Grabe.
Ang players ng Execration and timeout para dito sa VP. I feel like whether they won or lost yung round na yun, there still would be a timeout. And then nga, 0-2 not happy. Next to the Christmas tree, pare.
Napakaaga nga naman, pre, no? Na dapat talaga the season of giving pero the season of bangayan para dito sa loob ng Virtus.pro bootcamp. Nakakapanglungkot no, na this is the situation right now for Virtus.pro pero buti na nga lang Yobib reviving a bit of hope. No? Multiple mistakes from Elvin and Cetra na dinoble down pa ni KSA pero men, Kellar and Yobib nandoon. Buti na nga lang talaga. Execration, they had the time. Nakita mo, no, mga ilang rounds pre, natutuwa pa talaga sila. But right now, second half just means business and I just hope mas vocal lang nga sila ngayon because that is a response na napakalakas na maririnig mo nga naman talaga mula Tondo hanggang Cavite na Execration, they cannot get the post plant that easily. And syempre, Yobib is gonna get that clutch for VP. And Execration played, you know, like what? Nakuha nga nila yung mga kills pero napabayaan nga nila yung mga pwesto nila doon.
Ang ganda kasi ng ideya doon ni Kellar, no? Doon sa late round, bato, taas baba na lang dito pare. Pag namatay ako dito, oh well, if I go up 1 HP, you can just drop down dito sa TB. And that is exactly ang nagawa nga dito ni Yobib. Obviously, Justin was confused by the tail end ng ating round. And the problema pa nun, men, sa una nagpanic itong Virtus.pro, but then the panic turned back in the way dito ng Execration. Yun nga, nagkaharangan sila dito sa baterya and the spacing was, it got weird dito sa ating late round. So, it's still a very winnable round sana para dito sa Execration. So kung ako si NBA, sasabihin ko sa teammate ko, hey man, that's fine. Honestly, one or two more shots, we could have won yung round na yun. Let's just go into the next round kasi alam naman natin na yun nga, VP is not looking too good right now. Para naman sa Virtus.pro, yun nga, finally a bit of space para sa kanila pare. And hopefully, they start catching yung kanilang mga openings dito, man. Kasi, ayun nga, Execration, they're not giving anything dito sa mapa na to, especially on that GR side.
Man, like talagang nasa palad no? Kung hindi man, nasa loob nga ng bolt. Itong defense ng Execration, it's very hard to crack para nga sa VP noon. How will they respond? At sometimes, may kita mo, at certain times, it's not that kind of day for Exe when it comes to just trying to just make the very best happen sa loob nga ng oras na meron nga sila. Pero let's see, man. Virtus.pro has allocated so much of their strength in that round para bawiin talaga, no? Yobib with the most insane prowess. Look at this stability, man. Talagang 4K pa yung kailangan gawin ni Yobib. He definitely locked in. Grabe nga naman.
Nagkabungguan sila sa battery. Oh no, I think they were deciding kung sino pwede mag-defuse. But after last week's ruling, no, they were making sure that it is safe dito sa ating mapa. Pero, Kellar, that's a left side flash. Folex, Justin, magugulat ba kayo dito para KSA? And Yobib already on floor A, pero trap pala to para Justin with the first kill. Pero meron ba na-cover sa kanyang right side? Good shot from Kellar. Nakita na si Justin and Yobib will be catching Folex. And all of a sudden, the momentum's turned around. Pabalik dito ng BP. Pero may flank na nangyayari, pare.
Oh! Ano na yung C4 planter, pre? Pero teka lang, may babawi ngayon si Cetra at alam niya na nga rin na may lurk na nagaganap din. Cetra trying to see some bodies dito lang sa loob nga ng LA para makakuha nga siya ng isa. CBN nakapanlason at naisombong na nga. He forces a 1v1. Sniper versus backup player. CBN versus Cetra. At tignan mo nga naman, CBN, Cetra getting punished. Walang tumatama sa kanya. God damn, Execration! My God, 7-5!
Grabe men, Cloyd Bukakaw is doing it dito sa server natin. Headshot after headshot para sa kanya. Pero ang ganda ng delay na nagawa ng dalawang players dito ng Execration. They weren't really intending on blocking off itong floor A. Instead, blocking off kung sino man makakaakyat dito. But then, Execration with the wildest call. Let's just 3-man flank the backside and CBN got exactly what he wanted, even baiting the shot galing kay Cetra and getting the better swing in that 1 versus 1. CBN, man. What a time to step up para sa kanya, pare.
Man, every single part of the Kraken, pre, nawala na. Pero habang may galamay pa, buhay na buhay pa nga rin, Folex na first blood. Still, CBN nakalampas na naman. Where is the anti-lurk? Cetra sumala. And there goes all the advantages ng Virtus Pro. Pero gumagawa pa ng milagro dito si Elvin. They make it a 3v2. And Execration diverging. Baka sakaling sandwich pa ang retake na to.
Yun nga, fully expecting na yung buong flank natin mangyayari from Execration is gonna come from the back side. Pero KLR, a bit suspicious na masyado yatang tahimik tong long. Baka may inaantay sila na trigger point, which is this C4 plant. And it will be room A para sa dalawang players. Never mind, Elvin will be 4Aing dito sa entrance natin. And CBN and the boys will be taking top A. Wala na silang flashbang. I think Yotib, meron pa siyang flashbang dito. So if a flash na yung top A, if he is able to do so, pero hindi naman, he is just gonna go straight into Vents. KLR with an angle na nasa top A, gets a bit of cover. Elvin will be getting Yotib. CBN catching the headshot. USP shot pababa. CBN, another good round.
And it was just all a ruse, no sneaky. That first matchup up against MATTJESS, clearly just a different tier na hinimasok lang ng Virtus Pro. At nung umangat-angat ang VP para kalabanin ng Exe, tila nakakita sila ng isang higante. At kada segundo na tumatagal tayo sa loob ng Angkara, sneaky, nagugustuhan ni Bipolar. Lahat lang nakikita niya. Tulad na lang ng ginagawa ngayon ni Yotib. My God, this is just the group stage. Nasa group stage pa lang tayo. At pinapakita na ng Execration na meron ng threat na magaganap sa playoffs.
Ayun nga pare, feeling ko na live comms ko tuloy dito sa CBN. NBA probably telling him to back off, but I feel like he needs to back off a whole lot farther dito sa may hotel side natin. NBA waiting for a timing, waiting for a very good trade. Elvin, di nakitang lumagpas itong si NBA. He's gonna go right through the window, right into Elvin. Nagtataka sa men. Di mo ba nakita na may tao dito sa bintana? KLR stuck in his own spot. Cetra down. NBA, what a spray. And yun lang, KLR, nakalabas na siya sa sabon pare into the hotel side. Getting the shot finally kay NBA. Huge pero pick. Men, 19 HP. The C4 still in base. Execration with the control of the round.
Yun, nakapulot ng Arctic. Pwede pa nga, may iwan ng C4. Wala namang nakabantay. Yotib still disciplined. Yotib anticipating na meron kang magaganap sa CA nga dito. No? Virtus Pro loves their mid angles. Palagi nga nilang kinukuha nga to. Pag kulang sila sa tao, pwedeng ikagulat nga ng mga taong nagbabantay ng LB at ng LA. 45 seconds left, hindi mo pa rin mauga si Yotib sa sarili niyang kinatatayuan at si Yobib na papalapit na nga. Fall X now trying to roam. Ubos oras ang puhunan ng Exe. They want the post plant. Look at the rotation pre. Parang gusto pa nilang gulangan. What is this call from MVA? Fall X with a major adjustment. Nalampasan na nga, trying to scout it out. Nagmamalasentry na nga ngayon si Just trying to clear out LA. Pero lahat manggagaling na nga ng TV. Folex, crosshair trained. Hindi niya makukuha. Dito si Yobib. 2v1 pa rin to, sneaky. At naka-alerto na si Yotib.
Si Yotib bumakit na lang dito ng tower pare. No choice para kay Yobib to plant right behind the batteries. And he will be staying there the entire time. Justin with the first swing. Pero Yotib nasa taas, kitang-kita siya doon pare, pero hindi niya alam na nandito na si Justin wallbanging right through the 2-box. Yobib trying to dance around dito sa may batteries, left, right, and center. USP nilabas na, but it's not gonna be enough! Another 1 versus 2 para kay Yobib, and he just dances around the batteries.
And hindi pa tapos, sinayawan na naman kayo ng chow-chow ni Leo Vito dito, pre. My God, I cannot believe na Virtus.pro once again. Umaasa na naman tayo sa Golden Boy nga natin. Baka sakaling pag binigyan kayo ng senyas, may milagro pang ilalabas. 4v4 instantly like that. Habang hindi pa nauubos ang oras, ini-establish na ng VP at Execration. Nadugo nga talaga ang alay para makuha ang round win. Major position para kay MVA. Hindi niya dapat ginagawa to, pre. Grabe ang pagronda ni MVA. Palitan nga ng IGL. And Kellar is the superior one, forcing the 4v3.
But Execration has to recognize na since wala na dito si Elvin, Kellar will be taking his place. So that is either an entry angle or a lurk angle para nga dito sa VP. In Execration, they do not know which one is it. Kaya malalaman nila as soon as Justin starts investigating itong hotel. And misses on Kellar. You needed to get that kill. Pero Justin, napaaway na lang sa iba dito. KSA, ikaw na lang. Pero si KSA, mas handa dito sa kanyang suntukan. 2 low players para sa side ng VP. Yotib not even able to fire a shot off. And Zetra will be getting Fall X. And this win is looking more and more unlikely para sa Execration. Virtus.pro, unexpected comeback. Execration now losing steam.
May Execration just losing every single grip nung round nga na yun, na parang MVA is not on his usual play para kunin na yung hotel. And Yotib missing the crucial shots. At talagang lumalakas na yung balls team dito ng Virtus.pro na naintindihin na lang nila na hindi magiging madali ang early game. Palaging may mawawala. Kailangan pag-igihan nga nila itong part ng mid-round. And the moment that they got every single angle, B-slope, RS, HM, that's it. Yun yun, pre. Best position na pwedeng makuha ng Virtus.pro. At syempre, magkukubahog ang Execration na ibawi nga yun. Pero kasi pre, with the established crossfires, napakahirap nga nun. And one of the hardest sites to retake, Sneaky. Pinapadali lang talaga ni Yobib. 2 clutches, KSA etc. Trying to stop every single rotation. Grabe nga naman talaga. Virtus.pro, huge adjustment. Gusto ko makita yung ganitong classic adjustment pa rin na hindi lang binabali yung likod at leg eh.
Yun nga eh. And Execration, well-needed timeout para sa kanila, no pare. Pakiramdam ko na Virtus.pro is carrying momentum from that last win galang dito kay Yobib. And of course, Execration, unexpected siguro men para sa kanila na pagdating ng next round natin, it would be a fully fledged push para dito sa ating VP side. Considering the entire map na condition nandito yung Execration na kailangan nila magantay na matagal before the first contact is made. Pero, Virtus.pro with a bit of curveballs dito sa mapa natin has created a bit of a run para sa kanilang mapa ng Ankara, which they need to win in order to go into New Mexico, which I think may strat dito eh. They should have a strat. They should have strats dito sa New Mexico map natin pare. Virtus.pro, I'm not so sure kasi permaban nila yun from time to time eh. I think I've barely seen them play yung mapa na yun din.
Well, dapat lang naman first and foremost. Kasi nga, this is a scenario na they have to whip it out na sana gumana. Of course, yun yung iniisip dito ni MVA. Pangalawa, iniisip ngayon ng Virtus.pro, what is that next move na kailangan natin basahin? Clearly, Virtus.pro is just playing off the default that they have. World class, napakalakas, threatened by other teams. Ngayon, Virtus.pro is adjusting more so of Execration rather than themselves. So, na ginagawa ka nila ngayon, grabe, CBN! What is this movement from Exe? May bawing ngayon si KSA, making it a 4v3. What?
Need to chill, man. Hotel lang sila dyan, man. Kahit ipigay na lang nila dito yung B-side. As long as they have control of second mid and hotel, they're gonna be fine. Pero A-side, man. They want to take A-side. Virtus.pro, not expecting that kind of reaction galing dito kay NBA at kay CBN on the other side of the map. Olex on room A, spotted. Well, we actually getting itong si Yobib na nasa likod ni KSA. KSA trying to spray wildly. Down to 25 HP, pero Justin right around the corner. KSA blinded by his own flash. At mapapadelay pa nga ang push forward na sana dito, but risks have to be made para sa Virtus.pro. It has to be a swing. Galing kay KSA, Justin spotting him right through the box, and he finally falls. The EBR shreds right through it, and it will be CBN getting the last kill. Execration, 1 more point from Glory.
And another after timeout conversion no? From Execration. Grabe yung pakinabang talaga ni CBN from getting that strong position from the wall bangs nila MVA at Justin. It was just that effective, no, Sneaky. Now, grabe pen. The moment na kinuha nila yung hotel, it shouldn't have happened na mawawala talaga sila Elvin doon. At parang binasa talaga ni Elvin yung iniisip ngayon ni CBN. I should just be able to get this, no? Wala akong pakialam kung may nakabantay. Grabe yung paninira ng timing ng Execration on at the time. Ayun. How did this even work? Walang tumingin ng LA. Folex now. Nasa baba na ng Miniter. Pwede. Makapas lang ng marami dito si Folex.
No one thinking. Pero bakit ka naman sumala dito, Yotib, Folex? Ayun nga, they're gonna be suspicious. Yotib, you just exposed yung play dito ni Folex, man. There was no reason for you to go boxes in that very moment. Pero CBN will try to get a kill back, pero Zetra too fast. Miniter position. Virtus.pro all too familiar with that spot, pare. And Execration, I feel like they will probably fall like flies dito sa mapa natin, pero si MVA gusto pa lumaban. Justin, right behind him as well. Pero retake na lang to, no-brainer.
Wait, bakit natin nilalaban yung Miniter, Justin, NBA, question mark bandang dulo? At nakikita na nga ng Virtus.pro ang kanilang gantimpala sa pagiging matigas ng ulo ng Execration no? Darating yan, aantayin lang talaga. Execration still cannot finish.
This is where the pressure is highest at this point, Salvi. Yotib trying to be the hero para sa kanyang team, pero pakiramdam ko talaga pag pinabayaan lang si Paul X dito sa baba ng Ter, that would have been fine. Kasi kung may nag-push si Yotib dito sa LA, for sure may intent yun, pare. There has to be another player in another position kung bakit ganun siya confident. And KSA, he figured that out in an instant, pare. He was starting to search for kung may player dito sa yellow or kung may player dito sa Miniter, and he did find Folex in the right spot. So smart plays galing kay KSA, saving the butts of his teammates, pare.
Shots with angles. Literal na pinakita ng Virtus.pro that they have the superiority, no? Na-atake nga sila. They have the strongest part of LA, which is Miniter. Naabuso nga nila yun.
3-8.
Execration still 9-8. When we see a replay ng Eagle Eye, literal napaka-poetic nito ng Sneaky. Both maps very similar to one another, at baka yun pa ang maging literal na scoreline nga natin. Virtus.pro na playing the vents. Nag-signal na nga sila ng flashes, so plainly obvious na to ng Exe na lulusubin na nga sila.
Oh, a third flash? Grabe ka na, VP. You are triple baiting flashes here. Dito sa A site, you really do want to get this, pero grabe, naaaning na dito ang Execration. Folex with the turnaround, still getting KLR. MVA will be getting one, pero Yobib nakaltuan lang dito sa floor A. Hindi pa tapos dito yung VP. Folex on the top A side, do not be too tempted to peek, but it peeks anyways! Folex getting Yobib. Elvin and Zetra, the last two left alive para sa Virtus.pro, pero napakadami ng miyembro ng Execration na naandito sa top A. Elvin with the spray, almost getting two. CBN getting one in return. At isa na lang natitira, Zetra. I mean, it's you of all players that could do anything in this type of situation, pero bulag ka na. Natamaan mo pa rin yun! Justin will be falling, Zetra. Possibility still, pero hindi na. CBN will be getting the last kill. Ang demonyo ng nakaraan ng Execration ay patay na ngayong season. Execration slaying the top dogs.
2 years ago, pinagtapat natin tong dalawang to, Sneaky. Palagi na lang VP. Tapos na. Iba ng era ng CrossFIRE nakikita natin ngayon. Wala na ang mga Diyos sa itaas. Lahat ay titigalan na sa Execration. My God, Sneaky. Hindi fluke. Hindi yun patibong na yung ginawa nila sa loob ng Stallions. Spoiler yun sa mangyayari sa week number 2. And everyone who doubted ang pagkapasok ni Yotib, eto na talaga. We are now seeing a resurgence, Sneaky, of a team that could potentially dethrone not one but 2 gods of the game. At eto pa lang tayo sa group stage pinapakita kung gaano nga ba kasolido ang laro nga nila, and we're all in for it, pre. Kung sasabihin mo sa akin sa simula ng araw na ito 2-0 na Exe ang VP, baka sampalin pa kita. Pero ngayon naniniwala na nga ako, men, what a result! This is insane.
Tinanggal ko yung glasses ko, men, for this one. We need an entire podcast to explain what just happened dito, par. Might be coming soon. Pero, ayun nga, men. Execration. Damn, I am speechless, pare, na dumating na to. Finally, ang tagal na natin inaantay ito, Salvatore. Execration. We've been hyping them up for so long dito sa tournament na to. Folex, who, went outside of CrossFire, back into it. CBN, na player na, in the same vein as Loy, no? Pareho yung kanilang journey dito sa ating stage, obviously coming from MATTJESS and going into Execration and flourishing dito, pare. And grabe, men, hindi ko talaga in-expect na ganun kalinis, ganun kalakas, and ganun ka-patient itong Execration natin, pare. I feel like, yun nga, kagaya na sinabi ko kanina, this is an entirely different playbook para dito sa Virtus Pro, and it seems like this certain series, this specific na series, pare, was probably weeks in preparation para dito sa Execration, and yung preparation nila, men, finally boded some good results para sa kanila, pare. But I would love to give a special shoutout kay Justin, bro. Justin played out of his mind this entire series, pare.
Justin being doubted, no? Na meron pa nga bang ibubuga tong player nga na to after a very momentous season with Pacific Macta. Marami mga pagsabi na hanggang doon na lang talaga siya. And right now, he showed up not just 1 but 2 major sets in the second half. Pero yun na nga lang oras na meron nga tayo. Sneaky congratulations for Execration for making it happen, destroying the gods of the game. Maraming masasabi si Bipolar, lalong-lalo na si Bipolar. Kasama niya nga si Mochi sa ating panelists, kaya papasa na nga namin sila. Maraming salamat. Panel, Mochi and Bipolar, kayo na.
Bro, holy! Maraming salamat sa ating mga casters na naghatid sa atin ng matinding balita at mabuting balita, no? The gospel that is the win of Execration after defeating these 2 gods of Filipino CrossFire. Bipolar, I'm sure you have a lot of emotions and things to say right now. Ibira mo na.
Come on, gods. Pag binaliktad mo, dogs. Might as well be parang dogs lang tong mga to sa malalakas na Execration, man. Wala yan sa mga tong malalakas. Kung iisipin mo, Mochi, Execration 2-0, di kayo nagkakamali. Kasi why not? Kung nagmo-monopoly lang tayo, di tayo nagko-crossfire, sana binigyan nyo ng card itong Execration na nakalagay, advance to EWC, collect your prize. Ganun na lang agad because they are there already. Might as well. Natalo na nila top 1, top 2, and this is a testament for everybody in the Philippines and in the international scene na hindi lang malakas ang Stallions pati VP, but there is also an Execration in that conversation. What an amazing series, Mochi. You know what? Kakaiba dito. I will give my praise first to KSA, Yobib, and as well as dito kay Cetra, kasi talagang ginamit nila lahat ng powers nila para makapasok, para makakuha ng rounds. Yobib with an insane double clutch up, KSA with an insane entry para lang makakuha ng mga openings para sa para sa team niya, and Cetra with amazing triple kills all around. Pero anong babat-bating yan kung may 5 player ng Execration na kayang pumatay ng 5 kahit anong sitwasyon pa yan? That is just crazy. But this was insane even more. A double grenade kill mula dito kay Cetra. But yeah, ang daming nakapaslit, ang daming nakalusot, ang daming kulang para sa VP sa time na to, and Execration, sila ang nag-execute sa sinasabi yung gods na VP.
And that's just crazy, no? How every single time na merong dumudulas dito sa kamay ng Virtus Pro, there is always that certainty that they are bound to secure that round, no? Para dito sa Execration. And you know what? Hindi ko masisisi na hindi nakapag-goal si KLR, na hindi nagawa ni Elvin ng husto yung kanyang trabaho na makapandaga, makapag-lurk, makakuha ng mga adbantahe by occupying the spaces that Execration might have expected the least that he will be coming from, because every single time Execration is on the hunt for them, no? Laging may piras, laging may petals, laging merong disadvantage ang Virtus Pro. And despite that this one is actually close, it didn't feel like it at all, because all of the moments that we are witnessing, it's always quite of a manpower advantage para dito sa Execration. And what hurts more is the fact na hindi man lang tayo umawag ng third map. This should be saying something, especially na hindi rin tayo umabot ng overtime. And hence, ito ang ating set summary.
Woo! CBN with a 20 kill 10 death game. 100 on the board. MVA with 17 and Folex with 17. Justin, yes, he didn't work out well, pero Yotib is such an insane sniper na kaya niya tapatan KLP Revenge or even Cetra. Last time na nakita natin sa international scene si Justin, pati na rin si MVA, was back in 2024. After 2 years, with just 2 performances sa 2 weeks ng group stage ng Summer Masters, saka na ba natin ulit makikita yung mga players na yan in the big world scene? Mochi, what an insane stat though for Cetra, 18 and 13, pero syempre, the man of the hour, the player pagdating dito sa ating Ankara, it's none other than CBN with a 2.00 KD.
Grabe, no? Tumataginting ng 0 ang nandito sa nga numero ni CBN. Laging merong magandang umpisa rin ang mga statistics na ito. Wherein, ang ganda lang din naman, no? Being able to rack up 100% of a rating din, no? Against Virtus Pro is just insane. And look at that! Hindi lang consistent yung players, consistent din yung scoreline. 10-8 on both of our maps of having Eagle Eye and as well as Ankara and New Mexico. Wala, hindi na natin yan makikita. New Mexico wouldn't be able to see the light of day because 2-0 sweep lang naman ang ginawa dito ng Execration. Pero sino nga ba ang nagbigay ng liwanag lalo for Execration? Walang iba kundi si CBN. Kasi every single time, kahit yung history natin from last week, from qualifiers, kung paano siya naging top 1 in terms of for the players to watch out for, siya ang number 1.
Kung last week, Mochi, hindi nakalaro si CBN kasi sila yung katapat niya, well, this time, sa ating 2 mapan, ating series na ito, nakalaro ng todo si CBN. What an insane stat line. A rating of 86.2 in a world where there is a lot of players getting 100 na rating and as well as 75. No? Nakarang mas maraming for the win, pero CBN is also making a name for himself na even though Eagle Eye ang ating first half, Ankara second half, alam niya gagawin niya, just go head on. Go play for timings kasi alam niya that he has better aim than these people right now in front of your faces. Yes, BB played tremendously well. Not to their best, pero still tremendously well. Kasi napaabot ng 18 rounds. That is still a serious thing to look at kung ikaw yung Execration. Kasi kung kaya nyo naman tapusin ng gantong fashion, ba't pa kayo umabot ng almost 20 rounds? But amazing nonetheless. CBN never faltered pagdating dito sa ating matches na to. And what can we say? HK, better than AK.
Yeah, it's just, again, I feel like sometimes finding that comfort in the meta will definitely give you that all-time advantage regardless of the situation, no? And it's nice na it fits well para dito, no, kay CBN, and it just shows through the highlights na rack up niya dito sa 2 mapa na nagkaroon tayo. And dude, ilang beses natalo ang Execration against Virtus Pro. Ayon dito, there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times. Meron naman silang natalo, no, from PH Masters until spring. And now, they finally got the W, which is insane, no? And it seems like CBN parang may pagka-shy type naman siya, no? As per usual, no? Gusto niya i-keep yung mysterious
Jowa
na...
time agad.
Oo nga, no? Naku po, dahil na namang kiss niyan sa bebe kicks niya. Pero, nako, Violer, ito yung matindi. Kasi yung i-interviewin natin, bilang tatawa ako sa PFP niya sa Discord. Itong i-interviewin natin, bigatin to. Malala to, no? Yung mukha kasi ni Salvi yung nakalagay sa PFP niya, guys. Para rin relate kayo, no? And magkakaroon tayo ng interview kasama si Fall X, alright? At welcome na natin siya agad dito. Hi, Paul! Grabe, solid.
Hello po.
Quick question. Bakit hindi si CBN ang nandito sa interview? Curious lang.
I-record daw kasi nung jowa niya to si Mai daw, nahiya
diba?
daw siya.
Sige ba,
Joke lang. Ano lang, nahiya lang magsalita yung ka-team namin. Yun lang. Mahihayin kasi to eh.
Right time ka talaga.
Ayaw niya sa maraming tao.
Introvert. Sige, go, my Paul.
Okay, Polex, let's address the elephant in the room, no? Dalawang matches, una STS, ngayon VP. Very big names pagdating ngayon sa CrossFIRE Philippines, even the international scene, no? How confident were you after batting STS na makakalaban nyo agad VP ngayon?
Ayun, yung confidence kasi namin, ano talaga eh, nag-rocket talaga siya pataas eh. Simula nung tala namin yung STS. Kasi, yun nga, hindi namin ina-expect na ganun kasi, tawag dito, nag-isik lang naman kami kung ano yung ginagawa namin eh. Kung saan kami komportable, ganun, ayun yung nagpapanalas sa amin. Tsaka yung confidence din namin. Lahat ng players dito sa Execration ngayon, talagang nag-boost yung confidence. Lahat kami.
Ako mo, Chim, marami pa akong tanong, mga 10 pa to.
Sige, go! Sige, one
sa
more.
Hananda.
Gawin mo na sandan.
Sige.
Gawin na natin podcast to.
Sige.
Ito yung isa sa mga pinaka nakakagulantang na rounds na naalala ko. One round, I think it was the second half. Ang call ng Exe, mag-hold ng 2 sa vents, tapos yung 3 gagalaw pa din, di ba? Yotib on dito sa mid, sa high mid natin. Pero binatuan ka ni Cetra ng granada, si Cetra yung nagbata sa'yo. You're down 51 HP, pero pinalayas mo yung kasama mo sa vents, pero hindi ka gumalaw. Tapos may nagpal pa sa amin na, uy, bago pa dumaan dyan si Cetra, mamamatay na siya agad. Bakit? What was the call there? Kasi parang butas na yun in some of these teams, some of these players, pag nagranada sila, parang expose sila, alis doon. Pero for the entire, almost 2 minutes, nandun ka lang, and that instantly, that also shifted the ties para makuha niyo round na yun.
Ano lang, kasi syempre si Virtus Pro kasi, kailangan naman natin sila talaga na sobrang ano talaga nila maglaro. Tag dito, masabi mo siyang complicated, sobrang chaotic. Pero at ano kasi, parang may mga pattern din siya eh. So, ayun, siguro yung time na yun nahuli ko lang din talaga kasi sinabi ko rin naman na siguro mag-isa lang din to. Hindi ko aalisan to hanggat di ako namamatay. Kasi pagka napatay ko yung anchor dito, matik, alam na namin agad kung nasan sila.
Tama lang na si Cetra yung napatay, no? So parang di way na lang din, uy, wala ditong, hindi lahat to kasi pinuuna si Cetra.
Alright. Learned a lot from that. Okay, Paul. Ang aking tanong naman, ano ang punto na lalo kayong naging kumpiyansa na inyo na tong larong to? Kasi I saw in one of your, nung pinakita yung mga podcams nyo, mid-fight dito sa Ankara, pagitna ang part ng laban nyo sa Ankara, na nagtatawanan na kayo nun eh. So, can you tell us where do you think na tingin yung confident na kayo na, parang matutusiro ata natin to?
Hindi naman. Ano nangyari nun? Alam kami nag-joke lang nun. Parang bigla lang kami natawa. Yun lang, wala namang hindi naman kami ganun na kampante na manalo kami din sa game. Kumbaga, kami yun nga, gaya din sa sinabi ko nung mga nakaraan, process by process pa rin. Hindi naman all the time kasi, yun at yun na. May process pa rin talaga na tinatawag.
Ito na lang, Paul. Sige. How does it feel na after 5 losses against them, finally nanalo kayo?
Ayun, masaya. Ibig sabihin lang talaga na nag-i-improve din talaga yung team dito sa Pilipinas. And kami din nag-i-improve din kami. Na parang
Of
not all the
course.
time naman is pagka nakalaban namin sila, talo kami. May ano lang din talaga. Ayun nga, nakuha na namin yung panalo. So, ayun. Yun lang naman.
Refreshing kung
Pumabor lang sa amin.
refreshing. And
Pumabor lang sa amin.
pumabor
Siguro-
lang? Parang sobrang ano naman ata nun. Sobrang humble. Sige, Polar, baka may pahabol ka pa.
Ganyan si Paul man eh, magyayabang yan pag nag-let it trip na yan. Pero Paul, one last question para sa akin, no? Kasi still, it's mind-boggling na wala na si UAK, wala na kayong IGL, it's IGL nyo. Technically, si NBA, pero recent interview, sinasabi nyo na parang lahat may contribution. How does it feel na parang it's almost a collective effort na ngayon? Mas madali ba yung mga labans nyo kasi everyone's turned out? Mas madali ba yung paglaro nyo? Naging yun ba yung rason para makakuha kayo ng wins? Kasi kitang-kita naman player comes, isa ka sa pinaka-vocal ngayon sa team. Sinisigaw mo lahat ng comms mo every time pag nakikita ka namin.
Sa ano naman na yun, sa ganong question mo naman, no, Mr. Bipolar. Sa
Sana
ano
makuha
naman,
sa Excel.
kasi syempre, ano ba yung nilalaro natin? This is a tournament and we play as a team. Hindi tayo we play individually. So ayun, kaya nagiging madali yung trabaho ng bawat player kasi nagtutulungan din kami.
Yes.
Lahat kami nagsasalita.
Preach. Wow! Parang ano, no? Parang napapreach na si Paul. Pero grabe, Paul, no? Congratulations. And bago ko ibigay ang floor sa'yo, pwede bang isang Beyblade post dyan? Parang, kasi parang hindi kompleto pag wala yun eh.
3,
Ay,
2, 1,
sorry.
Paano yung shoot? Tuloy, no? Dapat may
1, 2, 3, go shoot!
Okay.
Barak!
Yun! Solid!
Send nyo na lang sa Gcash ko,
Okay
guys.
na. Kompleto na ang ating broadcast. Paul, sige, go. The floor is yours. Go.
Ayun, so unang-una, shoutout muna kay Coach L, kay Salvatore, kay Sneaky, kay Bipolar, kay Mochi, kay Ramon, kay
Bipolar.
Daydom,
Thank
sa lahat ng
you.
casters dyan.
Execration.
Kay Buko, sa idol ko mag-Beyblade. At sa buong Execration family, sa mga boss namin dyan sa labas, kila Kuya Terang, kay Kuya Ewe, kay Boss B, para sa inyo itong laro na to. And sa girlfriend ko, pati sa mama ko. Love ko kayo.
Yo.
Tsaka pala sa
Yun.
teammates ko, tsaka
I
sa
love you
teammates ko,
too, Paul.
shoutout sa kanila. Kundi dahil sa kanila, di kami nanalo.
Hello,
Ay,
Kev.
kaya Dan,
Ayan.
shoutout kay kay Kuya
Baka
Dan.
meron kayong gustong i-add. Go.
Yan. Shoutout kay Kuya Dan, kay Kuya Dogs. Yan, sa mga tropa namin sa labas, kila Kuya Bong. Kaya Ate Cody.
Lahat na.
Yung buong barangay, yung buong mundo na yung shoutout dito ni Paul, no? Pero maraming salamat, Paul. And as well as Youtube at the back, no? Hi, Youtube, no? Congratulations, no? For defeating our behemoths dito sa ating CF scene. And good luck, have fun, and enjoy sa mga susunod yung mga laban.
Thank you po.
Congrats, Paul. Good
Thank
luck,
you.
Thank you.
Ina nga, no? Alam mo, akala ko nga sasagutin ni Polex yung isang tanong natin na parang, uy, Kurt, by Paul, kailan ka babalik sa clan namin? Kulang na kami ng 7th man. Pero hindi niya sinabi. Feeling ko na next time na lang siguro, no? Pag nag-scrim na ulit kami buong team. Pero yun na nga, Mochi, amazing feat. 2-0 para dito ngayon sa ating players mula sa Execration. And this is gonna be one hell of a storyline para sa lahat ng mga tao.
Couldn't agree more. Kaya naman, tignan na natin ang ating summary sa lahat ng mga kababalaghan na nangyari for today. We are gonna check out kung ano nga ba ang estado ng ating standings ngayon. Ang daing umangat dito, Bipolar. Right now, I never expected a scenario. I mean, it's still the start, no? Pero still, I never expected a scenario that we are gonna see Team Stallions and Virtus Pro sa 6th and 7th spot natin so far. At karagdagan na rin natin dito, no, na Comeback Friends and as well as Acceptance are actually sitting good dito sa ating estado nila ngayon for our standings.
You know what, Mochi? I'll say it right now, pero I don't wanna jinx it for any kind of team. So fall, mag-mute ka muna, mag-depend ka muna ng mga 5 seconds. Pero mark these words, Execration versus Comeback Friends or Fervid sa finals ng ating Masters Cup.
Oh my gosh! That's more than just a hot take, no? Grabe, no? That's so unhinged of you, but I like it, no? We applaud those types of takes. Pero again, guys, standings natin, looks fresh, no? Parang kakasalansan
Very fresh.
lang ng ating mga isda, mga gulay, no? Kaka-harvest lang. Insane. Tomorrow's matches natin will be ComebackFriends versus Fervid, also Virtus.pro versus Team Acceptance, and last natin, STS versus Attras.
I love this, Mochi. You have similar. You have a team that is very aggressive now, trying to be very passive as well. CBF trying to go for mid-rounding calls versus a somewhat a behemoth as well, no, Mochi. Pero in terms of mindset and as well as sheer power, no, coming in for Vid. Second matchup natin, we can call it a very emotional match for these two teams kasi itong dalawang teams na to, well, lahat sila dyan from coaches up until the very players emotional pag maglaro. And for the last matchup natin, Stans versus Attras, it's a very trying point para dito sa Attras kung makakapalag nga ba sila for our STS. Second matchup pa lang nila yun, so kailangan natin nabangan yun.
And all I could say here, bipolar, this is gonna be quite of a bloodbath kasi pagbubuntungan ng galit at gigil nitong ating
Yun
mga
na
usual top dogs, itong kanilang mga magiging katapat, which is I pray for your soul, no, sa mga katapat nila for
Yes.
tomorrow. Sana
God bless.
sana maging okay ang inyong estado, mga mindset, no, and sana masecure nyo ang inyong inner peace. Pero bago tayo magpaalam, bipolar, baka meron kang mga any last words before natin i-end ang ating broadcast.
Again, everybody, para sa mga manonood natin, meron po kami mga giveaways on our respective channels. Caster Edition, week number 2, sumali na kayo dyan. Meron na 500 e-coin, 300, 150, 20, lahat yan pwede nyo mapanalunan. And thank you as well to Sir Alex from Smile. Maraming salamat po for our production team. And as well, as sa Execration, kasi yung puso ko ngayon ng Execration sobrang saya. Sana pasok na ulit ako sa inyong clan nyo. Shoutout din sa pamilya ko, pati sa jowa ko.
Yon, grabe, solid. Pero syempre,
Inspired ako
no,
kay Polex,
I guess this is it, guys. Many thanks to our production na talagang nagugugol ng oras para maperpekto ang bawat isang broadcast na meron dito. And despite of the fact that there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, talagang na de-deliver na rin nila ng perpekto ang ating mga broadcast dahil sa kanila. Maraming salamat sa ating mga co-casters, co-tales of Bipolar, Salvi, Sneaky Frog, Daydum, Ramon, lahat na ngayon. Maraming salamat sa inyo. And as well as kay Paul, sabi ni Paul, shoutout ko daw siya. And as well, ayun, maraming salamat sa mga teams, no? Lahat kayo, no? Definitely ensuring na every single day ay aabangan ng mga tao. And speaking of tao, ang ating community, thank you so much sa'yo. Oo, sa'yo, dahil hindi ito magiging posible kung wala ka. And we are very thankful that you stayed until the end. And I'm pretty sure ang dae mong nakita at na mind-blown ka dahil sa lahat ng mga kaganapan natin for today. And I guess that's it. Ladies, gentlemen, and everything in between, dito natatapos ang ating unang araw for our second week. At huwag niyong kakalimutan to keep the fire burning. At bukas magkikita tayo uli for more Crossfire action. Di ko lang kung naispatan siya ni KLB doon. Mukhang oo, nakita mo yung flick of the friends na kukultuhan niya.
Be careful, maghigas sa shot. Uy, grabe! Receiving play pa. Tuguan na nga ngayon si Cetra. Elvin nakabantay. He's gonna get one. And also two huge.
Nakaya, pero wait lang, hindi pa rin tapos yun. Lahat ng action, masusundan pa. We are gonna be seeing prevalence race here dito sa house.
Ano doon, no? Flash grenade.
Kitang-kita niya sa KLP.